Develop the ability to share. And sharing now can become a major part of your life process and life progress. Sharing is a unique human capacity. Everybody has the ability to share. How much you share, of course, is a matter of attitude and the personal conclusions you've come to about your life and what to do about it. But sharing is unique. Here's what's unique about sharing. The more you give, the more you become. It's one of the paradoxes of life. You give away, but you become bigger. It would look like if you would share, you'd become less, but see, that's not true. It's one of those unique life processes. It's like one of those questions you ask when you have your first child. You love it dearly. You say, well, if I have another child, do I have to divide my love in half? And the answer is surprisingly no. From somewhere comes this unbelievable capacity to love the other one as much as you did the first one. What if you have 3, 4, 5 children? Now, are each one of them going to get less and less and less the capacity of your ability to love and care? And the answer is, strangely, no. As the demand and the opportunity increases, it seems as though your capacity grows. And what you give away seems to multiply. It's one of the mysteries and the uniqueness of life. So sharing makes you bigger. Now here's one of the reasons to share. Share on purpose so that you become bigger, not only for the effect that it will have on other people, but for the effect it will have on you. See, what we want to learn to be is intelligently selfish. The golden rule is a way to be intelligently selfish. The golden rule says, if you want this big flow coming from lots of people, nothing wrong with that. But if you want this big flow coming from lots of people, here's what you must do. Here's the formula. Now that's sort of being intelligently selfish, isn't it? This big flow of awareness and love and profit and uniqueness coming from lots of people, that's a bit selfish, but it says, the golden rule says, here's how you get it. It says, what? First 3 words. Do for others. See, that's how you get this big flow coming your way. And the more you do for more, the bigger the flow. That's called how to be intelligently selfish. The guy says, well, about the best I can do is take care of myself. Well, that's a poor man talking. Always will be poor. Poor in spirit and poor in money and poor every other way. If you just take care of yourself, you will be limited in every respect. The master teacher said, here's the key to wealth and fortune. He who wishes to be great, the greatest, Muhammad Ali notwithstanding. He who wishes to be the greatest, whether it's in wealth or awareness or uniqueness or response or results, here's the key to wealth, master teacher said. Find a way to become a servant of many. That's the key to greatness. Finding a way to become a servant of many. See, the best way to cure your own bills is to be concerned about other people's bills. The best way to get your own car notes paid is to worry about other people's car note, not yours. If you worry about yours, it'll be hard to pay. Worry about others, it'll be easy to pay. See, when you get concerned for other people, what can I do to help you and help you and help you and help you? The more people I help, the more return I get, even if it's only a small percentage. People say, well, I'm grateful here. Thanks for helping me here. You just can't believe. One of my friends went to another one of our mutual wealthy friends and said, I've got a project. William, his name was William, said, William, If I put this project together and it creates $4 million for you, will you give me one? If I put this together and it creates for you $4 million, will you give me one? Guess what he said? Yes. If you put this together and it creates for me 4 million, I'll be happy to give you one. I'll be satisfied with 3. See, that's part of the unique life process. If you help other people, guess what they will do? Share back with you. It's one of those inevitables. Now, once in a while, somebody's mean and greedy and upsets this process, but there's not enough of them to make a difference. Incredible. One of my dear friends now, Wayne Barnes. Wayne is 32 years old. I guess he's about 33 years old now. He's a multi-millionaire. He lives in Phoenix. He's a builder, commercial builder. Has this beautiful home on the side of Camelback Mountain. Cost $1.3 million. Wayne Barnes attended my seminar 13 years ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He was just a young kid, 20 years old, had just gotten married. He and Rosie come to the seminar. Wayne gets all excited, takes all these notes, and he comes up to me after the seminar and says, Mr. Rohn, my name is Wayne Barnes. He said, I'll tell you what, he said, I'm excited about all this. He said, I've never heard about this before. He said, I'm going to start setting my goals, changing my life, get my library started. I said, Wayne, nice to meet you. I hope you will. He said, I will. He said, by the way, where's your next seminar? I said, Denver. He said, I'll see you in Denver. Follows me to Denver, to the next seminar. He comes this time with his tape recorder, tapes it. That was back before we had the cassette tape program going. And took some more notes. Him and Rosie are there saying, this is really the greatest stuff. And he comes up to me and he says, remember me? I said, yeah, Wayne, I remember you. He said, this is great stuff. He said, I tell you what, he said, I'm going to get rich, change my life. I'm going to help a lot of people. And he's just bubbling and going. He said, where's your next seminar? I said, Phoenix. He said, I'll be there. He follows me to Phoenix. Sits there again, takes some more notes, this third seminar. Well, to make a long story short, Wayne Barnes is now a multi-millionaire. And he's done extremely well. And he's become one of my very, very dear friends. Wayne probably has one of the finest libraries in the world that I know of. Especially somebody that age, 33 years old. He got the book Think and Grow Rich. He got his journal started. I mean, he did everything, just followed everything. You know, you just, once in a while, find somebody that just does everything. That's what I did when I met Show. Tell me when to get up. Tell me when to go to bed. Right? Tell me what to do. I mean, my plan hasn't been working. I'm willing to follow yours. Right to the detail, whatever. And Wayne Barnes was one of those people that just did it all. And now he's wealthy. When he was building his home, just before he had it finished, just about finished, he took me up on the 3rd floor, takes me on a tour through his home. And he said, Jim, he said, I can't believe it. I've become wealthy. He said, we've done well, haven't we, the last 10, 12 years? I said, we sure have, Wayne. He said, I got to thank you for all of this. He said, by the way, I got to show you something. He shows me this unique-looking room up on the 3rd floor overlooking the city. He said, how do you like the view from here? I said, it's spectacular. He said, how do you like this room? I said, it's fabulous. He said, do you like the way it's furnished? I said, it's unusual. He said, well, he said, you might like to know that's your room. He said, whenever you come to Phoenix, now here's where you got to stay. You got to stay with me. He said, I just want to show my gratitude for all the stuff I've learned. Now I'm wealthy, and I got you now a place in my house, up on the 3rd floor, specially furnished. So see, that's part of the reward of sharing. I got me a room in Phoenix, right? I'm telling you, if you'll share, you'll get you a room. And that's not the end of the story. In fact, I just got a card. I wonder if I put it in here somewhere. I just got a card from Wayne Barnes. It says, Dear Jim, I called you when I was in town in late April. We just sailed from Jamaica to the Bahamas, and next is Nassau. Will you join us soon? Wayne calls me a few months ago to come down to the Balboa Bay Club. And when I get down there, he said, I got to show you something. I said, Wayne, what have you got now? He said, you got to see my ship. Unbelievable. He walks me out on this 73-foot sailing schooner. And this is the picture of it right here, called Windhaven. It's a famous 73-foot ketch, neat ship. And he said, I've got me a sailing ship. I said, what are you going to do with this thing, right? There's not much water around Phoenix, right? No, he said, Rosie and I have got the bug about sailing. And he said, we've got us a captain. We've hired us a captain. I said, incredible. So he finds his captain and introduces him to me. Oars was his name, which I thought was a good name for a captain. Oars. I said, Wayne, what are you going to do? He said, look, Rosie and I and the two kids, we're going to take off a couple of years and we're going to sail around the world. He said, you talk to me about lifestyle. And said, this is just part of our lifestyle. And he said, I want you to join us. Do a little sailing with us in the next couple of years. So I promised him I would. So he shows me the ship. And as we go through, he shows me all the furnishings and everything, right? And then he shows me this room. He says, how do you like this room? I said, it's fabulous. Do you like what's in it? I said, it's fabulous. He said, that's your room. So I got me a room on a ship. How lucky can you get? See, if you will share, no telling what will come back your way if you'll share. Be concerned about helping somebody else with their language and help them with their lifestyle and help them with their philosophical conclusions. Help them with learning better the taste of life and the uniqueness of life. Help them with their financial plan. Ask a few questions. Wayne Barnes is one of those people who shares. Wayne gives away the book Think and Grow Rich and As a Man Thinketh. Now that I've got mine, I'm sure he'll probably give mine away. But he buys them by the box. As a Man Thinketh and Think and Grow Rich. He buys them by the box. And every person he meets that he takes a liking to, he says, hey, I got a book for you. And he writes a little note in it and hands it to him. And now there must be thousands of these books circulating around that Wayne Barnes has given away. Part of his way of just sharing, part of his way of passing along something that he's come into possession with that he thought was valuable. But see, that's what can happen to you if you share. What all of us want to do in consciousness and awareness is become bigger. This cup will not hold a gallon. Why? It's too small. What if you poured a gallon all around this cup? See, it still will only hold this much because it's too small. Now, see, some people are so small in their thinking and their awareness, you could pour happiness all around them. They're not going to get any. They're too little in their thinking and their awareness and their acceptance. It doesn't matter how much happiness is available. They're not going to get very much. And you're not going to get very much happiness out of the next experience if you don't grow, if you don't expand. And one of the best ways to expand in your consciousness is by sharing. Touch somebody else's life. Touch somebody else's experience. Give somebody else some information. Right? Pass along a book or a recommendation or, share what you've got. And sure enough, your capacity grows and grows and grows. Now when joy is passed out, you get 3 times as much as you used to. And somebody wonders, how come you're happier now this year than you were last year? And it's simply because you're growing. Happiness is always available, but you can only have what you can hold. Prosperity is always available, but you can only keep what you can hold. So what you want to do is create this capacity, this awareness, this growth experience, so that when joy and happiness and prosperity and unique things are passed out, you get to hold more. Now you must also understand that you can also hold more sadness. But sadness is a life experience. You can hold more disappointment, but disappointment is a life experience. But see, now with the depth of awareness and understanding, you hold it and it becomes not bitter, but it becomes commodity. It becomes experience. It becomes valuable. So that when you talk to the next person that's going through some difficult times, you can reach them with your experience because you've been there. You've tasted it. So we all want to grow in our awareness and taste and capacity. Sharing. A major thing to do when this weekend is over is deliberately figure ways to share. Now, there's a lot of things to share. Share your money. Share your time. Share your knowledge. Share your feelings. Don't be afraid to share those. That kind of sharing has incredible value. And people who share with us, see what great value that is. My daughters and I are very close. Linda's especially, she calls me just constantly. She was going to take a trip. She said, Daddy, I wanted to call you in case I didn't get to call the next 2 or 3 days. Just to tell you that you happen to be talking to your greatest fan. She says, have you gotten any applause lately? I said, well, I don't know. She says, well, here's some applause. And on the telephone, she's going like this. She said, just remember that when you take your next trip. You have somebody who cares. And remember the applause. And I love you dearly. Just the words and the actions and the sharing and the capacity. See, that's what fills your cup. That's what gives you this incredible uniqueness of living, knowing what it's like to be human in all respects. People who share. Incredible. Then one of the most important things to share is your philosophy. Your perception of life is bound to help somebody. If you show somebody your viewpoint, your vantage point, sure enough, it's going to be revealing to somebody else. You say, here's what I've been thinking about life and about activity and about money and about commerce and about lifestyle. Here's what I'm thinking. If you will share that with somebody, sure enough, somebody's going to come back and say, remember that breakfast we had, the lunch we had, or when we got together that day 3 or 4 months ago, and you talked about those things? I've never forgotten that. In fact, I've started to make changes in my life already. You can't believe the feedback you'll get. Because see, part of the return is not just a room or some money or some percentages. Part of it is the thanks. One of the reasons I do what I do is for the letters and the stories and the people who come back and say, let me tell you what's happening to me. I'm using this stuff and it's changing my life. See, that's heavy. You can't buy that with money. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are. You can only buy it by sharing. You can only earn it, rather, by sharing. And I go for that. I go for the stories. I probably get as much joy out of other people's success as I do my own. The stories you'll come back and share with me, or the letters you write, or the contact you make and say, here's what's happening to me. I'll be just as excited about that as I will my own success and what's happening to me. I revel in that. I take great joy in it. One of the reasons I do what I do. For that kind of experience of people who say, what you said made a difference for me. See, that's awesome. And guess how many of us can share our ideas? Everybody. You don't have to have a class of 200. You don't have to have a seminar of 1,000. Start with one. That's the way I started, awkwardly with one. Let me tell you when I gave my first goal seminar. When I was 25 years old, I met Mr. Schoaf. One morning at breakfast, he asked me, let me see your current list of goals. Remember that story in the evening seminar? So he gave me this little formula on goals. Work on your goals, write them down, right? Consider the size and what kinds of goals so that they will affect you properly. He gave me this little goal formula that morning at breakfast. Guess when I shared it? At lunch. I got a hold of Charlie Garrett. I said, Charlie, let's have lunch. Charlie was a good friend of mine. We had a couple of projects going together. I said, Charlie, I've met this man. Let me tell you what's happening to me. He gave me this little formula for setting goals. I've never heard it before. I'm going to change my whole life. I get together with Charlie, and I show him all this. I said, Charlie, write this down, write this down, write this down. Let me show you what the man showed me. I said, I'm going to use it to change my life. And why don't we do it together? Let's do it together. You've been a clod just like me, right? As I recall now, that was my first attack, right? I said, hey, we've been poor together. We've been just, knocking around together. Now it's time, let's get rich together. Charlie said, wow, that looks interesting. That was really when I first shared it. It was the day I heard it. I passed it along. It wasn't a seminar of 1,000 people. It was Charlie Garrett. And Charlie was a little startled by my enthusiasm and my excitement, but at least I shared it. So just share. You can't believe what'll happen as far as your life and your lifestyle if you'll share. Okay. Here's the last subject under personal development. But it's one of the most important. It's called lifestyle. One of the major projects to work on is how to get joy from your substance. Lifestyle is figuring out ways to be unique. And see, uniqueness is that great challenge of taking what you've got and getting pleasure, joy from it. Getting experience from it. See, some people have money, but they don't even know how to spend it. At least they don't know how to spend it for joy. And remember, it's not the amount that counts, it's the plan that counts, it's the thinking that counts. A father wads up a $5 bill, throws it at his son, and says, here, take the darn stuff if you need it that bad. See, same $5, right? Same $5. Only instead of being dispensed with joy, it's dispensed with animosity. Now the father gets no joy from the $5 by wadding it up and throwing it. See, that's not how you get joy from it. It's the same money, but it depends on how you spend it. It depends on how you give it. And how you give it is called lifestyle. And Schoaf taught me lifestyle in the simplest little ways. Schoaf taught me how to be a two-quarter person. So I didn't understand what that meant. He said, well, let's say you're getting your shoes shined, and the shoe shining boy's done a great job. And he's whistled and talked and kept you entertained, and you look down, you got one of the world's great shines. So you reach in your pocket and you pay him. Now, after you've paid him, you reach in your pocket and get a handful of change. And the thought occurs to you, shall I give him 1/4 or 2/4 for a tip for my fabulous shine? Schoaf said, here's lifestyle. If two amounts pop in your mind for giving, like 1/4 or 2/4, Schoaf said, always go for the higher amount. He said, become a 2/4 person. I said, well, what difference would that make? He said, all the difference in the world, being a 1/4 person versus a 2/4 person. Now, you got 1/4 or 2/4, so it's not the amount that's going to be the problem. The problem is how you spend it. See, that was unique. He said, if you're thinking 2/4, look at my shine, I better go for 2/4. And they say, well, no, I'll just give him 1. He said, that will affect you the rest of the day. It'll bother you. Sure enough, right in the middle of the day, you'll look down, see your shine, and say, I got to be cheap. 1 lousy quarter. He said, it'll affect you. But he said, if you go for the 2/4, he said, that'll affect you the rest of the day. You'll be happier. Schoaf said, you cannot believe the good feelings you can buy for just a quarter. See, I didn't understand that. Then I learned it's not the amount, It's the thought. It's the idea. Become a two-quarter person. Shoaff taught me what the word tip meant. So I didn't understand. I'm from farm country, Idaho. What do I know about tip, right? He says, do you know what tip means? T-I-P. Comes from a phrase. What is it? To ensure promptness. Shoaff said tip means to ensure promptness. Now, he said, if that's true, if tip is to ensure promptness, when should you give it? Up front. See, I didn't know that. He said, sophisticated people always ensure good service. They don't take a chance. I thought, wow, what a way to live. I always thought, well, you waited till the meal was over, see whether or not you got good service, and then tip. He said, no, 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 not sophisticated people. You don't wait and see. You ensure. Wow. Makes all the difference in the world, right? You're taking a couple of people to lunch, right? And you calculate, let's say the tip will be about so much, right? You call Mary over and say, Mary, right? Arm around the shoulder. Mary, here's $10. Would you take good care of me and my friends? You won't believe the service. They do what's known as hover. I mean, they hover right around your table. Otherwise, you can never find them. I mean, where's my waitress? Where's my waitress? All the difference in the world. Same money, see, but it's called giving it up front instead of behind. Now, it doesn't mean you can do it every time, but it means you just think of ways to be unique. Think of ways, right? It works wonders. I took a neat lady, oh, this has been a couple of years ago. We went to the Beverly Hilton Hotel to the Trader Vic's restaurant, close by where I used to live. And we're all excited about going to Trader Vic's, Beverly Hills, nice place to entertain. And when we get there, we drive up in front of Trader Vic's, and two attendants come out. One opens one door, one opens the other door. And they let out my lady friend. The other gentleman lets me out, says, Mr. Rohn, nice to have you here. And my lady's already impressed. He said, have a good meal. I said, we certainly will. So we leave, right, go into the restaurant, have this fabulous meal. When we come out of Trader Vic's, as we walk out the door, there is my car sitting right there. Both doors are open, and the motor is running. My lady can't believe it. She said, I've never seen service like this. I said, hey, this is really great. So one attendant lets my lady friend in, right? On the other side, another one lets me in. They close the doors. Says, Mr. Rohn, it's been nice to have you here. Have a nice evening. I say, thank you very much, and I drive away. When we get to about the first light down on Wilshire Boulevard, my lady friend looks over at me and she says, Jim, hold it just a minute. I said, what is it? She said, I just thought of something. I said, what's that? She said, you forgot to tip him at Trader Vic's. After all that service, you didn't give him any money. I said, hey, look, it'll be okay. She said, oh, no, we got to go back. We got to go back. Go back. I said, hey, take my word for it. It's okay. She said, no, we got to go back. I mean, we're not going any further. You got to, for that kind of service, you got to tip the money. And then I had to tell her that I made my first trip to Trader Vic's that morning. Incredible. Lifestyle. Somebody once said, money takes no right out of the English language. If money is no problem, would you? Yes. You don't even have to go any further. But it doesn't take that much. You don't really have to be wealthy. All you have to be is smart. Smart, intelligence. Intellect is the measure of value. It is said the saints lived simply, not because they were holier, but because they were smart. Could be. They were wiser. The simple things of life can many times be the most valuable. Lifestyle. Learning how to spend your money. Learning what to do with it. Anticipating versus waiting till the last minute. It's called lifestyle. A man in Detroit, Michigan, came to the seminar many years ago. Decided he was going to change his whole life. He said, Mr. Rohn, I got some major changes to make. And he said, you're going to be happy with my progress. I said, I don't doubt that. And sure enough, when I came back, a few months later, he already told me some neat stories. He said, one is, I've just been living this narrow life. He said, I've got 2 teenage daughters. He said, it just hasn't been going that well. And he said, I can now see some of the major problems. And he said, I've been causing them. He said, let me tell you one little story. He said, my daughters like to go to some of the rock and roll concerts, right? And he said, sure enough, when it comes time for one of these big concerts to come to town, you know, my daughters come and they beg and they do all kinds of things to try, you know, finally get a couple of dollars out of me so they can go attend the concert. And he said, give them all these lectures, and reluctantly, finally, I part with my money and say, well, okay, if you insist, here's the money, but I hope there's not another one in a long time. He said, that's the way I operated, reluctantly. He said, most of the time, I even made him beg. And he said, now I can see that's not the way to live. And then he told me the story. After he decided to change his life and change his whole lifestyle and his procedure, he said, I'm going through the paper one day and I found out one of the rock concerts is coming to town, and it's one of my girl's favorite rock stars coming to town. So he said, now with my new life in view, he said, I go down and buy the tickets. And he said, I brought him home. When they got home from school that day, he said, I handed him an envelope and said, here are your tickets to the next concert. He said, the begging days are over. He said, my daughters couldn't believe what had happened. He said they were so happy, terribly excited. So he gives them the envelope. Now he says, don't open the envelope until the evening of the concert when you get there. They said, okay. So comes the evening of the concert, and his 2 daughters rush off to the concert. When they get there, they hand the usher the envelope. They open it up, right? And inside, they take out the tickets. And the usher says, follow me. Takes them down front. 10th row, center. They can't believe. They say, hey, wait a minute, hold it. Let's take a look at those tickets again. This can't be. He looks at the ticket and says, yes, it is. Just follow me. 10th row, center. See, before then, all the tickets they begged for were way back up in the balcony, right, where you couldn't see. They couldn't believe it, 10th row, center. He said that night, a little late, just to see what would happen. He said, sure enough, the concert's over. Girls come home about midnight, bursting through the door. One lands in his lap. One's got her arms around his neck. They say, you have got to be probably the greatest father who ever lived. And he said, guess what those tickets cost me? $8. $8. You can't believe how for such small amounts you can change your whole life by changing your attitude, your procedure, your lifestyle, anticipating versus being reluctant, figuring out ways to do it with joy instead of animosity. Lifestyle. If there's one thing to start working on in a heavy way after you leave here this weekend, is figuring ways to be unique. Remember, it's not the amount that counts. It's the plan that counts. Lifestyle, learning how to live. See, once you've put this all together, you will anticipate every day. You can't wait for the morning to come. You can't wait to get started. You can't wait to get at it. You can't wait to put your plan into action. You can't wait for all the little surprises you've got ready for some people. You can't wait to execute lifestyle and be more productive and progressive and learn and grow. And of all of the things we've covered here in these 2 days, this is one of the things that can affect your life so much that now it will be an investment in your progress. It'll be an investment in your language. You can't believe what it'll do in getting you a promotion on the job. All things will reflect what you do concerning how you live, lifestyle, and what you do about your family and yourself and your money and your substance and your time and your talent and your ability. Don't just live your life, design it. Don't just exist. Grow, change, develop, become unique, and it'll add a whole new dimension to your life. It's called lifestyle, part of personal development. I now want to talk about setting goals. And before we get into our goals workshop, let me give you a few ideas about goal setting that became terribly helpful for me in those early days. Of all the things Mr. Shove taught, this is the one I picked up on right away and started making major changes. My income changed from a few hundred a month to a few thousand a month in a matter of months. Some personal development things took me a little longer to get underway, but goal setting, I picked it up immediately and went to work on it. No telling what we can do with it. And sure enough, by setting goals, making designs and plans, putting it together, no telling what you can do for your personal life, and social, economic life, whatever projects you've got in mind. If you start paying a little more attention. Mr. Shove said to me, Mr. Rohn, you've always set goals, but before now you've probably done it haphazardly and spasmodically rather than deliberately. And that's a good thing to note. We've already set goals, only we just haven't done it really thoughtfully and carefully and with plan and with intent and with deliberation and consistently. We didn't use it as a plan. We just sort of did it by instinct or by sight or something grabbed our attention and we just worked hard and got it. But now he said, I want you to take that same ability and now I want you to work on goals deliberately, thoughtfully, with preparation. And then he said you can add such a wider variety of ranges to what you get and what you accomplish and what you become and where you go. Just by doing it deliberately rather than spasmodically, haphazardly. And that made sense to me. And what he did was he gave me credit for what I'd already done, right? Gave me credit for what I already knew. And that's what we want to start with, is a little credit for where we already are, right? We got here some way. This was a goal. To get here, we've set some goals, we've done some things, but where you might have done it just sort of loosely and once in a while and you know, the ups and downs, now, from now on, with just a few pointers that I found helpful, I think you can start making real deliberate plans, really setting it out so that goals and dreams for you have an incredible attraction. We're primarily affected by 5 things. And here they are. First, we're affected by the environment. And all of us are affected by environment, where we live, the community, and the traffic, and the weather, and the smog, whatever. We're all affected by environment. The people around us, what's happening, what's going on. We're all affected by that. Second, we're affected by events, things that happen, whether they're personal things or community things, national things. Some of us are affected by international events. Does anybody remember the missile crisis? There's some here old enough, right, to remember the missile crisis? Back in what, 61? Incredible time. We discovered Khrushchev's got his missiles heading for Cuba. They've already prepared the missile sites. And we discover it, right? They bring the news to John Kennedy, young president. So Kennedy gets a hold of Khrushchev and says, Nikita, you cannot put your missiles in Cuba. We've discovered the sites, and we just can't let that happen. Well, Khrushchev, to test the young president, says, well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Kennedy, we will put our missiles wherever we darn well please. Kennedy says, no, you don't understand. You can't put your missiles 90 miles from Florida. You can't. Khrushchev says, well, you know, if we wish, we will. Kennedy says, you don't understand. And now it's getting a little bit heavy, right? Khrushchev says, the ships with the missiles are already on the way. Kennedy says, you don't understand. We won't let them arrive. Now it is getting heavy, right? Some of my friends were booking passage to Australia. Let us get on the other side of the world. Khrushchev says, if you touch my ships, we got war. Kennedy says, well, maybe you don't understand. If it is war, you will cease to exist. People were buying bomb shelters. Remember back then? Digging holes in their backyard. Getting ready. It was an event that affected us all. And I think Dean Rusk, Secretary of State at the time, put it best. He said, Kennedy and Khrushchev were staring at each other, and fortunately, Khrushchev blinked. And he decided he'd better take his missiles and go home, which he did. And the whole world breathes a little easier, right? Events that affect us all. Third, we're affected by knowledge. Whatever you've learned up until now affects you. The books you've read, the experience you've come into possession of, the awareness you've accumulated up until now in your life certainly affects you. Next, we're affected by results. Whatever results, accomplishments, or failures of the past. All those affect us. The current economic results you have. Okay, all of the results of the past affect us. And fifth, we're affected by our view of the future. Now, of all of these 5 things I've mentioned, in my opinion, here's the best way to live the good life. Make sure the greatest pull on your life is the pull of the future. Make sure that exerts its greatest influence on you, the influence of the future. Now, see, some people are mostly affected by the environment. They're mostly affected by their associations. They're mostly affected by what's going on around them. Some people are affected by the past, the failures, what they haven't done, what they haven't got, or some tragedy. They've let that take the greatest toll and make the greatest claim on their lives. But if you really want to live what's known as the good life, unique lifestyle, make sure the future has the greatest influence on you. Now, there's 2 ways to face the future. One is with apprehension. Being afraid of the future, being uncertain. The what if this happens game I used to play. What if the money goes wrong? What if the government doesn't do well? What if there's war? This what if game you can play on the negative side. And sure enough, it is not that difficult if you don't discipline your mind, if you don't discipline your awareness. It is not that difficult to be apprehensive about tomorrow, about next week, next month, next year, the future. Okay, that's one way to face the future, with apprehension. Here's another way to face the future, with anticipation. So if you can arrange it so that you anticipate the future rather than dread the future, see, that can alter your whole life. Because guess how close the future is? The next minute. That's the future. Okay, the past is quickly receding and the future is quickly coming. So we're all concerned right away with the future, right? The next future couple of hours, the next future couple of days, the next future couple of years. That's the future. Now, the best way to anticipate the future is to make sure that a big share of it for your life is well designed. Some of the future we anticipate simply by speculation. It looks like humans are figuring out better ways to do things. We anticipate the coming explosion in electronics and all of the things that are being invented for our safety and comfort and productivity. Okay. We can anticipate, conquering some diseases, finding a cure for cancer. There's all kinds of positive things to think about, to anticipate for the future. But for your own personal life, the way to anticipate the future is to design it well. Let me give you a little diagram to explain part of this. In our lives, here's what we're primarily involved with. Draw 4 little boxes. This little box is called potential. And this box is called action. This box is called results. And this box is called attitude. Now, since everything affects everything else, we primarily proceed based on how we feel. Primarily. Part of it is intellect, but the biggest part of it is emotion, how you feel. How you feel determines whether you read or don't read. Right? Reading is not really a skill problem. Now, you learn some better skills for better reading, but most of you knew how to read, right, before you ever got here. So whether you read or not is not really a skill problem. It's an attitude problem. The direction you take is attitude. You can decide to be happy or sad. That's attitude. How you react to a certain situation is primarily attitude. Right? You can either care or not care. You can listen or not listen. You can go or not go. Right? You can be there or not be there. You can decide or not decide. That's all by attitude. So attitude is the determining factor. So attitude determines our potential, how much potential we tap. Guess how much capacity we have? No telling. I mean, we're just now beginning to understand the mental, emotional, human capacity. Our lives are far too brief for the capacity, for whatever mystery that is. In one of the old world sayings, it says, we get too soon old and too late smart. Now, it isn't that we couldn't be smarter, but it just seems as though life is so brief, we just don't really have a chance to tap in on all of our mental and emotional and awareness capacity. But that's one of the mysteries of life, and it's meant to ponder, I'm sure. But depending on how much potential we tap, that really depends on how we feel. Now, if we don't tap much potential, of course, we're going to have a poor action plan. The person says, well, I'm not getting there early and leaving late if this is all they're paying. Most everybody wants to know, not most everybody, some people want to know, how little can I do and how much can I get? I found it a bit disturbing when I got to Australia. I found the people incredibly vigorous, but I also found that they were trying to figure out ways to work less and less and less and earn more and more and more. Have you heard of that philosophy? The question was, how little can we do and how much can we get? Remember, everything has 4 parts. Everything has 4 parts. 1 is cause. 2 is effect. 3 is direction. And 4 is destination. Everything has those 4 parts: cause and effect, direction and destination. See, the philosophy that says we want to work less and less and less and earn more and more and more puts us on a certain direction. And I'm sure everybody will agree to that. Now, the ultimate end of the philosophy is, can we finally not do anything and get it all? Right? That's the final destination of the philosophy. Can we do less and less and less and earn more and more and more? Now, the people who go for that philosophy usually say, no, 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 we don't want to take you that far down the road, because that would be bankruptcy for all of us, which is true. Right? They say, we don't want to take you that far down the road. Well, now the next question is, how far down that road do you want to take us? See, there's always a danger point, right, of going down one road too far, because sometimes when momentum is created, demise is soon. You cross the line of no return once you go too far. So you've always got to be careful of your philosophical approach to make sure the direction you're going and the ultimate destination. Because one of the major questions for all of us to ask, if you keep pursuing your present plan that you've been engaged in for the past year, where will it almost ultimately take you in the next 10, 20 years? Because one of the major questions to ask is, 10 years from now, you will surely arrive. The question is, where? Where are you headed with your current reading schedule? Where are you headed with your current philosophical position? Where are you headed with your current attitude toward the potential you tap from your own abilities and the action plan you have? Where will you finally wind up? See, those are major questions. What we all want to make sure is that what we're doing is taking us in the direction we want to go and will cause us to arrive where we want to arrive. Otherwise, sure enough, 5, 10 years from now, you could wind up being where you don't want to be, wearing what you don't want to wear, driving what you don't want to drive, living where you don't want to live. Now's the time to fix the next 10 years, right? Now's the time to come to some better philosophical conclusions. But we're all affected by this, how we feel, the potential we tap, the action we take. Now, the action we take brings a certain amount of results. If we've got a poor plan tapping little potential, what kind of results do we get? Awful. Now, if you've got bad results, how do you feel? Since everything affects everything else. Right? Yeah, lousy. That's a good word. Lousy. Now, if you feel bad, what kind of potential do you? How many classes do you take? How many skills do you learn? You just don't go, right? Now you've got a poorer plan. You get there later and leave earlier. Figure out a way to do less instead of more. And that brings poorer results. Inflation finally starts eating you up here. Now you really feel bad. Now you're not going to tap very many of your skills. You're going to come up with a poorer plan, poorer results. And this cycle now is going down. And almost everything is either cycling up or cycling down. Nothing ever just sort of hangs in there. Right? Life is sort of like riding a bicycle. You either got to get on or get off. You know, get going or get off. You know, you just can't hang in there. Right? We're either climbing or sliding. We're growing or dying. And how we feel in the cycle of events that are happening in our lives is usually either taking us up or taking us down. Now, if we're going down, we got to step in here somewhere and change all this. Now, question. to change the cycle of what is happening in your life, where do you step in to change this whole process? Attitude. We only proceed from how we feel. Now, what you know determines how you feel, but what happens to you determines how you feel. Humans have the incredible ability to finish the future before they start it. Because we also talk about that in time management. When should you start the day? Answer: don't start the day until you have it finished. Question: is it possible to finish something before you start it? Answer: of course, humans have this unique ability. It's like building a house. So you don't start building your house till you have it finished. You mean you can finish a house before you start it? Yes, it would be dumb to start it until you had it finished. Okay? We finish it by plan. We finish it by design. Now then, goals can become like a magnet. What you want now is the pull of the future. Now, some things will pull just because intellectually you're aware of the potential and the possibility of the future. That will pull. The discoveries and what can happen and the economy and living in this unique country and the market possibilities and the potentials. I mean, you can get excited about that, simply intellectually. However, for the real pull on your constructive life to progress, now you've got to design the future for your personal life in order for it to pull. But if you will design it well, it will pull. The goals will become like a magnet. Okay? They will start to pull. The better you define them, the stronger they pull. Now the next part here is give reasons for your goals. And we'll get into that when we get to the goals workshop. But just make a little note. The reasons for your goals. Purpose. And I have a little phrase for you that says, purpose is stronger than object. Object will pull. Object well defined will really pull. Purpose given to object well defined pulls like you can't believe. And that's the process of being enticed to get up early, stay up late, hit it all day, enticed to read the books and find the answers, develop the game plan, no detail is too small. You're excited about facing the day simply because you've got it well designed and you've given excellent purpose for it. See, if you have a goal of a $500,000 home, that will pull. But the next question is, what for? What's your purpose of the $500,000 home? You say, well, for the feelings, my family, how they're going to feel, the prestige, I'll be able to entertain. See, now we're really getting to the stuff that pulls. Purpose really pulls. Now, the purpose can also be for your life and your lifestyle. Okay? The purpose for becoming a unique person. What kind of influence do you want to have? Right? What kind of effect do you want to have on other people? What kind of return do you want in the way of thanks and recognition for the person you've become and your life of sharing? See, once you start dreaming about what you can become, the effect you can have, the joy it's going to give you, the return that's going to come, you just start designing this incredible purpose for your life. And make sure that you include family and friends, because many times what we do for others pulls greater than even what we want for ourselves. If you can see yourself being uniquely benevolent, providing things for people they never dreamed they could have, helping them to accomplish things they never dreamed they could accomplish, how that's going to make you feel, the kind of person you're going to become from it, the joy you're going to get from it, you just must ponder that and think about it, talk about it, and design it. See, most of the answers for your life you're not going to find this weekend. You're going to find them out of your own experience. But if we can just get you started, if you can just get started reading, if you can just get started asking questions, if you can get started thinking on paper, that's where the answers are going to flow. I think some lectures, they promise too much for the weekend. One of my wealthy friends says, Mr. Rohn, I will not insult you by telling you what to think, but I want to help you by showing you how to think. Because the answers are going to come from your own experience. They're going to come from your own brain power. But if we can have some guidelines that'll help us to find the answers for the future, see, that can then become a very valuable weekend. And perhaps we've gotten some answers here, but most of them for your life and the rest of your life are going to come from your own experience, your own awareness, your own thinking power. But your new ability to read better and think better and design your life better and have better goals and better time management and a better appreciation of lifestyle and value and uniqueness and intelligence and awareness and intellect. See, that whole process now gives you incredibly high chances starting Monday to better your life in a short period of time. You can't believe some of this and what's going to happen to you in the next week, the next month. I know. Those early days when I first got a hold of some of this from Mr. Schoaf, I couldn't sleep nights. I couldn't believe that I discovered the man who was going to teach me how to be wealthy. It was just too much for me at first. It was unbelievable. I went down to 118 pounds. I mean, unbelievable. I almost wasted away. I was so excited. I couldn't eat. I lost my appetite. Unbelievable. I'm just trembling with excitement to think that I found the answers for wealth, happiness, lifestyle, fortune, world travel, prestige, affecting people, personality. I couldn't believe I was on the beginning edge of all of that. And I got terribly excited. I finally got to where I could better manage my emotions and handle it a little bit better. But I'm telling you, once some of this opens up, especially in the early going, it is just incredibly exciting when you start thinking of what you can do and what you can earn, what you can become, the kind of person you can be, the influence you can have, and how far you can reach, how many you can touch. It's incredible. I'm still blown away by it all. Somebody asked me, you've been doing these seminars now 17 years. Doesn't it get a little old? And the answer is no. I'm just as excited about doing this one this weekend as I was doing my first one. In fact, I'm more excited about this one because I'm better. The first ones I was worried. This one I'm just sheerly excited because I know some of you out there are going to be where I was at age 25. And some of this stuff is going to explode on your consciousness and you're going to have some stories. And who knows, you may be writing your books, giving your seminars. And you're going to be sharing, maybe around the world. Who knows what'll come out of a weekend like this? And I know that. So that's what gets me excited. You never know who you're sharing with. You never know who you've recommended an idea to. You just don't know. And out of a room full of this many people, you know, serious about making changes and getting information, no telling what can happen from this. And the letters and the stories, I already know, because I've had it happen to me now over the last dozen years especially. But it can be exciting. Now, the major value of reaching a goal is not to have the goal. But rather, the person you have become to acquire it. The major value of reaching a goal is not to have the goal, but the person you have become to acquire it. See, it's a worthwhile objective to become a millionaire. And the major reason is not to get the $1 million. The $1 million is second, third, fourth, no telling how far down the list it is. The real value is the person you became to acquire the money or the net worth. See, after you've become a millionaire, you could throw the money away and not lose very much. And the reason is because you get to retain the person you became, unless you throw yourself away. But see, once you become the person it takes to acquire the goal, now the goal is not the most important value. The most important value is what you became to get it. That's why when you really philosophically understand, put things in their proper perspective, If you happen to lose, you don't really mind, right? When they broke into my motorhome, right, and stole all the stuff, I didn't care about the stuff. You can always buy some more televisions and you know, radios and tape recorders and leather briefcases. I mean, you can always replace the stuff. I really did feel a bit concerned about my journals, you know, things just almost irreplaceable. But never regret the loss of things. Unless they're personal, you know, family treasures or something that have more than just the monetary value, then you're going to be disappointed. I remember once when I lost all my money. What was unique about that experience was when I lost everything, I really calculated that I lost only about 10% of all my assets. Because I only lost the money. Now, some people, when they lose their money, they lose 90%. So, right? And that's when you bail out of the 20th window. Try to make it like a bird. But see, if you lose all of your money and you really understand that the person you became to acquire it, when the money's gone, you're not gone. You've still got the mental value, you've still got the awareness and the uniqueness and the skills and whatever it took for you to acquire those possessions. That's the greater value. That's why it's true the love of money is evil. And the reason is because if you put your love where the money is instead of the true value of the person you become to acquire it, then see when it's gone you've lost everything. When Jesus the Master Teacher told the rich man to sell all he had and give to the poor and become a disciple, he was not asking him to do something that was so totally obnoxious and wrong, to give away his possessions. It's because the Master Teacher understood where the true possessions were, right? If he had become a wealthy young ruler, if that's what he became, then he could give all of his possessions away and still not lose any of his wealth, because he could still be the person he was. So once you understand where the true values are, then you use goals not just to reach the goal, but you use goals as an enticement to become a better person. Now you're zeroing in on the true enterprise of life. You want to reap the harvest, not just for the harvest and what you can cash it in and what it'll bring to you, but for the person you become to acquire this harvest, for the patience it takes, for the brains it takes, for the discipline it takes, for the organizational ability it takes, employing other people, offering opportunity. See, to get a good harvest come fall, you got to be quite an enterprising person. So it isn't the harvest then that's the most value. The most value is the skill and the person, the personality, the discipline, all the things you learned and became to acquire it now becomes primary value. That's why when you really understand the acquisition of wealth, then you don't worry now anymore about your money. Who's going to steal it? And where's it going to go? And who's going to get their hands on it when I'm gone? And all that. You just don't worry about that anymore. Because you've already gotten the greatest value out of your wealth. If you earned the wealth and you made the wealth, because the greatest value is the person you became to acquire it. Now, if you will begin to apply that philosophical position on all your future projects, you cannot believe the happiness and the uniqueness and the joy that comes with it. You just can't believe. Now, see, it's much easier to get up in the morning because you're going now for the greater value of the person you're going to become to acquire what you wish. Now you're eager to go for it. See, growing is one of those incredible chances and challenges in life. And now it makes the day much more exciting and much more interesting. Because we all kind of know that just things are not where the true values are. So if we pursue things, sure enough, we're going to wind up disappointed. But if we let things entice us to become better persons, to acquire them, now we understand where the true value is. Now, what you'll find happening is we're getting all these stories about people who come back and say, you know, things that I put on my 3-year, 5-year list, I got them the first year. One doctor and his wife came back to the ranch, I guess 2 or 3 times, Ron. One year, they drove their new Rolls and their new Bentley. and said, we just wanted to show y'all some of the stuff we've checked off our list. That's neat. They flew over to Europe to get a his and hers, a Rolls and a Bentley. Unbelievable. They wanted to double their practice in 3 years. They doubled it in about 10 months. Unbelievable. And we keep getting this little called progress report, right? About every 6 months we get this updated progress report that says, let us tell you what's happening to us now, right? Once they got started on this, they just zeroed right in, and they couldn't believe all these incredible things that start happening. See, what you do is, if you work on some of these things properly, you let the good surprises of life start stacking in your favor. You know, the good things happen to the people that are out there becoming enterprising and growing and changing. You know, some people call it luck. But see, luck is merely taking advantage of opportunity, operating in the marketplace where the good things happen. See, now if you're not out there, it's just not going to happen. You know, luck does not come by and seek you out. Usually, you know, what we call luck falls upon those people that are out there operating in the marketplace, that are out there doing it. You say to the salesperson, oh, you got a lucky sale. No, that was just the 20th sale. They worked on the other 19, and then here comes one out of the sky. But unless you're out there, they won't fall on you hiding in a cave. When they come from the sky, make sure you're out there in the field, working, laboring, where the good things fall. Let's now get to our last subject called leadership. We'll take about another 30 minutes here, cover some on leadership, and then we'll take our last short 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and finish up the day, finishing up leadership. The title of the weekend was called The Making of a Leader. And it takes a lot of things, really, for the skill of leadership. All the things we've talked about, the personal development side, and setting goals, being able to make plans, game plans, time management, communication, all of that is all part of the preparation and the continuing schooling and education of leadership. But now we're going to cover the subject per se, leadership. And I've got an interesting phrase to start with under leadership, and it goes like this. To attract other people, you must be attractive. And we've covered that, sort of sprinkled throughout the last couple of days. What you want, you attract. So to attract other people, you must be attractive. So a big part of the process of leadership is self-development. Not people development, but self-development. Leadership, the great challenge of the 80s. I call it, in all kinds of fields, science, politics, industry, education, sales. We do need some leadership in the sales field. We're still hearing some of the old cliches of the 30s, right? Roll the pencil across the table, and before it drops, they'll grab it and you ask them to sign. I mean, you know, we don't need those tricky things anymore. People are a lot more sophisticated. They're a lot brighter these days, right? The old sales tricks won't work, you know. True sales is an educational process. Let me tell you what I've got and how it works. See if you like it. And if I'm good at it, I'm sure you'll buy. If I'm not, I'm not sure. Let me try. Just honesty and sincerity and upfront, leveling with everybody. I tell you what's hard for other people to handle, total sincerity and honesty. I mean, what do you do with that? I mean, tricks, you can learn to be tricky. If somebody wants to spar, you can learn to spar. If somebody wants to dance and dodge, you can learn to dance and dodge. But what do you do with total honesty and total sincerity? See, that's hard. Schoaf said in the sales field at first, he said, just go out and be just totally sincere. So I did it. In those early days, somebody say, why should I buy from you? I says, because I need the sale. If I don't sell something soon, I'm in deep trouble. I couldn't believe what that disclosure would do for some people. try total honesty. And that was total honest. If you don't buy, I'm in trouble. The guy says, well, okay, I'll buy, right? I mean, I couldn't believe it. If you got to, sell with tears in your eyes. See, I tell you why I'm troubled right now. I'm new at this, and I'm afraid if I don't tell it right, you won't buy, and you'll miss the opportunity. I wish this was a year from now. I know you'd buy, but let me try my best. See, just honesty. What can somebody do with just honesty? After I'd make a sale, or try to make a sale, guy says, no, I'm really not interested. I'd say, look, I know now you're not going to buy, but would you give me some tips? I'm brand new at this sales. Would you give me some tips as to why you didn't buy? Is it because I'm new and I stumbled a little bit? Because I know you need the product. Did you not buy because I wasn't strong enough? Those are interesting questions, aren't they? That's called let's get right down to it. Now see, I was so simple back then in my presentation, I'd just ask, how come you didn't buy? I know you need it. Is it because I'm new? Guy says, well, yeah, probably about a year from now when you get better, I would have bought. Said, then I got, a little better at saying, well, why don't you go ahead and buy? Let's pretend it's a year from now. I don't know, just honesty. Just let it all hang out. Just tell it like it is. Being clever just isn't really the way to do it. Just honesty. Anyway, we need some of that kind of leadership, instructions, helping people these days. Here's another challenge for leadership: parents. A lot of parents are hoping someone else will exercise the leadership role. Teachers, or the church, or the school, or the community. Somebody will take up the task of being the example of leadership. But this is a challenge for parents to take up themselves, to become leaders. Here's the real challenge for leadership. Leadership is the challenge to be something more than mediocre. The challenge to be something more than mediocre. It was said of Abraham Lincoln, when his mother died, he was at her bedside when she died, and her last words to him were, "Be somebody, Abe." And if that story is true, he must have taken it to heart. Be somebody. That's a good challenge. Be somebody. Be somebody wise. Be somebody strong. Strength is attractive. Be somebody kind. All of the attributes of leadership are a unique challenge. Now here's the real key. Learn to be strong but not rude. There's always the thin line that you have to watch and make sure you don't cross. Learn to be strong but not rude. The challenge is to be kind but not weak. Learn to be bold but not a bully. The challenge is to be humble but not timid. Be thoughtful but not lazy. Learn to be proud but not arrogant. That's a challenge. Learn to have humor without folly. It's okay to tell funny stories, but the key in leadership is don't be silly, right? There's a difference between being silly and having humor. Okay, that's the challenge of leadership. Now, leadership should understand the 20%, 80% rule. And the 20%, 80% rule, I don't know exactly where it came from, but if you're going to be involved with people any amount of time or any number of people from whatever walks of life, you've got to understand what we call the 20%, 80% rule. And if you haven't heard it before, let me give it to you. The 20%, 80% rule says, it seems like, and that's a lot of things, right? It seems like 20% of the people do 80% of the business, and 80% of the people do 20%. It's just one of those strange things about life. And we can ask whys all day long. A lot of things you don't ask why. Let the obvious be your best teacher. Almost any enterprise, right? Whether it's a business or a club or whatever. Sure enough, 20% of the people do 80%, 80% do 20%. Ask the minister of the church, right? Who picks up the tab here? I'll bet you he will say, well, let's see, about 20% of the people pick up 80% of the tab. And 80% pick up 20%. It's just one of those interesting statistics about life, okay? Now, once you understand the 20%, 80% rule, here's what you must learn to do as a leader. Don't try to change it. This is not something you change. This is something you work with. See, there's a lot of things in life you don't change. You don't say, I think I'll take fall and put it after winter. Say, no, no, no. See, that's too difficult. You don't change fall around and put it after winter. You leave it where it is. But you learn to work with it like it is. Okay? The best beginning for any successful venture is reality. Let's figure out how it really is. And not kid ourselves. And not wish it was different. Okay? So we take the 20%, 80% rule like it is, and we learn to work with it. Now, here are some of the key points in understanding the 20%, 80% rule. If you wish to affect your business 80%, you must work with the 20%. It's just one of those things you just learn to work with. To affect your business 80%, you work with the 20% that are creating 80% of the business. Now, let me give you a neat part of life. The pull is in the opposite direction. And it always is. Here's what success is. Success is learning to move in the opposite direction of the normal negative pull. Success is just overcoming the normal negative downward trend. Because I guess that's what life was meant to be. Overcoming the normal negative downward pull. Success is moving in the opposite direction. Life that springs from the seed really is moving in the opposite direction. Gravity wants to pull the seed down, but sure enough, the seed being pulled down by the soil takes root, comes to life, right? Comes to life, takes root, starts to grow, and which way does it grow? Up, right? It gets the roots and the nourishment, but it grows up. It pushes its way against gravity, right? It moves up, and that's what success is, that's what life is, of movement in the opposite direction. So, guess who wants 80% of your attention? The wrong percentage. The 80% of whatever enterprise you're working with, if you got a group of people going, 80% of them want 80% of your time. They say, well, we're the 80%. But see, you've got to learn to resist that. Now, you do it diplomatically. You do it with intelligence. But if you want to be successful, you got to do it. Okay? You've got to give 80% of your time to the 20% and 20% of your time to the 80%. Somebody says, well, now how do you do that? Well, now here's where you got to get smart. Here's what I learned to do with the 20%, 80% rule. I learned to give the 20% individual time and the 80% group time. I just figured that out. Right? Say, well, these 80% are only producing 20% of the business. So I've got to figure out a way to talk to them by groups. Now I can talk to an individual that's doing the high production, but I can only talk to the groups in these collection of people that are doing the small production. Okay? Now guess who wants your individual time? The wrong percentage. What you got to do is just diplomatically move in the opposite direction. You just diplomatically learn how to just give the group time to the 80%, individual time to the 20%. Now this is not something you fight, it's something you work with. Guy says, oh, I got it made, here's what I will do. I'll just eliminate the 80%. Right? They're only getting 20% of the business anyway. I'll just get rid of them. And I'll just keep the 20%. Well, you can do that, but here's what will happen pretty soon. The people that you've got left after you have fired the 80%, sure enough, 20% of them will be doing 80% of the business. And 80% will be doing 20%. This is like the seasons. This is not something you try to rearrange. This is something you get smart enough to work with. Now, every leader must have some listening time to what's going on in the field, what's happening with the people. Here's what you must do with your listening time. You must give 80% of your listening time to the 20%. And 20% of your listening time to the 80%. Now, guess who wants 80% of your listening time? The wrong percentage. So you just have to learn to be diplomatic. Okay? It's incredible. This is something you learn to work with and not against. Now, what you do is just learn to capitalize on the way things are. To create the market, most people buy when it's high and sell when it's low. Right? That's normal. That's the normal scare. That's the normal being uneasy. Buy when it's high, sell when it's low. Guess who becomes wealthy? The people who move in the opposite direction. Now that takes tremendous strength of will and capacity and knowledge. And it doesn't mean you hit it every time, but it does mean your chances are much better to buy when it's low and sell when it's high. Right? That's what success is. Success is moving in the opposite of the normal negative downward pull. But what's unique about human enterprise is unique things can be accomplished by understanding the world setup, understanding how people are, and learning how to work with it and not against it. Now next, we'll cover this and then we'll take a little break. Leadership should understand the law of averages. One of the most important studies to study is the law of averages. And the reason is because everybody's affected by it. This side of the world, the other side of the world. Business is affected by it, social, personal, people, religious, doesn't matter what it is. We're all affected by the law of averages. The church is affected by it. The office is affected by it. The community is affected by it. The state's affected by it. The families, everybody's affected by the law of averages. So it's a good one to understand how it works, what's going on, so you're not disappointed and tipped over and upset. See, once you find out the truth, there's a Bible phrase that says, the truth sets you free. And it sets you free from animosity. It sets you free from being tipped over and bent out of shape. You just have to understand how it is. People used to cut me off on the freeway. I would go absolutely bonkers. I'm now chasing them down the freeway. See, I learned not to do that, right? Because some things are just frustration. They accomplish nothing. It's like saying liars shouldn't lie. Now, see, that's called idle conversation. Right? There's no use even talking about that. Because, see, liars are going to lie. You can say they shouldn't, but that won't help. Okay? Liars lie. Cheaters cheat. Thieves steal. And you can say they shouldn't, but that's called idle conversation. Understand how it is. Right? Some things are, it's just like it is. Once you understand that that's how it is, see, now that takes you off the hook from being bent out of shape, disappointed, frustrated, angry, you don't understand, you're all confused. See, once you know, then it just takes away all the confusion and the misunderstanding and the misreading. Now when somebody cuts you off on the freeway, see, you learn to handle that better. You tell them they shouldn't, see, that won't help. Right? Because they're always going to do that. You know, if those people who cut you off on the freeway really tip you over, then you're going to be tipped over the rest of your life. Because those people are always going to do that. They're known as cutter offers on the freeway. I mean, that's what they are. One of the best things is to take the simple approach. The guy says to me, well, this is happening to me, and this is happening to me, and this is happening to me. I do this, and then this happens, and then this goes wrong, and then this happens. How come all these things happen to me? I'm trying my best. I say, sir, I really don't know. The best experience I've got over the last 25 years especially is those kind of things always happen to people like you. I don't know. That's the best I can figure out. What you've got to consider is, if you wish for it to change, you must consider that perhaps you should change. See, if this is happening to me, maybe it's because it's the person I am. Now, some things are accidents, I understand that. But some things are attracted. You've just got to make sure that it wasn't just accident, that maybe you're becoming that kind of cynical person. Maybe unhappiness is attracting unhappiness. Maybe overdue sadness is attracting sadness, right? Maybe confusion attracts confusion. And it's true, whatever we are attracts, so we must take a look and see where we are. But the law of averages is unique. And of course, the best place to study all the laws is in the Bible. Here's what the law of averages says. If you do something often enough, you will get a ratio of results. A ratio. And that's one of the key words in leadership to remember. Everything has ratios. Now, what do we mean by ratios? Well, it concerns anything. Let's say you just joined a new company and you're out selling some new product. And you talk to 10 people. You're just brand new. You talk to 10 people. Say, I got this neat product. And you present it to 10 people. 9 say no. And 1 says yes. Now, already you've got your ratio going. And we call it 1 out of 10. That's fairly simple, right? No matter what you do, if you do it continuously for a while, you'll get a ratio, some kind of ratio. Okay. In baseball, what do we call it? Batting average. See, if somebody's pitching, you're up there swinging, sure enough. Now, even if you're an amateur, if you keep swinging, you'll get one, right? The ball will hit your bat. I mean, right? You just get in the way, you know, if you just do it often enough. But a ratio starts to develop, right? Now, here's an interesting question about the ratio. Who will this ratio work for? See, anybody can get a ratio started. That's a key word. Anyone can work on this ratio. Now, you might say, well, if you're getting started and 9 say no and 1 says yes, right, you're not doing that well. Well, see, at first you don't worry about doing well. At first you get a ratio going so that you can look at it and analyze it and see what's happening. That's why it's very important in sales we teach. Talk to lots of people every day, and at the end of the day, jot down your progress. This is why your journal is so important. At the end of the day, make a list of your progress. Here's what I did and here's what happened. So that you can go back over it and start analyzing it. So you can see what to fix and what to get on that's good and what to get off that's bad. But anybody can get one of these ratios going. Now, even those that say no are valuable because at first they listen to you practice your presentation, right? And we teach in sales, you don't want to make a sale, you want to become a salesperson. So these people who say no, they're listening to you practice. In fact, at first you might want to pay them. Say, here's $5, just listen to my presentation. I'm not that good at it yet. Whatever, right? To get this whole thing started. Now, this will work for anybody, 1 out of 10. Now, see, you can start to compete. Here's the next rule for the law of averages, the ratios. Once a ratio starts, it tends to continue. Once a ratio starts, it tends to continue. If you're just getting started, you talk to 10, 9 say no, 1 says yes. Here's what's exciting. Chances excellent, if you talk to 10 more, you get another one. It's uncanny. I don't even know how it works. All I know is it works. Sure enough, another one will say yes. And see, now, all you got to do is just do this 2 or 3 times. Talk to 10 more. Another one says yes. Now you know you're getting about 1 out of 10. And see, now you can start to compete. And that's one of the next best incentives, is competition. So get your ratios going so you can compete. Now, see, if I joined your company and I just got started, and you're so good you can get 9 out of 10. And I just started and I can only get 1 out of 10. Because I just got there. If we have a contest for 30 days on sales, I will win. Somebody says, how would you do that? See, it's very simple. Since you're so good, you can get 9 out of 10, and the contest goes 30 days, while you're talking to 10 and getting 9, I will talk to 100 and get 10. So that when the month is over, you've got 9, I've got 10. I win. And that's one of my objectives, is to win. Now I have another objective. For you to lose. Because you learn a great deal by losing. And I wish to be your teacher. Competition, learning how to compete. What I do is make up for in numbers what I first lack in skill. Once you understand the law of averages, you can make up for in numbers what you first lack in skill. See, if I have to, I'll sleep 3 hours a day and work 21 or 20. I will, to win. Now, I can't do that forever. But if we've got something going, see, I'll just make up for in numbers. If I don't have the skill, I will make it up in numbers. Okay, now you can start to compete, getting 1 out of 10. A ratio tends to continue. Now, who will it continue for? Anyone who tries, if you try. Okay, now here's the next key on the law of averages for the ratios. The ratio can be increased. Isn't that unique? You talk to 10, get 1. Talk to 10 more, get 1. Talk to 10 more, you get another one. Talk to 10 more, you get 2. Why is that? Why would about the 4th time you talk to 10, you get 2 instead of 1? You're getting better. Key question. Who can get better? Anyone who tries. See, that's exciting. Now, could you stay and work hard enough to get this ratio up to 3 or 4 out of 10? Is that possible? For who? Anyone. Could you stay long enough to be a pro, get 6, 7 out of 10? Is that possible? For who? Anyone. What's exciting to know is that capacity meeting opportunity can yield the most incredible results. And you have all the capacity that's necessary, and you're surrounded by opportunity. I mean, you lack nothing from where you sit to create enterprise and wealth and fortune, and lifestyle, all the uniqueness you want. Being surrounded by opportunity and having unlimited capacity. I mean, what else would you ask for? Some people say, well, could you just bring it to me? Well, no, no. Okay. Now, there's a Bible story that teaches the law of averages. It's an interesting story called the parable of the sower. The parable of the sower, the story of the sower. And if you haven't read it for a while, it's an interesting, very interesting story to read. It's a great illustration of the law of averages, the parable of the sower. The sower in the ancient days was the guy that planted the crops. They called him the sower, right? They got the ground ready. I don't know just how they all got it all ready, right? But they got the ground ready. And this guy called the sower was the planter of the crops. And he would take a bag of seed, walk across the field, and he would, right, sow the seed and plant the crops. They called him the sower. Now the story of the sower is a typical story of life and people and results and what you can expect, right? And then you let the obvious be your best teacher. Now when you read the story of the sower, you'll come up with some interesting points. First, the sower was a wise man. And when you read the whole story, you'll come to the conclusion the sower was a wise man, which is a high advantage. Right? You don't want to send a dummy out to plant. Right? We will all starve come fall. Next point to the story was the sower had excellent seed. Excellent seed. Story says he had the best. He didn't settle for something cheap and second best. Third point to the story, he was highly ambitious. And when you read the whole story, you'll come to the conclusion this man was ambitious, which is an admirable quality. Ambition. And then he went to work. Guy says, oh, I knew there was a hitch in there somewhere. That's where it is probably, right? The guy goes to work. Now the story with the sower, with the excellent seed, highly ambitious, opportunity all around him, he has the capacity, he's got the seed, everything's ready, and he starts out to sow, to get some results. Now it's an interesting story about what happened to him. It's a typical story of life, but it's fascinating. Here's what it says. He starts out to sow the seed early in the morning, but the first part of the seed that he sows falls by the wayside, and the birds get it. He's sowing this good seed, highly ambitious man sowing this good seed, and the birds are grabbing it. He sows some more and the birds grab that. He sows some more and the birds grab that. Now, remember this is a typical story of life and people. Now, is that fairly typical? See, I got to tell you as a leader, the birds are going to get some of the seed. You get a hold of John. Let's say you're in real estate, right? Somebody here's in real estate. You get a hold of John. John says, hey, I'm looking for a change. I need a new occupation change. And I've heard about real estate. You say, John, come on over Friday night. We're going to have this orientation class. And we'll show you how to do it. Might be the new life for you. Earn the money you want to earn. Get your life turned around. Who knows what'll happen? John says, sounds great to me. I'll be there on Friday night. Learn all about it. I'll probably be one of your best salesmen. Say, okay, see you Friday night. Now, come Friday night, 7:30, supposed to start. John's not there. Say, well, maybe the traffic's a little heavy. So we wait till 7:45. About 8 o'clock, we come to the conclusion. What? He's not going to show. Question. What's happened since this unique conversation that you had with John, and you dropped on him this great idea, you've got the explanation, helped change his life, he said he would agree to be there, and he's not there. What's probably happened between then and Friday night? The birds done got the boy. Got him. And who knows who the heck it might be, right? Maybe it's his brother-in-law, right? Says real estate, you're not going to mix up in that, are you? Talked him out of it. Or his plumber says, let me tell you about real estate. His plumber. Now, if you get the message back as to what happened, see, here's where you might get off track. There's a couple of things you can do when the birds are grabbing the seed. One is you can chase birds. You say those dirty birds, and away you go after the birds. You say, wait till I get a hold of his brother-in-law. I'll straighten him out. Tear him a new page. What does he know about real estate? His plumber. Now, see, you're off trying to straighten things out, rather than accepting it as it is. The best study of life is how it is, not how you wish it to be, not how you wish to rearrange it. how to take advantage of how it is. Some people would rather get even than to get ahead. They get off course. See, if you're off chasing birds, you have left the field. You're not sowing anymore. Now your chances go down instead of up. There's some things you don't try to cure. There's some things you ignore. Here's what it said this wise sower did. It said he ignored the birds and he kept on sowing. How clever. There's some things you just got to accept. That's the way it is. So he keeps on sowing. And here's the key. If you keep sowing, you can sow more than the birds can get. But the birds are part of life. And don't press me why I didn't arrange all this. I don't know. It's just the way it is. So he keeps on sowing. Now the story says this sower keeps on sowing. Now the seed falls on shallow ground, rocky ground where the soil is shallow. And it says the little plant starts to grow. This time, the birds didn't get it. But the first hot day, these little plants wither and die. Now that's kind of disappointing, isn't it? But see, that's bound to happen. This time you recruit John. John says, I'll be one of your best. He doesn't show up at the third meeting. You say, where's John? Say, I don't know. Somebody said, boo. And he... When I went to high school, there were 400 and some in the... No. Yes, there were 400 and some in the freshman class. And 150 in the graduating class. Is that unusual? See, there's always more freshmen than seniors. What's that called? The law of averages. Life takes its inevitable toll. Everybody should stay and finish, right? Maybe they should, but they don't. And you've got to learn to take that into stride. See, otherwise you'll be bent out of shape, you'll be tipped over, you'll be frustrated, you will misread life, and you won't know what's happening. You've just got to understand, sometimes the seed falls on shallow ground. And it didn't say what to do about the shallow ground. It just said that's the way it is. And we have a tendency to say, I thought sure John would last a month. But sure enough, it's happened. Now you're going to be disappointed. Let me put this in here. When this doesn't work out, just as you've planned, you're going to be disappointed. But here's what you must learn to do as a leader. Learn to discipline your disappointment. That's very important. Because sometimes it's easy to say, well, Pete, he's quit, John, he's quit, I guess I'll quit. And you just follow instead of lead. You're going to be disappointed, so be disappointed, but don't let it kill you. And don't let it stack up. Just understand, that's the way it is. I wish he would have stayed. But I wish him the best, wherever he's gone. He didn't last, but so what? That's life. Now then, here's what it said the wise sower did. He kept on sowing. How clever. Now it says the seed falls on thorny ground. The guy says, well, how much of this trouble can you have? Well, hang on, it's not the end of the story. It says, now the seed falls on thorny ground, and the little plant starts to grow, but then the thorns choke it to death. Now, is that fairly typical? See, the thorns are going to get some. The little Bible story called the thorns the cares of life. Little cares, little duties that cheat people out of big opportunities. And it happens every day. And I don't know what to do about it. I called John up and I said, John, where were you last night? We had a meeting. John says, well, I can't make every meeting. I say, why not? John says, well, I got a lot of other things I got to do. I say, what are they? You won't believe the list John gave me for last night. The backyard fence was sagging and the dogs are about to get out. You just can't let your dogs run loose. The screen door had come off the hinges. You just can't let things fall apart. You got to take time and keep things fixed up. Some extra trash had piled up in the garage. You just can't let mountains of trash take over. You got to take time and haul out this stuff. On the phone, I can hear the thorns getting him. People letting little things cheat them out of big opportunities. Some people have the incredible ability to major in minor things. I drive through this little community. John's out there mowing his lawn, cussing the weeds, his face is red, and he's about to explode. I stop and I get out of the car. I say, John, what are you doing? He says, what does it look like I'm doing? I'm mowing this lousy lawn. I say, John, there's all kinds of little neighborhood boys around here. Mow your lawn. He says, well, they want $5. I'll mow it myself. Number one, there should be a law against cheating some little neighborhood boy out of $5. That should be a law. But see, the biggest cheat is letting little things cheat you out of major opportunities, called the thorns, the cares. But now what do you do about that? Well, see, I used to give classes on how not to let the thorns see, but that won't work. I mean, those classes won't help. Here's what it said this wise man did. He kept on sowing. How clever. He understood the law of averages. Keep sowing. Good people are not trained, they're found. You don't need much training, right, with good people. Find good people. Now, it says, finally, the seed falls on good ground. That's what it says, good. Somebody says, how do you find the good ground? Answer, keep looking. You'll recognize it when it comes by. You won't have to make something bad into something good. You'll recognize good when it comes by. Now, even the good ground, the story says, part of the good ground produced 30%, part of it produced 60%, and part of it produced 100%. Even the good ground. What's that called? The law of averages. The ratios. Where do they work? Everywhere. Who for? Everybody. Now what you must do is understand the ratios as a leader so that you learn how to work with them and not against them. Now see, I used to give classes here on how to do 100%, but see, that won't help. It's called frustration for the leader. Right? In the evening seminar I say, right, the key to management is don't send your ducks to Eagle School, right? And this is part of it here, right? It's learning where, what to do, and how to find the right people. What to do and how to find the right people. See, that's major. So, you let people who want to produce 30. They make a contribution to the whole, and the 60 and the 100. Now, here's the key question. How do you find the 100%ers? Answer. You got to go through the birds. You got to go through the hot weather getting some. You got to go through the shallow rocky soil. You got to talk to the 30 people, the 60 people, to find you the hundreds. Here's what we say. If you want a lot of seniors, you must load the freshman class. Okay? That's how you find seniors. You just load the freshman class. And there's a lot of things, you just watch the process. You don't try to change the process. You just share the story and watch what happens. Share the opportunity and watch. And you pick by watching what happens. You don't force, you don't make, and you don't change. You watch. So it's called act and share and watch and pick. Okay? Act and share and watch and pick. And what's smart is to pick 100%ers that become 100%ers. Right? You look like a hero. And you don't try to make 100%ers out of people who are not going to do very much. And see, that's not on them. Now, some people in one enterprise are going to do much better, in one enterprise than they are in another. But whatever enterprise you've got going, or whatever you're working with in the way of people, just understand the law of averages, and here's the key. Don't try to change it. Learn to work with it. Okay, is that helpful? The law of averages. I'm telling you, it'll save you a lot of heartache. It'll save you a lot of mistakes and a lot of errors and a lot of wondering and a lot of pondering, sleepless nights, agony. I mean, it just cures a whole lot of things once you understand the law of averages. Okay. Topic under leadership, how to build a successful team of people. Finding the right people is always a unique challenge. But that's where success comes from, the team effort. If you're going to put any kind of enterprise together that has a specific objective, being a national championship team or a business, an enterprise, a church, an organization, you've just got to find the right people. And this is how to build a successful team of people to accomplish a specific purpose. Now, if you don't have a specific purpose, then you can probably just use most anybody. But if you've got a purpose, you know, whether it's a sales purpose or an office purpose or a real estate purpose or a church purpose or a organization purpose or a championship team, right? If you're going to build an organization of people for a specific accomplishment, then you've got to have the right people. And let me just give you a little checklist we use around the world, trying to find the right people. First, there's a checklist of 3 things. First, you check interest. And checking a person's interest, there's probably several ways you can do it. One is, I guess, by resume. What someone has done in the past may indicate their interest for the future. But the best way really to check interest is face-to-face. You know, you just got to look at somebody and have them look back and get into conversation and talk about the enterprise and talk about, you know, the job description, you know, what it's all about, to find a person's true interest. Now, in the role of leadership, you do have to be cautioned that some people are going to try to fake you out. So you've got to get ready for that. But if you do it often enough, person to person, face to face, you can get good at really checking a person's true interest. I guess Jesus' master teacher was the best at it. The story says one day a group came to him and said, "Master, we wish to be your disciples." Jesus said, "Gentlemen, you have put your story on the wrong person. Because unfortunately, I can read your heart." They said, "Oh." See, they weren't wanting to be disciples. They had all kinds of trickery in mind, but that was the upfront show of interest. We wish to be your disciples. But see, he read them just right off the bat. Now, you might not get that good at it, right, to where you can read hearts. But I'll tell you what, though, if you will practice, if you'll be sensitive, if you'll look, if you won't miss anything, you can get very good at reading true interest, to really check that against what you hear in the conversation that's going on. Now, of course, here's where the woman comes in with her extra special gifts, right? See, if a man's having problems recruiting someone or talking to another man and he's not quite sure, then he just lets a woman sit in on the conversation and says, "You just sit and listen while I talk to this gentleman, and then you'd give me your feelings." And sure enough, you know, she'll tell you. You know, when it's over, you just consult with her. Say, "How'd you feel?" She'll say, "Hey, I felt great." Or she will say, "I don't think so," right? Because the women have this uncanny sense of danger or something doesn't ring a bell. But, men can get good at it. But anybody who practices this art of really trying to judge true interest can get better and better at it. Now, no matter how good you get, you're still going to make some errors in judgment. Jesus said, I'll take you. And that was Judas. I mean, so you are going to make, some errors. Anyway. So that helps me, right, to know when I make some errors. Now, so first of all, you check interest. Here's the second thing you check is response. A person might be interested in the pay, or they might be interested in, the opportunity or the future, but you also have to check response. How they respond to the job description. Are they excited and eager about whatever it takes to do it to get the job done? If somebody says, you have to get there how early? You have to stay how late? Go home in the middle of the traffic? The breaks only, what was that again? 10 minutes? You just have to say next, right? You just don't have the right person because the response is wrong. Then third thing you check to build a successful team of people is results. And I don't know any substitute for that. Finally, you must judge by results. Results must soon match quality. You might have a nice person, a good person, but unless you start getting early results, then you just don't have the right person. And it isn't that the wrong person may be a bad person, it's just that they are not the right person for the job, for the skill, for whatever needs to be accomplished. The great coach John Wooden, I'm sure, said to the supposedly skilled young basketball player, he says, "Sir, can you hit it from the corner? I got to have me a corner man who can hit it from the corner." And, well, how are we going to know if you can hit it from the corner? Right? John says, well, I'll just stand here and you just fire away and I'll count. That's how you finally tell. Just launch a few. And I'll just keep score here. Because I got to have somebody who can in the corner. Now, finally, you got to judge by results. And the early part of activity doesn't need to be the final results. The results can be, did you make the calls? This job calls for at least 10 calls a day. So the next morning, we get the little sheet out, and I say, John, how many calls on that 10 did you make yesterday? John says, well, say, the well won't even fit in the box. And sure enough, I've got this indication John's going to come up with a story, and the story for sure won't fit in the box. I say, John, the box is too small for the story. All I need is a number. 1, 3, 5, 8, 7. Just give me the number and I'll put it in the box. See, finally, you must judge by results. Because that's the name of the game, right? Results. Now, we all need to give people time for results, but finally, you must judge by results. We don't judge by stories. We just let the numbers speak for themselves. We let the activity that we've set up. Now, make sure when you recruit somebody, put somebody on, and you're developing an organization, whatever you're doing, make sure everybody understands up front. Cash in on this year. Number 1, get serious. Life is serious. We call it life or death. Somebody asked me one time if I had a good description of life. I said, yes, I think I've got a good one. Life is the struggle to keep death at a respectable distance. Right? Death seems to want to move in prematurely. If you want to live a good, long, flourishing life, you got to push back. You can't just give in. You got to push back. That's what these products are for. to help you push back. And we're dealing with some serious matters here. So we can't just, tell the latest 10 jokes and just go home. We're not here to entertain. We're here to instruct, we're here to grow, we're here to learn, we're here to get the best we possibly can. Serious. Life is serious. The future is serious. One ancient novelist said, these are the best of times and these are the worst of times. And for some of those who came across this platform at the extravaganza, $1 million a year incomes, for them it's the best of times. But I want you to know that while they're getting the diamonds and the millions, there are a lot of people around the world, for them it is the worst of times. The best of times and the worst of times. That's called serious matter. How come such a difference from those who can reach such incredible heights and those who haven't yet found the answers for their life and their health and their future? We just have to ponder that and let that give us a note of seriousness, a note of seriousness. It's serious whether you win or lose. It's serious whether you succeed or fail. It's serious whether you've got a good future carved out for yourself or you do not have. These are serious matters. Matters of the heart are serious. Matters of income are serious. Matters of supporting your family, serious. That's why Herbalife, it's about the most serious company I've ever been around in my 33 years of executive lifetime. I've never met anybody more serious. We used to have in sharing the product story, right? Had the button lose weight now, ask me how. And somebody says, how? Our first words were what? Are you serious? Why? We got a serious matter here to discuss. We haven't come with the latest 10 stories. We've come with a serious matter. And I want you to take on that serious tone. You've got some serious products that answer a serious need out there in the marketplace. And I'm asking you to take it serious. Take your own future serious. What you can do for your family, take it serious. This is serious business. So that's the first thing I want to bring to you. To have the best year ever this year, help contribute to the 400 million, take your piece of the 400 million. I don't know how much of that you want. It's really not that much. For 400 of us, it's only $1 million. For 400 of us, it's only $1 million. For 800 of us, it's only $500,000. $500,000, that's almost getting to be ridiculous. For a lot of people in this room, $500,000, and I don't know what piece of that 400 million you want, but I'm asking you to seriously take on a piece of that 400 million so that you can say, I made my best and finest contribution to see that goal reached. Not just for the figure, but for all that the figure represents, for the healing it represents, for the restoration of broken lives that it represents. And people that are discouraged about their life and their chances, now encouraged on a new road. For all that that represents, 400 million. Take your share of the 400 million and let's get the job done. Take a piece of this and let's go for it. And then when we finish that one, we'll set another one. And when we finish that one, we'll set another one. And when they write the history books, they will say, those Herbalife distributors took on the responsibility, got out there, touched people's lives, and nobody's made a better contribution to the health of the country than the Herbalife distributors. Let that be our reputation. I've got a new seriousness going for me. You know, I could have quit and played a long time ago. When Mark and Larry called me, right? Hey, I'm semi-retired. I'm looking for the next exotic beach. And they said, no, you got to postpone all those plans. We got too big a job here. We got too important a task here, and nothing else you could do would touch more people's lives, render more value to the marketplace, give you greater satisfaction, chance to belong on an international championship team, and all the stuff that can happen here. No. We got some more things to do, Jim Rohn. Postpone it for a while. We'll have some fun along the way, and we'll enjoy each other along the way, and we'll have some good times along the way. Last night was part of it, some good times along the way, but I'm telling you, they were right. It was too early for me to cash it in. It was too early. I needed this kind of incredible incentive to be a part of something so extraordinary. And I gladly said yes. And I'm going to do my part. I'm going to pick up the task here. The 90s is going to see a brand new Jim Rohn, willing to make the studies, willing to make the commitment, willing to do the learning, find better ways to choose the words, find better ways to reach inside, get heart and soul, mix it all together, and make an impact on people. When I come to your country, when I come to your city, when I come to your village, when I come to your community, I want to come with some new skills. I want to come with some new power. I want to come with the refinement of language and spirit and heart and soul and make a contribution, not just on this platform with the lights shining and the television cameras running. I want to do it because you deserve it. For the commitment that you're making out there in the marketplace, I want to back it up with the best skills I can possibly bring to help serve you in the marketplace and to help serve Herbalife. New commitment for me. Next, to make this your best year ever, have a piece of the 400 million. See what you can do, touch the lives of as many people as you can possibly touch. Number one was get serious. Here's number two, get smart. That's what these journals are for. That's what pad and pencil's for. That's what taking notes is for. See if you can't increase your ability to comprehend ideas, information that can be life-transforming. Don't miss the opportunity to learn. Take a good key phrase home, use it in your training. Don't be lazy in learning. Don't be casual in learning. Develop a whole new intensity for the 90s that you're not going to miss the information. You're not going to miss the stories. You're not going to miss the details. Get smart. Here's a couple of parts to it. Number one, your own personal experience. Right? If you've had a bad week, just sit down and ponder that for a while. Study it. See if you can't pick up some ideas from a poor week and then make a better week. Okay? Learn from your own experiences. One way to learn to do it right is do it wrong. I mean, you know, that's one way to learn to do it right. Do it wrong. Now the key is don't let it take too long. If you've done it wrong for a year, we suggest that's long enough. You don't need another year just to prove a point. No, 1 year's enough. Learn from your own experience, right? So the call didn't go well, all the stuff. Guess what they did when they finished that call? They made another call. What else could we do to make it better? How could we possibly improve? This is called the possibility for life change starts with education. Don't be lazy in learning. Don't be lazy in picking up the ideas. Don't be lazy in learning from your own experience. That's why you've heard from some people that have shared their testimonial here and given you some of their ideas, ways, and means of taking this product to the marketplace, making it work for you. We've devoted most of our time for that, and well, we should. Learning is the beginning of wealth. Learning is the beginning of life change. Some people want to start with motivation, but you don't start with motivation. You can tell we don't spend that much time on motivation. Right? Some companies, right, by now they'd be standing on the chairs, waving the flag, singing the old gray mare or some silly thing. That's not Herbalife. We got a serious task to do. And we're here, enough motivation, certainly. But here's the best motivation we've got going. The proof of our success. When we bring our success stories to this platform, that's enough motivation. When we bring our dedication and let it show, we let the work of our hands show, that's the motivation we want. Right? Not just excitement. Just excitement alone won't do it. Somebody says, just motivate this guy, he'll be all right. The answer is no, probably not. If a guy's an idiot, you motivate him, now you got a motivated idiot. No. So education, get smart, don't miss the training class. You say, well, I've already been to one of those classes. I've already heard it. I got a good phrase for you to take home. That's no sign you got it. Just because you've listened to those millionaire tapes one time is no sign you've got it. I'm asking you to listen to them over and over and over. I'm asking you to dedicate yourself to a new level of learning in 1992. When I travel with Mark Hughes, he's got his book open. He's got a book open, he's reading, he's studying. Lives of successful people, lives of despicable people. study, learn, grow, change, develop. Never let it be said you didn't learn. Right? If you want to solve your problems, you got to learn. If you want to take advantage of an opportunity, you got to learn. We can't come here and just give you the marketing plan, give you the product, send you home. We got to stay for a while. Learn, stay for a while. Right? Put on those cassettes and stay for a while. Right? We asked you to come here for a couple of days and stay for a while. Do some learning. Take it back home. So, number 2, to have your best year ever, a good piece of that 400 million, make your dreams come true. Number 1 is get serious. Number 2, get smart. Develop your own personal philosophy here. Philosophy, major determining factor in how your life works out. Each person's philosophy is like the set of the sail. The same wind blows on us all. The difference in where we arrive at the end of the week, at the end of the month, at the end of the year is not the wind that blows. And the wind is blowing around the world. The world is in solution. Things are a-changing. The walls have come down. All kinds of things that are happening. In Russia today, the winds are blowing. But what's going to make the major difference? Each person's personal philosophy that sets a better sail, sets a better sail. So don't ask for a more favorable wind. That's like wishing something that's not going to occur. Don't ask for better seed and soil. All you got's what's available. Don't curse what you got. On this planet, all we got's the seed that's here, the soil that's here, the miracle of life that's here, the opportunity that's here, the seasons that are here. That's all we got. Wherever you've come from in your country, the economy you got, that's all you got. In America, our economy, that's all we got. The government, that's all we got. The marketplace, that's all we got. Whatever you do, don't criticize all you got. The key is to set a better sail and turn what you've got into the miracle of your future. Don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems. Wish for more skills. And that's the reason for coming here, spending a couple of days of intense effort, taking notes, rolling up your sleeves, going to work, commit yourself to learning so that you can get smarter for the days ahead. Develop your philosophy. Herbalife's philosophy has carried it now, these 12 years, to extraordinary heights. Those that do the work get the pay. A philosophy that commits itself to having the finest no matter what it costs. That kind of philosophy. I'm asking you to develop your own personal philosophy. Get your business philosophy going. Get your financial plan going. Don't violate the conclusions of your own philosophy by not executing and taking action. But that's number 2, get smart. Here's number 3, get going. As smart as you might become after these 2 days, as many ideas as you take away from here, they're truly, as Larry mentioned, like seeds to be planted in the soil. You got to get going. You got to take action. The disciplines is the miracle process. And here's how to get the miracle of your future going as far as disciplines are concerned. Number 1, do what you can. You might go home and set a whole new pace for yourself, and we call it cleaning up neglect. Should walk around the block, could walk around the block for your good health. Don't walk around the block. See, you're on the wrong track. Should read, could read, don't read. On the wrong track. Should call, could call, don't call. On the wrong track. Could change, should change, don't change. You're on the wrong track. Letters you haven't written, conversations you haven't had with your family, somebody you should sit down with when you get back home, get that job done. Don't let neglect destroy your days, destroy your life, and destroy your future. Go back and do what you can. And if you'll do what you can, then life will give you some extraordinary things to do. We all pity the man, right? Wants to stride out of his house, go straighten out the corporation, has not yet straightened out his garage. You got to take care of the small disciplines before life will give you a chance to handle the more complicated disciplines. How do you think Mark Hughes got here? Scattered now throughout 14, 15 countries, another 14, 15 coming up. I mean, how do you do this? You start first with the smallest of disciplines, and do not neglect them and do not disregard them as being trifling. Everything matters. Everything's important. Good phrase to take home. All disciplines affect each other. In fact, here's a good philosophical phrase. If you hadn't thought of it before, here it is. Everything affects everything else. It's so easy to be casual and say, well, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. I'm telling you, everything matters. Of course, some things matter more than others, but there isn't anything that doesn't matter. Then here's the positive side. Every new discipline affects all your other disciplines. If you'll get some new things going, make some calls you've never made before, step up your activity level, step up your labor level, develop the skills from these 2 days of training here, and you'll go home and work some miracles on your days and your life and your future and your income, your business, and a bigger portion of that 400 million will certainly be yours. Go for the disciplines, the smallest of disciplines, the least of disciplines. Like keeping your accounts in order, the smallest of disciplines. Did you ever hear this expression? I don't know where it all goes. Did you ever hear that? I don't know where it all goes. Wow. Oh, we'd love to have you run Herbalife. You don't know where it all goes. How long do you think we'd last here in Herbalife if that was your philosophy sitting at the top like Mark Hughes? Let me give you the story on Mark Hughes. Mark knows where everything goes. And he started back when he only had pennies. He started back when he only had dollars. He started back when he didn't have much. But here's the key. One of the greatest extraordinary phrases that's ever been written from antiquity says, if you'll be faithful, if you'll be disciplined when the amounts are small, we'll make you a ruler, give you a position of authority when the amounts are many. Somebody says, I've only got 2 or 3 distributors, I don't know where they are. Come on. If you've only got 2 or 3, you can know when they get up. You can know when they go to bed. You can know all the details. Take care of your disciplines when the amounts are small. And then life will see to it that you get some extraordinary numbers to work with, like you saw the stories displayed here. Do not disregard the smallest of disciplines. Let us not neglect. Do not neglect the smallest of disciplines. And build on that foundation, and you can have everything you could possibly want. Okay? Get going. Here's number 4, get better. There isn't any of us that can't get better. So turn on this whole idea of personal development and personal growth. That was what my teacher shared with me that changed my life, starting a few steps from here at that convention. I'm telling you, for things to get better, you got to get better. Don't ask for it to change out there. Ask for you to change here. Don't ask for a more favorable wind. We call that naive. Don't ask for better seed, better soil. This is the only planet you got. Just ask that you can get wiser and stronger and better, be able to take care of your own responsibilities. Get better. Learn how to handle the seasons better. Let's go through them. Some stuff I did on satellite many, many years ago. Let me just review those notes for you on this getting better part. Learn how to handle the seasons of life. Number 1, learn how to handle the winters. We're all going to go through some winters. Herbalife's been through a few. Just the winters of the calendar in the last 12 years, how many winters? About 12. But it's not just the winters of the calendar. It's not just the winters of the seasons. There's all kinds of winters. The winter when you can't figure it out. The winter when it all goes wrong. The winter when you have all kinds of hecklers on a telephone call. Right? The winter when you get that first half dozen refunds. The winters of your life. Social winters. Political winters that we're going through around the world. Okay? Economic winters that a lot of people are experiencing these days. Personal winters when your heart is smashed in 1,000 pieces and the nights are unusually long. It is simply called winter time. But here's what you've got to do in your own personal development, your own personal growth, and that is just get better at handling the winters. You can't change the winter. You can't change the seasons, but you can change yourself. You say, well, what can I do about the upcoming winters of my life, the challenges that I know I'm going to face? Here's what you can do. You can get wiser and stronger and better. Just make a list of that trio of words. Wiser, stronger, and better. Go home smarter than you came. Go home with more ideas than you came with. Next, get stronger. You can develop the muscle. You can develop the courage muscle. You can develop the inspiration muscle. You can develop the dedication muscle. You can get stronger. There isn't anybody here that can't get stronger. Next time we see you, may not even recognize you, how strong you're going to be able to become in language, in style, in personality, the ability to cope, the ability to handle with anything that happens, no matter what happens. And the third one is get better. We can all get better. I've gotten better. First talk I gave, I stood up, my mind sat back down. I love to wait for the translation to finish, see if I can get some more reaction here. But here's the secret to my success. I stood up and did it again. I stood up and I did it again. And I did it again and I did it again all those many years ago. I did it when I was scared, and I did it when I didn't want to, and I did it when I was ill. And I did it when it didn't work well, and I did it when they didn't appreciate it, and I didn't a lot of times when I didn't know much what I was doing. I just did it anyway. And now all these years later, I'm asked to walk on this stage with the greatest introduction I've ever had, greatest response and welcome I've ever had, the greatest opportunity I've ever had to touch this many lives with a mixture of words and heart and soul. I got better. I got better day by day and week by week and month by month, and I'm asking you to do the same thing until you can develop a long arm and a long reach, until you can develop influence that won't quit. Touch people next year you couldn't touch this year. Touch people now you couldn't touch before. Conduct a meeting now you couldn't conduct before. Heart and soul now mixed in there that wasn't there, missing before. I'm asking all of you to get better in spite of the winters, in spite of the downturn, the money downturn, the social downturn, the personal downturn, whatever it is. Just get stronger, get better. We've all got those personal winters. We know what those are like. Barbra Streisand sings, it used to be so natural to talk about forever, but used to be's don't count anymore. They just lay on the floor till we sweep them away. You don't sing me love songs, you don't say you need me, and you don't bring me flowers anymore. A winter song. But hey, we're acquainted with all those personal winters and all the rest of it. The key is not to wish for a better winter. The key is to wish for more strength, more wisdom, more courage, get better, get wiser, get stronger. Here's number 2. Learn to take advantage of the spring. Spring means opportunity. And we've got a fresh spring going here. It's called a spring like no other. A spring and opportunity like no other for you. But here's the clue. Spring is not a guarantee of a harvest in the fall and the autumn harvest time. Here's what you must learn to do. Underline the 2 words if you're taking notes. Take advantage. Take advantage of the spring. Don't just be faked out by the spring because the nice weather has come and looks like everything is going to be a lot better. The winter's finally passed, the spring is here. I'm telling you, that's not going to do it for you. Just because the spring is here, it's not going to do it for you. You got to seize it with your own 2 hands and take advantage. Read the books, study the tapes, go back through your notes, get ready to cash in on the spring. And now there's a sense of urgency here. Here's why. Spring doesn't last that long. To be able to say, I just got back, doesn't last that long. It's called the springtime of opportunity. Postpone a few things in the springtime. Get the job done. Set aside a few things in the springtime. Get the job done. Where I was raised, in Idaho farm country, what if you asked a farmer to go bowling in the spring? What would he probably say? He would say, you're insane. You can go bowling in the winter when you can't plant the crop. You can't go bowling in the spring. You've only got a certain piece of time, and you got to get it done in that certain window of opportunity. And that's what we've got here, a window of opportunity. Let's take advantage of it. It's called take advantage of the spring. And there's also an urgency here. How many springs have you got in a lifetime? Not very many. Life is brief at the longest. The Beatles wrote, life is very short. And for John Lennon, it was extra short. For Michael Landon, it was extra short. But it is short. There's an urgency here. Don't waste your springs. Don't just let them pass, hoping the time will pass. Take advantage. Last year it was seize the moment. And I'm asking you now this season to seize the spring opportunity. You've got a new organization going, seize the spring. You've got a new distributor going, seize the spring. You've got a new life situation going, seize the spring. Take advantage of it. Don't let it pass without giving it the best of your two hands and your attention. Number 3, first, learn how to handle the winter. Second, take advantage of the spring. Number 3, in the summer, learn to nourish and protect. We've got some major challenges now come summertime. One is to nourish our values. Take care of them, feed them. Don't let them go hungry. Don't let them go wanting in nourishment and care. And then here's something else we've got to do in the summer. Defend ourselves against the enemies. Summertime is a unique time. It's a time of opportunity. It's also a time of challenge. But what else is new? It's what life is called. The last 6,500 years reads like this: opportunity mixed with difficulty. Opportunity mixed with challenge. We've got a chance to grow like never before, but I'm telling you, there's going to be many enemies that's going to try to prevent us. As soon as you plant the garden, the busy bugs and the noxious weeds are out to take it, and you've got to learn not only to nourish your values, you've got to learn to do battle with your enemies. Whatever threatens you, I'm asking you to threaten it back. Take care of your responsibility, but don't take anything off of anybody. Somebody wants to destroy your chances for a good future by their negative talk, negative thinking, putting it all down. I'm telling you, walk away if you have to. Walk away. Whatever threatens you, threaten it back. Whatever threatens your opportunity, threaten it back. Now, some of our enemies are on the outside, but here's the most important thing to understand. Some of our enemies are on the inside. Let me give you a quick list. Indifference. You got to do battle with your own indifference. Boy, it's easy to coast, especially if you've accomplished something, extraordinary. Now, somebody says, I got to relax. Here's the key: not too long. The weeds will take all you plant if you rest too long. Don't rest too long. Indecision. You got to make those decisions. The ones that don't turn out to be good gives you experience to make better decisions. Don't let much time go by without making some decisions. The ones that you can make quickly, make them quickly. The ones that take time, take your time, but get those decisions made. Don't let indecision be an enemy, rob you of the future, empty your bank account, leave you with zero in the purse. Don't let that happen. The next one is doubt. Sure, there's doubts on the outside. People doubt that America's going to make it. People doubt that Europe's going to make it. People doubt that Russia's going to make it, that Poland's going to make it, that Czechoslovakia's going to make it. They doubt the whole world is going to make it. But I'm asking you not to pick up all those doubts. I'm asking you to have some faith, have some courage, believe, drive your doubts into a small corner. Don't let them loose like a mad dog, drive you into a small corner. Don't doubt the future. Don't doubt the possibilities. Don't doubt the extraordinary gifts that your distributors bring to your organization. Don't doubt that. And here's the most important one of all. Don't doubt yourself. If I've got miracle working power to change my life, so do you. If I've got the ability to change, so do you. If I've got the ability to read, so do you. If I can discover, so can you. If I can grow, you can grow. If I can develop, you can develop. If I can get an invitation like I got 6 years ago, help take something around the world, so can you. If I can stand on this platform, Idaho farm boy raised in obscurity, so can you. If the millionaire team can do it, president's team can do it, walk off with the diamonds, the trophies, so can you. I'm asking you, don't sell yourself short. We haven't sold you short. That's why Mark, Larry, and Dr. Katzen and I have decided to invest a big share of our life these 4 days in being with all of you. If we didn't think you were worth it, we wouldn't have showed up. We don't need to conduct another meeting. We don't need to walk on another stage. We don't need to get up early like we get up. Don't need it. except for the challenge and the opportunity to invest in this many people's lives. Who wouldn't get up early to have a chance to work miracles and invest in this many people's lives and help turn the world upside down for better nutrition called Herbalife? Here's the next one, worry. I'm asking you to drive worry into a small corner. You got to worry some. All this negative stuff serves some purpose, but the key is for you to be the master, not the servant. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning and your daughter's not home yet, best you worry. In New York City, if you step off the curb and one of those yellow taxis is coming, best you worry. But here's what I'm asking you to do. You be the master of worry. Drive it into a small corner. Don't let it loose. And I'm asking you to go home with some new faith and some new courage. I'm asking you, don't worry. Drive it into a small corner. We've all got concerns, and sometimes we all wonder, and sometimes there's a little crack of doubt. We worry a little, but I'm telling you, drive it into a small corner. Drive your worries into a small corner. I promise you, from this platform, the dedication of the executives that you've seen and the president's team members and the people that have walked off with 1 through 10, I'm telling you, we're all dedicated to help this Herbalife future that includes all of you be the most spectacular thing that's happened in the 90s. I promise you not to worry, because you're in good hands. You're in good hands. And now what I want you to be able to say, if you give Mark Hughes a telephone call, or if you have a chance to talk to Mark Hughes in person, whatever village you've come from, whatever street you've come from, wherever you've come from, I'd like for you to be able to say sincerely and honestly, with all the dedication you possibly can, Mark Hughes, I want you to go to bed at night and sleep like a baby, because where I came from, when I go back and represent Herbalife in that community, I want to reassure you, Mark Hughes, Herbalife in that community is in good hands. I want some of you from Germany, get together, form a little coalition from Germany. After you've gotten out there and gotten your hands into it, and you've had a chance to work and labor for a while, send Mark Hughes a message and say, Mark Hughes, the distributors that have now joined forces in Germany, you can rest easy, Mark Hughes. In Germany, Herbalife is in good hands. And all of the rest of the countries, make that your dedication. Make it personally. Make it collectively as an organization. This incredible opportunity has been dropped in our lap. It's been given to us. We're going to take it to the marketplace, and we're going to take it to the marketplace with good hands, steady hands, growing hands, intelligent hands that can go touch people and get the job done. I'm asking you to commit to that. Herbalife is in good hands. Couple of more enemies of the mind you got to do battle with in the summer. One is pessimism, that tries to get you only to see the negative side. Of course, there's the negative side. Life is part negative. What else is new? If the glass is half empty, it is half empty. You say, well, I've been only taught to see that it's half full. Well, sure, it's half full. But it's also half empty. I mean, can't you handle that? I mean, you know, that's not too difficult. But here's what pessimism would try to get you to do. Believe that it's only half empty. And when pessimism comes to your mind, you've got to educate pessimism, because pessimism is stupid. Pessimism tries to get you to believe that it's only half empty. You got to say, pessimism, you've never been to school. Too dumb and stupid to know. Of course it's half empty, but it's not only half empty. It's also half full. I'm asking you to be in charge. Be in charge of your own mind. Be in charge of your own destiny. Do battle with your enemy in the summertime. In the summertime, you got to learn to love like a mother. Hate like a father. Give life like a mother. Nourish. Take life like a father. Father says to whatever threatens his family, take 2 or 3 more steps toward this family and threaten them, you'll cease to exist. I'm father. I kill. Do battle with your enemies. Now, it's also possible to love like a father and hate like a mother. I'm not saying that isn't possible. Nothing more dangerous than an angry mother. I saw an article in a magazine a little bit ago up in Canada. It showed a man with some claw marks on his back, had his shirt off, big teeth marks in his neck. This man was out in the woods, had his flash camera, saw a mama bear with a little cub, thought, though, this is cute, took a flash picture. Mama bear takes unkindly to this flash picture. Promptly chases the man, catches him, almost kills him before somebody rescued him. So, beware, mama bear. Okay? Love like a father, hate like a mother, give life like a mother, take life like a father, however you want to arrange it, just so you nourish your values, nourish your family, nourish what's valuable for you, nourish your organization, nourish your distributors, nourish your customers, take care of your responsibilities, feed, nourish. But then I'm also asking you to do battle with your enemies. Take sword to your enemies. Whatever's going to destroy those values, take sword to it. If it's worry, take sword to it. If it's threat, threaten back. You got to be like your bloodstream. Good illustration. Red corpuscles to nourish, like a mother. White corpuscles to fight and kill, like a father. You got to do some negative thinking, can't just think positive. Thank God for white corpuscles that think negative all day. White corpuscles say, just show me some infection, I'll kill it. Whatever threatens this body and its future gets threatened. Whatever's got to kill this body gets killed. I'm asking you, take sword to your enemies, whether they're on the outside or whether they're on the inside. Protect your family, protect your future, protect your values. Love, nourish, but also do battle with whatever's out there to do battle with you. Take some courage from some of those that have been through the battle. They've given you their stories on this stage. They've been through it. They know what it's all about. Take some courage from that. And in the summer, do battle and nourish. Now here's the last one. In the harvest time, number 4. Take your harvest and all that comes your way with full responsibility. Don't complain. That 4th season, complaining, I'm telling you, could ruin all of your chances. Complaining sometimes starts as an infection. If you don't take care of it, it becomes a disease. Do battle with it. In the harvest time, reap your harvest without complaint. It's your crop, you sowed it. You either made the calls or didn't make the calls. You wrote the letters, you didn't write the letters. You were steady or you weren't steady. You did it or you didn't do it. You put together a good day or you didn't put together a good day. Take responsibility when the harvest time finally comes and say, hey, it's my crop. Got to take responsibility for it. I do not complain. And then here's the next one. Do not apologize if you've done well. We offer no apologies when these winners that walked across this stage here go back to their communities. We offer no apology for making the kind of money they make. Because of the lives they touched and the people that they helped. No telling what would have happened if these people had not touched many people's lives, who touched many people's lives. When you go back to the community, all of you that were winners here, I ask you to go back with no apology. because you've done your job well and you've given good hands to everybody you've touched. You deserve all the money. Next, under getting better, I just want to make this list of 4 words. 4 words. First, we talked about getting serious. Second, get smart. Third, get going. Fourth is get better. And here's 4 good words to take home. 1 is absorb. Develop the skill and the ability to absorb everything. Be like a sponge like you've been today. This has been a good, serious group. I appreciate that. You've worked as hard as we have up here on this platform. You've rolled up your sleeves and you've gone to work and you've taken notes, and I appreciate that. Absorb everything you can. Absorb the sights and the sounds and the color. Guess what you're going to want to do? Go back home and invest this experience into other people's lives, and you can't invest it if you haven't got it. So I'm asking you to appreciate the color. I'm asking you to appreciate the auditorium. I'm asking you to appreciate what's going on here. I'm asking you to appreciate each other. Soak this all up. Soak it all up. It's called absorb, absorb, absorb. Then when you get back home, you can give out, give out, give out. And you'll have an extraordinary effect on the people that you reach out and touch. Here's the next one. Develop the ability to respond. That's what got me almost 6 years ago. Mark and Larry made that call. I responded. It touched me. The vision they gave me, the story they gave me, the pictures they painted, and the numbers they gave me, what we could do together, the team we could build, dominate the industry, walk head and shoulders above anything else that's out there, have an extraordinary adventure that's only been given to a few, a chance to walk the summit, got me, touched me. Now I'm asking you, however, not only to be touched with the summit numbers, the 400 million, I'm asking you to be touched with the smallest of people's challenges. Don't just be touched with the challenge. I'm asking you to be touched with the problem. Let people's problems get to you. Let people's problems touch your heart this year like never before. Be touched. Let life touch you. Don't let it kill you, but let it touch you. The problems that are out there, people struggling with their economy, struggling with their health, struggling with their future, I'm asking you to let that get around your heart. Let it do something to you. Don't go untouched. Don't go unmoved. When you walk out of here, open yourself up. Don't build up the walls. The same wall that keeps out disappointment keeps out happiness and opportunity. Take the walls down. Let yourself be touched by what's going on out there. Let sad things make you sad, as well as happy things make you happy. Let your heart get touched, and you'll have good hands then to take this product to the marketplace. Here's number 3. Develop the ability to reflect. Long after this session is over, I'm asking you to go back over it one more time. I'm asking you at the end of the day, go back over your day. I'm asking you at the end of the week, go back over your week. Make that week more valuable. At the end of the month, go back over your month. At the end of a conversation, go back over the conversation. How did it go and what did you do? Learn by reflecting. I call it run the tapes again of your own experiences. And you say, why do that? Here's why. To develop the extraordinary ability to gather up the past and invest it in the future. What a next year you could have if you pay more attention this year, soak it up, gather it up, and reflect at certain times what's going on and what's happening. And this year will take a more powerful place in your experience. And then when you get ready to deliver in 1993, people will not believe the words you've chosen. They will not believe the heart and soul that you've mixed with words. They won't believe the power you've got. A few simple things here under getting better. Then here's the last one, and that's to share. We've got this extraordinary opportunity now. Let us not keep it. Let us share it. Let us reach out with a long reach, a strong reach, an unprecedented reach. Let us reach out and touch people not just with our opportunity. Let's touch people with our lives. Let's touch people with our experiences. Let's touch people with our heart and soul. Let's don't just touch people with a marketing plan and a distributor kit. Let's touch people with their health, yes. With an opportunity, yes. But here's a commitment I'd like to have you make to me. Let's help people with their lives, not just their health. Let's help people with their lives, not just their income. Let it be said, if they were around us 1 week, 1 month, or a lifetime, that when they got around us, not only did we talk about money, not only did we talk about product, we talked about life. We talked about getting better. We talked about becoming all that you can become. We talked about picking up a challenge. We talked about not settling for less than you can possibly be. Let's do that. Let's develop those abilities. Now here's my last 2 parts to make this your best year ever. Get excited. And excitement is not just, excitement. Excitement that runs deep is the excitement that really lasts for a lifetime, not surface excitement. There's been a lot of noise here, but what I really appreciate and feel is that this room is full of more than noise. It's full of more than sound. I'll tell you what's really going to serve you well, and that's the excitement you feel inside that isn't even probably expressed on the outside, the excitement that runs deep, the excitement that stirs commitment, the excitement that stirs courage. Give me the chance, and I will get the job done. That kind of excitement. Develop that kind of attitude. Get excited about your own skills. Get excited about your own abilities. You can put it into words. If I can start with nothing and finally stand on this platform, deliver best words I can choose, words are clumsy at best when you try to express what's going on in your heart, your head. But I've done my best, but I'm telling you, if I can find the words, you can find the words. And here's a key here. Communicate. Don't leave it unsaid. If somebody's got some congratulations coming, don't fail to congratulate them. If a distributor has got a word of praise coming, don't fail to give it. Don't fail to say it. Don't fail to say it. Find the best words you can. Struggle with the best words you can. Borrow some words if you have to. I borrow all kinds of words. Winston Churchill one time said, "Truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, and ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is." See, I love to borrow that. I mean, that's better said than I could say it. See, that's well said. You could stay up all night and not think of that. I mean, it's well said. I'm asking you to borrow the words that have come from this platform, borrow the words that have come from the top 10, borrow the words that have come from the distributors who have shared so eloquently with you, borrow their words, borrow their notes, but then I'm asking you to start choosing the best words you can. We want you to get good at these skills of communicating, skills of touching people's lives with words, touching their heart with words, helping them to see something they've never been able to see before by your words. Choose the best words you can. Don't fail with an opportunity to challenge yourself to choose good words. Search for the words. Struggle for the words. But don't let somebody within the scope of your influence go without your words. Words work miracles. Words can help people to see something they've never seen before. There's a lot of people you haven't got to yet. They can't see how they can possibly be healthy. And if you'll come along with your good words, you can turn on all the lights for them. They can't see how they can possibly be successful. And if you'll come along with your testimonial, that's why Herbalife is built on testimonials. Words that work miracles. Help people to see. And when you come along and tell your story, people are going to say, before you got here, I was blind. And now that you've talked to me, I can see. I can see the possibilities. I can see the opportunity. I can see that if I take a hold of this thing, I can change my life. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I'm asking you, don't miss the chance to work miracles with your words. Get excited about your possibility to work miracles with words. And now here's my last word to you, and I'm finished for this day. But let me give you this last one. To make this your best year ever, get away. Get away, balance your life, take care of your family, take care of your responsibilities, take care of your spirituality. Take care of good friendships. We've got to have some friends. That's why I'm here. I made these extraordinary friendships way back when. They've lasted all these years, now got me an invitation to participate in something so extraordinary. This came about from a friendship. Now, I had the skills. Somebody says, well, you know, they offered you millions and a chance here just because you were friends. No, you don't just offer your friends millions. No. They got to have some skills. So I did bring skills, but I'm telling you, my chance to bring my gifts and my skills to you today was because I nourished these friendships over all these years. So make sure you balance your life, family, friendship. Friends are those people who know all about you and still like you. Okay? You got to have some of those. Take care of your spirituality, balance your life. We talk about nutrition, we talk about exercise, we talk about money, we talk about future, and then all the rest of it. Don't leave it anything out. In the matter of personal development, learn the story of the seasons. There's 3 parts, though, to personal development. Here they are. Number 1, the physical part. Herbalife's extraordinary products, both for nourishment, maintaining your weight control, nourishing the body. Now dermagetics for the outside. First part of personal development is physical. Here's an important thing to remember. The body and the mind work together. You might have ideas, you might have ambition, things you want to accomplish, but here's what the body has to be: a good support system to make your dreams come true. That's why Herbalife plays such an incredible role in its nourishment, giving you the health, giving you the vitality, giving you the energy, giving you the vigor. One ancient phrase said this: treat your body like a temple, something you take extremely good care of. Mark got interested in that all those years ago and has never deviated from that. The best to nourish the body. Why? You got to have a good physical support system if you want to make your dreams come true. Sometimes you wake up in the morning, the mind says, let's go get them, and the body says, I can't get out of bed. You just got to say, body, that's the last time. I'll walk you around the block until you got the muscles. I'll take you to the gym until you're strong. I'll, put an extra couple of shakes down you until you get vital and fit. I'm telling you. Nourish the body. Habits you've got that are going to be destructive, I'm telling you, minimize those to the best of your ability so that you'll have a body that will take you places you want to go, make your dreams come true, that'll have the vitality and the power, the influence. Now there's another part to the physical, and that's physical appearance. Not only should you look good or feel good, you got to look good. Physical appearance, I'm telling you, is part of success. You say, well, people shouldn't judge you by your appearance. Let me give you a clue. They do. They do. Now, of course, when people get to know you, they'll judge you by more than what they see. But at first, they're gonna take a look. And here's some of the best advice I've got. Make sure the outside of your physical appearance is a true reflection of the inside. Make sure you work on that. As you appear on the outside, let that be a good indication of what's going on in your heart, what's going on in your head, what's going on in your soul. So take care of the physical. Now here's the second part, the spiritual. I'm not here to win anyone to my point of view, but I do happen to believe in human spirituality, that we're not just animals, an advanced form of the animal kingdom. We're a special creation. I happen to be a believer. I'm not here to persuade you to my personal belief. But if you are a believer, don't neglect, study, and practice your spirituality. Pay attention. Let it grow. Let it be a vital part of your life and your future. Don't neglect. Key phrase, one of the greatest reasons why people don't have what they want, they simply neglect. They neglect the small things. They neglect the details. They neglect daily operation. They neglect consistency. Don't let neglect grab you by the throat, keep you in the shadows while others are walking into the sunlight. And here's an important one. Number one, don't neglect nourishment. Number two, don't neglect physical appearance. And number three, don't neglect your spirituality. Now here's the next one. That's the mind. One of the reasons we came to this extravaganza was to celebrate, yes. It was to exchange ideas, yes. It was to get to know each other, yes. But here's one of the most important reasons for being at extravaganza, and that was to have a mental feast. Things to ponder. There's an ancient script that says humans cannot live on food alone. And here was the addition to that statement: humans cannot live just on food. Animals can, dogs can, alligators can, spiders can, but humans cannot live just on food. Here's what it says: humans also have to have words, words that nourish the mind, words that nourish the soul, words that nourish the spirit. And I've been so pleased as I've sat here day after day, from the planning meetings to the president's team to the chairman's class to all of the training that's gone on here the last 2 or 3 days, you have had an incredible diet of good words. I'm asking you to treasure those words. I'm asking you to let those words affect your thoughts. Let it affect your mind. Let it affect your goals. Let it affect your intensity for the future. Good words. Words, one ancient prophet said, are like a lamp for your feet so you can see where to walk, and a light for your pathway so you can see where to go. Thank God for the words that formulated Mark's dream 15 years ago. Thank God for the training of the president's team that crisscrossed the world. Thank God for every class that's being held on Saturday morning, the training classes. Words that are spread out now all around the world. Words of hope, words of encouragement, words of life. Let your mind be fed with all good words. And then here's the next one. Make sure you deliver good words. There's people in the dark until you get there with your words. People will be unhealthy until you arrive. They won't know where to go until you come and show them the way. A lot of people are going to be lost until you're out there saying, hey, I've got a light, come my way. I can show you how to get out. I can show you how to get out of a bad situation. I got a way out. And let your words shine. Let your words be life. Let them be bread and let them be light. You're the light of the world. Hopefully everybody can find a place to sit down this morning. We're going to be spending a couple of days together, and it's nice to see all of you here. I'm sure many of you have come from close by and far away. How many from San Diego? Stand up, San Diego, wherever you are. Let's see San Diego. Hey, San Diego. Fantastic. Nice to see you. Do we have anybody here from Northern California? Up north? Okay. We do the leadership seminar up north, but sometimes they come from up there, down here. Let's see, who's next? Santa Barbara, right. Ventura, Oxnard, Santa Barbara. Where are you? Stand up. Right down here. Nice to have you. Okay, who's next? Phoenix. Two for... All right. How about Los Angeles? Good old Los Angeles. Tony, are you good? Okay, what's next? Orange County. Hey. Anybody else from some exotic place? Artesia. Okay. It's a pleasure to have everybody here, and we want to welcome you to the Leadership Seminar. We're going to have a good time these 2 days. By the way, we're going to take frequent breaks for some of you that have to smoke, whatever. We'll give you a chance to smoke, and then we'll have a chance for us also to stretch a little bit, relax a little bit. We'll take frequent breaks throughout the day. We're going to have lunch probably about 1 o'clock, something like that, so we can put ourselves back together here and sustain ourselves through the day. Then tomorrow we're also starting our class at 8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock Sunday morning, and we'll go till about 5 o'clock today. We'll also go till about 5 o'clock tomorrow. Does everybody have note paper? Did you get your journal after the seminar? You didn't get you a journal? Okay. We're going to talk about journals today and all of the other good things under time management. Let me give you a list of the subjects we're going to cover. First of all, we're going to cover communication. That'll be our first subject today. But I want to welcome everybody here for the 2-day leadership seminar. It's nice to have you. Most of you have probably been to the evening seminar, so you're already well acquainted, fairly well acquainted, I should say, with my story and where I came from and how all of this got started. About 16, 17 years ago, I gave my first public seminar. And fortunately, all of you are not in on my first seminar. That first one was not that good. But over the last 16, 17 years, I've been doing my best to try to practice and see if I can't get better at sharing my ideas and expressing my feelings about the things, at least, that helped me to turn my life around. About 4 or 5 years ago, we had some businesses, corporations in California here that invited us to come in and talk about some of the things we've learned in doing business around the world in various countries, human behavior and setting goals and game plans and communication. And we decided to do it. And then after that one got started, we did another one, and it started growing, and we finally decided to make it a product of our company. And so for the last 4 years, we've been doing this 2-day leadership seminar. And I enjoy it. It's a chance to get acquainted. It's a chance to meet people on a little more personal basis. When there's 1,000 people in the evening seminar, it's hard to get acquainted. Most everybody by 11 o'clock is ready to head for home. They got the babysitters and everything, and so it's hard to get acquainted. But at least these 2 days we'll have a chance to chat. Make sure I get a chance to meet you before the 2-day session is over, and talk a little more personally. A couple of things I hope that you'll find here in these 2 days. One is sincerity. We really sincerely want to give you a great deal of information that might be helpful for you. And sometimes it's a little difficult to judge sincerity at first glance, especially in a big seminar. Somebody walks on stage, conducts a seminar, and leaves, and you don't have that close an inspection as to sincerity. But at least these 2 days, you'll have a chance to sort of look us over a little more closely. And I hope that's one thing you find here, sincerity. I'd like for these 2 days to be a start of some new answers for you. 2 things we all need in order to do well. Here they are. Number 1, ideas. And ideas are not really that difficult to come by. A new idea is just as close as the next book you open. It's just as close as striding into the library, the bookstore, or attending the next class, or meeting the next person that might have some experience beyond yours, and out of conversation come some good ideas. So ideas are not that difficult to come by, but we do need ideas to change our lives. Mr. Shove taught me that there wasn't any problem I couldn't solve without a good idea. I used to think money was one of my problems. And he said, no, money's not a problem. Now, up until then, I always thought it was. He said, the only problem is the lack of an idea on how to create money, how to create wealth, how to give service, how to earn money. So it's not the lack of money that's the problem, it's the lack of an idea. So ideas can change your life. And hopefully by the time we finish these 2 days, we'll have a long list of ideas for you to take home and at least ponder and edit them and see what you can get from them. Use some of them. Try them out. But here's what else you need for success. It's called inspiration. And that's the tricky part, inspiration. The people who seem to stay totally turned on, all excited about life, they have no problem getting up and generating that zest for the day, emotional vitality. They're excited about living, excited about working, they're excited about accomplishing. That's unique. And I guess that's what all of us wish for, that kind of inspiration. But that's a good question. Why are some people incredibly turned on about life, and other people find it hard to get going? I don't know. Part of that's a mystery to me. But we do need inspiration, something that drives us. Of course, I guess the basic inspiration. One of my wealthy friends, we asked him one time what drove him to become wealthy, and he said, malnutrition. So I guess that's what you start with, right? Just absolute bare bones necessity will inspire you somewhat to get out there and get the job done. But then if you could find something that would really turn you on, something that really got you going, that's what life is really all about. If you can find something that gives you that incredible high energy zest for living. If I was to wish something for you specially, I think that's what I would wish for you. Because if you have that high emotional energy, finding the answers are not all that difficult. And who knows but what this weekend might be the beginning of some new zest and energy on your part to go for your dreams. Here's what else I hope we can create this weekend, some emotional turbulence. It's a good idea every once in a while to just stir our mental pot. Just get the ideas flowing, get the thinking flowing, get to looking and asking questions and doing some wondering. And perhaps that'll happen this weekend. Then primarily, this seminar was designed for this purpose, and I've got a phrase for you to make a part of your notes. We all need guidelines for translating response into results. Guidelines for translating response into results. It's one thing to get excited and to respond and say, I want to do well, I'm going to change my life. Now the big question is, how do you do it? And hopefully, these 2 days will generate some thinking on your part on how you can make plans for translating excitement into results. Probably these 2 days, one good question to ask is, why are you here? It might just be a question you'll ponder just for yourself. We're not going to ask you to disclose that to everybody that's here this weekend. But that's a good question to ask yourself. Why are you here? And probably there's a whole variety of reasons why everybody picked these 2 days to come and sit in on some lessons and classes on doing better. Maybe some of you just came here these 2 days to get away, and that's not a bad thing. We used to do this seminar up at the ranch at Clear Lake. We've got 1,600 acres up there and a beautiful lodge, but we can only take care of about 50, 55 people, so we had to move out of the ranch. But it was a good place to get away. We had the horses and the swimming pools and the tennis courts and jacuzzis and a pool table and ping pong and all kinds of stuff. Motorcycles to ride, and Jeeps to hit the Jeep trails. And it was kind of a fun weekend to get away. And I think a lot of people just spent their money and came to the weekend seminar just to get away, right? Just to leave everything for a couple of days. And maybe you're just getting away this weekend, I don't know. But if you are, that's okay. For some of you, maybe we've caught you at springtime and you've got something new going and just a little more fine-tuning and you'll have it flying. You'll be off and running, and your new fortune or your second fortune or whatever might already be in view, and all you need is just a bit more inspiration and a few more ideas, and away you go. So you've come here full of high anticipation and hope that maybe just one or two more turns and you'll have it going your way. Maybe some of you have come here and it's been sort of drifting along. Maybe it's summertime and you're a little weary with the task of keeping out the bugs and the weeds and whatever else might be attacking your program. That could be. Maybe some of you, we've caught you at wintertime. Maybe some of you are in transition. I've been through a few of those, where I'm letting go of one and looking for the next one, and wondering just exactly what I'm going to do. But wherever we have caught you at this particular time of your life, whether it's wintertime for you or springtime, or maybe it's harvest time, maybe you're raking it in and things are going well, and over the last few years you put it together and now you're cashing it in. And maybe this weekend is a celebration for you, I don't know. But whether it's a celebration or whether it's a beginning or whether it's transition or whether it's a serious weekend, for some of you this may be a darn important weekend. And I certainly want to treat it that way. Some of you may just very well have to have some unique answers, and you're pondering some things that are very important. You're at one of those major forks in the road, and whatever direction you decide to take this weekend may be one of the most important decisions you make. I understand some of those weekends. And if it's that kind of weekend for you, I want to treat it very seriously and make sure that sincerely we cover everything we can to give you the best answers, at least that we're going to have to come up with this weekend, so you'll be off to a better start come Monday. Anyway, wherever we have found you, we want to do you good these 2 days. Here's how to get the most out of the 2-day seminar, and then we'll get into our first subject, communication. First of all, I think we ought to realize where we already are. It seems like better things come to us when, first of all, we're thankful for what we have. And I would say, for the most part, you know, we're all doing fairly well, at least compared to the rest of the world. One of the weekend seminars up at the ranch, just before it started, I walked out into this parking area where we have a place up there to park all the automobiles. There were Ferraris and Continentals and Eldorados and Corvettes. I think there was one Rolls. I couldn't believe the parking lot with all these fancy cars. And I walked in to conduct the seminar. I think there was only about 35, 40 people to spend the weekend. My opening remarks were, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the world would find it rather strange that we have come up here to spend 2 days to figure out how to do better. Wow. And could very well probably be said today, right? If we were to take a survey out on the parking area, and we walk in here and, you know, have breakfast in style, and we're all dressed pretty good and looking pretty good. The rest of the world, the 4.5 other billion people in the world that are probably struggling a lot harder than we are, would find it strange that we're trying to figure out how to do better. But we do have the chance to do well. We have the chance not only to do well for ourselves, but we have the chance to be an influence and to develop leadership for the people we come in contact with. So we do have a chance to do better. And I think when you have the chance, you ought to take it. So, first of all, realize where we are. Second, be thankful for what we already have. Who was it said, I complained about not having any shoes until I met someone who had no feet. So, we should be thankful for what we already have. Then I think to get the best out of the 2 days is be eager to learn. No matter how much you already know, how wealthy you are, and we're not here to compare bank accounts, really, no matter how much wealth of information you've already gotten, how successful you are, there's always a chance you could probably learn something else or appreciate someone else's point of view. Sure enough, somebody says, did you ever look at it from over here? And you step over there and take a look at it. And sure enough, they've got a unique view. of something that maybe you haven't considered it from that viewpoint before. And that's always interesting. So be eager to learn. Then I would ask you to gather up all that we're going to share with you these 2 days and argue with it later. Not that I don't mind a good debate. I like a good debate. Our problem is this weekend we just don't have time to just open this up and let everybody have a chance to talk and exchange ideas like we might do in an open workshop. Although I do like that forum. One of the ways to come up with good ideas is debate. It's one of the ways we've decided, the Founding Fathers decided was a good way to run the country, is have two-party system and let the representatives from both parties go to Congress and debate. Not bad. Somebody says, I've got a great idea that'll cure the problems of the nation. Everybody else says, wonderful, put it on the table, let's take a look at it. Right? And they start asking questions. And after a few questions, the person may very well say, I withdraw my idea, right? I just hadn't thought of those questions before, right? So it's good, debate. I like debate. In fact, I like it so well, I'm willing to take either side of the question. It doesn't really matter. But we're just going to have to go very rapidly because we've got an awful lot to share in just 2 days. We want to send you home with a whole wagon load of stuff to ponder and to edit and to go through. And then when the 2 days are finished, you know, as some of you talk among yourselves, because some of you have come here representing families or an office or a company or whatever, and you're going to have a chance to talk with each other about the ideas we're going to share here these 2 days. Then you go through it and edit it and decide what you think about it, and if it makes sense, use it, try it, refine it, edit it, go through it, you know. I don't mind that at all. You don't have to buy everything any one person says. Just take in the information, digest it thoroughly, think about it sincerely, go through it meticulously, and then do whatever you wish to with it. You know, be independent. As we said in the evening seminar, don't be a follower. Be a student. Okay. Then these 2 days, one more point. Try your best to be a good listener. And sometimes it's not that easy to listen. There's all kinds of voices, right, trying to get our attention. One of the good things about going up to the ranch for this seminar was at least you had the sense of getting away from your business and getting away from the traffic. In fact, it was really a way. Most everybody got lost trying to find it, so it was a way, right? Nobody's going to drop in, and so it's off, up in the mountains, gone. And sometimes in a hotel setting, it's just not that easy to dismiss all the voices that are going on in your mind about family and business and what's happening and what's going to happen and what about Monday and all of that. But do your best to zero in and just set aside the burdens of the day and whatever's happening in your life, if you possibly can, and really zero in, become a good listener these 2 days. And we'll move right along and see if we can't load up your notebooks with plenty to ponder by the time we finish. Okay. Let's now get into our first subject called communication. If there's one skill to develop, as well as any other, this is probably one of the major ones, communication. And by the way, I've got a theme for this seminar for these 2 days. The evening seminar, the theme was, the major key to your better future is you. I've changed it just a little to read, the magic key to your better future is you. There's magic in a smile. There's magic in a handshake. There's magic in human contact. There's magic in believing. In fact, that's a good book if you haven't got it. Add it to your library. The Magic of Believing by Bristol. Good book. Anyway, hopefully these 2 days we'll talk a little bit more and maybe discover some more of the magic of human contact, human ability, human potential. And communication is one of those major skills to develop. See if you can't find the magic within you that can reach other people. How to affect other people with words. Major challenge. To get your ideas across, to get people to understand what you're trying to say, get them to understand how you feel. And at first, words are a bit clumsy when it comes to trying to express an emotion or an idea or a feeling, but if you'll practice it, and especially if you know the components of good communication, it'll really start to help. I heard the story about the preacher in the back country down in the southern part of the United States was taking over this little country church for the first time, and he was up preaching his first sermon. And he said, "Congregation, first of all, this church has got to crawl. And in order for this church to crawl, everybody's got to show up and do their Christian duty. And if everybody will show up and do their Christian duty, this church can begin to crawl." And the congregation understood what the preacher said, and they all responded, "Let it crawl, preacher, let it crawl." He said, "Next, this church has got to get up and walk. In order for this church to walk, everybody has got to tell their Christian story and try to win somebody else. And if everybody will tell their story, try to win someone else, this church can begin to walk." And the congregation understood what the preacher said, and they all responded, "Let it walk, preacher, let it walk." He said, "Next, this church has got to run. And in order for this church to run, everybody has got to divide up, serve on the committees, and do the work of the church. And if everybody will divide up, serve on the committees, do the work of the church, this church can begin to run." And they all understood what the preacher said, and they responded, "Let it run, preacher, let it run." He said, "Finally, this church has got to fly. And in order for this church to fly, everybody has got to reach down deep and give some of their cash. And if everybody will reach deep and give a portion of their cash, this church can begin to fly." And they all understood what the preacher said, and they responded, "Let it walk, preacher, let it walk." Okay, how to make it clear. First of all, we communicate for two primary reasons, and here they are. Number one, we communicate just to get along. You can't even function in the barest minimums without some kind of communication. If you want the bread, you have to learn to ask for it. The barest of communication. So that's number one. Here's number two. We communicate to accomplish some purpose. A specific purpose. Now, communication starts from somewhere, and for you, communication starts with you. Good phrase to remember. Your world begins with you. This is not to be self-centered, but your world is around you, your own consciousness and your own awareness. And so for things to work well, first of all, it's got to work well with you. Part of my training in getting me turned around, headed in the right direction, when I first met Mr. Schoaf, the man who helped to formulate the ideas that helped to change my business and social and personal life, was for me to understand that the biggest changes that was going to have to be made in my future were going to have to be made personal. I kept hoping the weather would change, and the government would change, and prices would change, and my neighbors would change, and the people would change, and my friends would change, and that the economy would change, and that the country's direction would change. I kept waiting for change all around. And then he's the one who taught me. What changes your world is not wishing for change. What changes your world is changing. You've got to change. And sure enough, As a Man Thinketh, a book by James Allen, there's a little phrase in there that says, "Humans are rather strange. We curse the effect and nourish the cause." We want it to change, but we don't want to change. Interesting. The guy puts sand in his shoes and he can hardly walk. And you say, well, how can you walk with that sand in your shoes? The guy says, I can hardly walk. You say, well, why do you do that? I said, I don't know. I've just been doing it for years. Incredible. The guy puts tacks in his bed and he can hardly sleep. You say, well, how can you sleep with all those tacks in your bed? The guy says, I can hardly sleep. You say, well, why would you do that? He said, I don't know. It's been in the family for years. I mean, we just do things like that. Interesting why we would wish for it to change, hoping it will change, but resisting change. Now, once you understand that all of it starts with you, now you can start making some incredible progress. And good communication with you, for you, that happens to you, the great majority of it starts with you. Now, here's a good phrase to remember. You cannot speak that which you do not know. First of all, you've got to have it before you can speak it, before you can share it. So good communication starts with an awareness that, first of all, to get a good communication going with anybody, it's got to start with some substance on your part. Now, how to consciously grow and build the substance from where communication comes from, that is the key. It's like, first of all, making deposits. You can't withdraw anything till you put something in. We all need to be consciously aware every day of gathering up the ideas, the inspiration, the feelings that we're going to use for future communication. Future meaning maybe in the next 5 minutes, but maybe the next 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years. Consciously aware. It is not that difficult for the years to pass and to not be conscious of what's happening in the way of demands or what's going to come in the way of opportunity for you, and just drift along and not be much further ahead a year from now than you are right now, simply because you just let the days pass. But if you have a conscious awareness of what it takes to effectively affect other people, to get your ideas across, to get decisions, to express your feelings and your opinions, once you do that deliberately and consciously and daily and consistently, now that's what starts your own personal development. Let me give you 4 key words to be aware of that will help you in putting together a conscious awareness program of developing a source of communication, making these deposits. See, when you talk, you want a verbal check that'll cash. When you speak, you want to speak from something that's there, an awareness that's there, a feeling that's there. And to create this foundation or this reservoir or this deposit or this account from which you can talk, let me give you 4 words that will help you to do that. Here's the first one. Develop an interest. The first word is interest. Develop an interest in 2 primary things, life and people. If you're interested in life, see, right away, daily, weekly, monthly, you're going to be gathering up information and impressions and awareness more so than someone who is not that interested. Most people want to make it, but they don't have that interest, that keen interest in what's going on around them. So the 2 things to be interested in is life and people. Make a study of those. Make sure you're entering something in your journal constantly about life and about people. Business life and social life, what's happening around you. It's called gathering so that you can use it for future conversations. Now you do this deliberately by using these 4 words and thinking about them. What I like to always do is develop a mental tick list, things to remember as you proceed through the day. Now at first when you develop a little mental tick list of things to remember, sometimes it's a little awkward. Right? It's like learning to play the piano. My teacher said, here's the right-hand scale. So I got those, no problem. Then my teacher says, now we're going to run the left-hand scales. I got those, no problem. Then I remember the day when she said, we're going to play both hands together. I thought, now that'll be tricky. right? How could you do them both together? And I remember looking at one, looking at the other, but finally, right, I got to where I could play both hands together. Then I remember the day she said, now, we're going to read the music, play both hands. I thought, wow, how would you do that, right? And I'm looking at the music, looking at my hands, right? But finally I got that going. Then I remember the day she said, now, we're going to watch the audience, play the music, read the music, play both hands. I thought, now, how could you possibly do that? Right? But sure enough, I finally got to where I could watch the audience, read the music, and play both hands. Right? After a while. At first, it was a little awkward, but after a while, I finally got those, right, 4 things in line. So, here's what I want to give you. It's a little mental tick list to remember. And at first it may seem a little awkward to try to remember these 4 things in gathering information for future conversations, communication. But just try. And then finally it'll come naturally. So the first word is interest. Be interested enough to find ideas to put in your journal. Be interested enough to look around. Keep your eyes open. What's going on? Be alert. Don't miss anything. Okay, here's the second word for good communication. Developing this reservoir, and that is fascination. Fascination goes a little bit beyond interest. Fascination means you take a second look. Fascination means you're just not interested in just surface information. You want to know what's behind it. What does it really mean? So if you really want to develop this reservoir of information for future conversations, you've got to be fascinated with life, fascinated with stories, fascinated with human behavior. Why do people act like they act? Why do they do what they do? Now also be interested and fascinated with your own life. How come I act like I act? Why do I always do this? Why do I feel this way? See, that kind of fascination will start helping you to gather up the information for good communication. Fascinated. Here's the third word, and this is a good one. Sensitivity. Develop a sensitivity to life and people. Let what's happening during the day touch you. Let it affect you. Develop a sensitivity to both tragedy and success, both the highs and the lows of life. A sensitivity to people's feelings, a sensitivity to the complexity of life as well as the simplicity of life. How people are different and yet so much the same. A sensitivity to people's beliefs, the way they look at things. Here's a good phrase, let life touch you. Don't let it kill you, but let it touch you. Be sensitive. When Judy and I were married, I'll never forget, we got back from Europe. One time we were staying at the Waldorf Astoria in New York. It was about Christmas time, I don't know, the 20th of December, something like that. And we decided to rent a car and drive out to Long Island. Judy had never been to Long Island. Judy was raised in the Midwest, farm country too. And on the way out to Long Island, Judy had never been to Harlem. So we left the hotel, and not very far away from the Waldorf Astoria is Harlem. I will never forget the look on Judy's face as we drove through Harlem. Incredible. It was the 20th of December, but in Harlem there was not one sign of Christmas.
Today's a special day for me. A lot of people have affected my life as I started out. You know, I lost my mother about 3 years ago, but what an impact she made on my life. The care that she gave me, I was an only child, so my parents spoiled me and got me off to an incredibly good start. My mother was a scholar, taught me well. I could read and write before I ever started school. And she carefully looked after my education, especially in those early years. And gosh, the effect of my mother has lasted all of these years for me, and part of what I'm going to share with you today, I can still feel the effect of my own mother. Then my father was a doer. In fact, he'll be 90 years old in April, and he still hasn't retired. He's still going strong. Each year I'm trying to get him to retire, saying, hey, Papa, age 89, you've had enough years. Why don't you, just take it easy? And he keeps saying, talk to me in 10 years. So I don't know when I'm going to get him to retire. And then a big dramatic meeting for me was when I was 25 years old. I had gotten married, living a fairly normal, average American life. And age 25, I was behind on my bills and my promises to my family and wondering where to go from there. And I had a chance to meet a very wealthy man. His name was Mr. Schoaf, Mr. Earl Schoaf. And my good fortune was he invited me to go to work for him. And I spent the next 5 years in his employ. And then, unfortunately, he died at age 49. But it was 5 of the most spectacular years of my life, as someone cared about me enough to take the time to teach me how to change, teach me how to grow. And that's where I first started hearing that language that I've become sort of famous for things to change, you've got to change. I started hearing that at age 25. And this man made such an incredible impact on my life, changed my income, changed my bank account, changed my future. Everything about me started in a real revolutionary way during that 5 years. And I wish that man was still alive today. I'd be giving him a lot of credit for me having arrived here to have a chance to spend this weekend with all of you. But then I had a chance 16 years ago when I did a seminar in Los Angeles, California. Sitting in my audience was young Mr. Mark Hughes. And what a meeting that was. I'd already heard about Mark. His reputation preceded him. He started studying nutrition, because this was shortly after the death of his mother, and I couldn't believe how much he already knew about nutrition. His dedication was already evident. And then, of course, it wasn't long until after that he put this company together called Herbal Life, and the rest is history. But Mark invited me to come in when the company was just a few months old and share some of my experience and ideas with those early distributors, Jerry Shatanovich and some of the others that were there when I first came in. And I couldn't believe how excited they were. The testimonies were already starting to be spectacular. And so I was congratulating Mark, saying, Mark, you've really got something going here. No telling how far it's going to go. And if I would have known how far it was going to go, I'm sure I would have hung around. But I'm off lecturing around the world, so, I bid Mark Godspeed, and I'm off around the world. But I've kept in touch all these years, and I watched it get put together. I watched Mark as he attracted people to the cause and transferred his knowledge and his skills to them, and step by step started putting this company together. And then it started going from country to country. And then I get the famous telephone call 6.5 years ago when Mark said, I'd love to have you come on board. Lend me some of your time and some of your talent, some of your experience, and help me to take my cause around the world. We've got an opportunity to dominate the industry. We've got an opportunity to touch the lives of millions of people. And he said, I need some help. Would you join? And I said, sure. And that was 6.5 years ago. And what Mark promised me back then has all come true. I've had a chance to talk to more people, I think affect more people's lives in the last 6.5 years, being with all of you and being with Herbalife than anything else I could have possibly done. And I'm so glad Mark invited me 6.5 years ago to come on board, and I'm glad to be here today. But here's what's exciting for me now. We've got a chance to take what's been developed the last 13 years, starting with Mark's dedication. And then very quickly, Mark knew that he could take the product to his grandmother, but he couldn't take it to all the grandmothers around the world unless he had some help. And when he started putting those early ads in the paper and started attracting people to help him with his dream, that was the beginning of all this that's here today. But now we've got a chance to take the last 13 years and invest them in the next 13 years, and the possibilities of that is absolutely awesome. And as I mentioned to the Tabulator team just a couple of days ago, we have a chance not only to be an influence individual by individual, family by family, organization by organization, group by group, but I promise you Herbalife is going to have a chance to be an influence in the community. We're going to have a chance to be an influence in the country, whatever country you represent here today. Herbalife's going to gather up some dedicated people that are going to reach out, not only touch people's health and touch people's financial future, but we're going to have a chance to do some marvelous things as we work together, develop our skills, language skills, organization skills, the ability to communicate skills. That's going to serve us so well, not just in the business that we're involved in, but our ability to affect people as our influence grows throughout the community, throughout the state, if you live in America, throughout the country. And then when we come back to celebrate, some people are going to bring back word of the honors that we've gotten and say, if you want something done in the community, call one of those Herbalife leaders. They know how to get people together. They know how to put the show on the road. They know how to influence other people. So the reputation of Herbalife started with Mark, I'm telling you, is going to start influencing more and more and more people, not just the people involved in our organization, but the people out there that we can reach and touch because of our example, because of the stature we're going to have in the community, because of the skills we develop, personality, and all the things that come from a session like this. And I can't wait to see the honors start to accumulate for a lot of you individually out there in the communities that you've come from. And when you bring us word of those honors that you've gotten because of your influence out there where you labor in your community, we're all going to rejoice. We're all going to be happy. And of course, the one that's going to be most excited of all is going to be Mark Hughes, knowing that his dedication caused this whole chain reaction of people to be involved in his cause. And I'm just delighted to be here. I wouldn't have missed this journey for anything in the world. And I'm anxious to watch what Mark's going to unfold. I've been around a long time out there in the marketplace, but I've never seen the likes of Mark Hughes. And I just love to be around him. I love to be close by. We have conferences often at his, mansion hilltop there in Beverly Hills, overlooking the rest of the world. And it's just amazing for me to see this young man work, to see his dedication, his ability to communicate. And I'm really dazzled by the people that he's attracted around him to make this dream come true. And so I'm here to go to work along with you, see how many people we can reach and touch in our lifetime, and then get together often and celebrate. And, the news media is going to come around and make notes, not just of what we've accomplished as far as business is concerned, but they're going to come around and watch how we celebrate. And we're going to have good cause to celebrate. And this is just another piece in putting together the global Herbalife effort, but it's also a piece in putting together your strategy for building your life, building your business, building your future, affecting your family, affecting your organization. And I'm glad I've been invited here today to give you a part of my experience. So let's go to work. Let's get started. First note, we get paid for bringing value to the marketplace. Now, we not only need to learn this, we need to teach it to our children. They need to know that right away, here's how economics really works. We get paid for bringing value to the marketplace. Now, it takes time. It takes time to bring value to the marketplace. However, we don't get paid for time. Someone mistakenly says, I'm making $10 for an hour. Not true. If that was true, you could just stay home, right? Have them send you your money. So it's not true. We don't get paid for the time. We get paid for the value that we bring to the marketplace. Now, since that's true, here's one of the key questions of the day. Is it possible to become twice as valuable to the marketplace and make twice as much money in the same time? Answer, of course. Is it possible to become 3 times as valuable to the marketplace and make 3 times as much money in the same time? And the answer is, of course. Is it possible to become 5 times as valuable as you are right now and make 5 times as much money in the marketplace in the same time? Is that possible? Of course. Is it possible to become 10 times as valuable as you are right now to the marketplace and make 10 times as much money in the same time? Is that possible? Of course. That's how all of these incomes started to be generated. Some of them starting 13 years ago with Jerry, some 10, 11, 12 years ago, some not that long ago, 4, 5, 6 years ago. These incomes of $1 million and more, I'm telling you, that's how those incomes got generated, is by people who, number one, understood the marketplace, that there was a need in the marketplace. Herbalife was the best answer to that need. And then they discovered that in order to take advantage of the opportunity, not only did Mark have to go to work on making Herbalife valuable, but these people had to go to work on making themselves valuable to the marketplace to make this kind of money. Now here's what's exciting. Anybody can do it. Anybody can start right where they are, climbing this ladder. In America, the ladder starts at about $5 an hour. And then this ladder starts up. Top income last year, 80 million. The guy who runs Coca-Cola. Now, that's a heck of a ladder, called the ladder of opportunity, starting at the bottom, climbing your way to the top. Now, why would the marketplace pay someone only $5 an hour? Answer, they're not very valuable to the marketplace. Now, might be a valuable human being, yes. Valuable member of the family, yes. Valuable member of society, yes. Valuable member of the church, yes. Valuable in the sight of God, yes. We're all of equal value in the sight of God. But to the marketplace, if you're not very valuable, you don't get much money. Now, however, where you start is not where you have to stay. You got to put that in your notes. Where you start is not where you have to stay. That's what this ladder of opportunity is for. That's why Herbalife's got this increasing discount schedule, starting at 25%. But 25% is where you start, but it's not where you have to stay. All you have to do is grow. Now, why would the marketplace pay someone $50 an hour? Evidently, the marketplace would pay someone $50 an hour because evidently they have become more valuable. Why would the marketplace pay someone $500 an hour? Evidently, you just got to take a look, because evidently if one person is being paid much more than another, evidently they must have become more valuable. In America last year, top income, 80 million. Why would a company pay one person $80 million for 1 year's work? Answer, evidently, right? Isn't that a good word? Evidently, this person must be very valuable. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, whether it's the Herbalife ladder that starts at 25% or whether it's pay in the marketplace, my teacher, when I was 25 years old, gave me the clue that totally changed my life, and I want to share that clue with you today. Here's what he said. Work harder on yourself than you do on your job. Work harder on yourself than you do on your business. See if you can find some ways to multiply your value to the marketplace. And he said your income will immediately start to change. Up until then, I was hoping that the economy would change. I was hoping that my company would change. I was hoping that my paycheck would change. I was hoping that circumstances outside would change. And then here's what I found out. It isn't going to change. So then my question was, if it isn't going to change, how will my life ever change? And here's what my teacher taught me. When you change, everything will change for you. When you get better, everything will get better for you. And that's where I picked up that phrase, for things to change, you've got to change. You don't have to change the marketplace. You don't have to change the marketing plan. You don't have to change the economy. You don't have to change countries. You don't have to change circumstances out there. All you've got to do is look within and see if you can change yourself for the better. And as you change, things will start to change for you. Now, let's talk about becoming valuable to the marketplace. Here's number one, bring value to the marketplace. Bring value to the marketplace. What's exciting about Herbalife is right away, as soon as you've heard a testimonial or as soon as you've got one, you can bring that testimonial to the marketplace. Long before you have the skills, you can bring the product. You can bring the story. And that's valuable to the marketplace. So right away, you've got something valuable as soon as you've heard the story and you believe it. And you make a telephone call and translate the story to someone else, you have immediately brought value to the marketplace. Now here's number two, be valuable to the marketplace. Make those telephone calls. Put on the button. Hand someone a brochure. Give someone a simple invitation to listen to your story. Be valuable. Number three is becoming valuable to the marketplace. Right away we can bring value. Right away we can be valuable by telling our story, handing someone a brochure, giving them an invitation. But here's where the big fortune lies, and that is becoming valuable to the marketplace. As the business grows, you grow. As the opportunity unfolds, you grow. You get stronger, you get better, and you get wiser. Now, how do we become valuable to the marketplace? Let me just go through a few things that can make a difference in you becoming valuable to the marketplace. And we don't need to talk about 1,000 things. My teacher gave me a simple little formula that I've used all these years. It's become so valuable for me. And here's what he said. There's usually about a half dozen things that makes 80% of the difference. There's usually about a half dozen things that makes 80% of the difference. Keep looking for the few things that makes the most difference. For your good health, there's not 1,000 things you have to do every day. It's called 2 shakes a day, a few tablets, 3 times a day? I mean, it can't be much simpler than that. 2, few, 3. It's about how simple this formula is. Not 1,000, not beyond your comprehension. Few simple things, a little bit of exercise, watch your diet, and that's it. A few simple things, and now good health belongs to you. So in your business, keep looking for the few things that'll make the most difference. Here's why a lot of people don't do well. They simply major in minor things. They spend too much time on the things that don't count, too little time on the things that would count. So here's what we teach, good for our children as well. Don't spend major time on minor things. We also teach don't spend major money on minor things. If those ratios are wrong right from the beginning, I'm telling you, it can be a disaster. In the last 10 years, if a man bought 2,000 donuts and 2 books, it would be easy to determine why his life is not working well. I'm all for both donuts and books, but 2,000 donuts to 2 books is a poor ratio. Almost anybody would conclude the guy's life is probably not working well because he spent too much money on donuts, not near enough money on books. Too much food for the body, not enough food for the mind. Okay, turning these ratios around, learning what few things are going to make the most difference. You don't have to get good at 1,000 things. Just get good at a few things, and your value will start to change to the marketplace, your value to your customer, your value to your distributor, your value to your organization. All of this refinement, a few things. Now, let's go through those few things that can make such an incredible difference in how your life works out, how your business unfolds. Number 1 is philosophy. We all must concentrate a great deal of our attention on our own philosophical conclusions, because this is what guides our life, our philosophy. The working of the mind, the ability to think and process ideas and information. This miracle process that human beings can engage in is simply incredible. The ability to use our mind to think, to process ideas and information that helps us to build a philosophy that guides our life. All kinds of philosophy. Political philosophy, of course, helps guide the nation. Economic philosophy determines whether or not you're going to be financially secure. A good health philosophy determines whether or not you're going to be healthy. A good working philosophy with your family determines whether or not that's going to work out well. Philosophy. Let me give you my definition of philosophy. Philosophy is the sum total of what we know, and number 2, the decisions we make. So first of all, we must gather knowledge. Second, we must sort it all out, decide what's valuable and what isn't valuable. And let that establish for us a philosophy to live by. You're going to have to go through the decision-making process and sort it all out. What you can use right away, what it's going to take a while for you to get involved in, sorting it out for you, how to make it fit for you, make it fit for your life, make it fit for your business. This process here is what establishes our philosophy. And this is what gives us guidance. We've got all kinds of wind that blows out here. But what this philosophy does is help us to set the sail. The winds of opportunity, the winds of circumstances, the political winds, the social winds, the winds are always blowing. But here's the best part of education that I know of. You cannot change the winds, but you can change the set of the sail. And that's why we've come here to study today, is to see if we can't refine our thinking and our philosophy to help set a proper sail, so that no matter what wind blows. And when somebody says to you, what if this happens and what if this happens? Doesn't matter. What a power to walk away here with. Doesn't matter how the wind blows. I've gotten some information to set a sail, establish my philosophy that's going to give me the guidance to building my business, building my organization, building my life, building my relationship with my family, building a good marriage, building all the values of my life. I've got the information. I've got the ideas. I've established my philosophy. My sail is set. Let the wind blow however it's going to blow. The political winds, the social winds, the winds of circumstance, the winds of reverses, the winds of the dark nights, the summer winds, the winter winds. I'm telling you, it's not going to matter. You're going to have an incredible sail set that'll take advantage of the winds so that you can go wherever you want to go. Now, where do we get ideas and information that can establish our philosophy? Number one, from personal experience. Learn from your own personal experience. That's why it's good to keep a journal. Keep some notes on your own personal experience, the things that happened to you, the questions you've had, and the answers you've found. Jot it all down. Don't trust your memory. Keep a journal. Things that have happened to you, questions that you've got, answers that you've found that help to guide your philosophy. Learning from personal experience. Now here's number two. I call it OPE, other people's experience. That's why I came by today. Share with you some of my personal experience. Now there's two kinds of people to learn from. Number one, failures. People who've messed it up. It's too bad failures don't give seminars. I'm telling you, it'd be valuable. If somebody's messed up their life for 40 years, you just got to say, John, would you spend a day with me? No, I'll bring my journal. Tell me how you messed it up and threw it all away. So learn from negative as well as positive. But here's number two, learn from success. Learn from the ones that have put it together. They've made the mistakes. They've corrected their errors. They've gotten their ego under control. They've learned how to work with people. They've learned how to build an organization. They've learned how to establish a customer base. They've learned how to develop distributor by distributor, city by city, country by country. What a wealth of knowledge concentrated in one place. Other people's experiences to establish our philosophy. Now here's number two. Not only are we affected by philosophy, we're affected by attitude. How we feel. So number one in these few things for personal development, makes us better than we are, makes us stronger than we are, makes us wiser than we are, so that we bring more value to the marketplace, become more valuable to the marketplace. First is knowledge, awareness, ideas, understanding. But second is attitude, how we feel. And it's how we feel about a lot of things. Let me give you the short list. We don't have time today for the long list on attitude, but let me give you the short list. Number one, it's how you feel about the past. You've got to have a good, mature feeling about the past. And here's the best advice I can give you on that. Treat the past as a school. Let the past teach you. Don't let the past become a club. Beat yourself to death with the past. So you blew it. What else is new? So it fell apart on you. What else is new? So you messed it up. What else is new? So you fell out of the sky. What else is new? So you did it wrong. What else is new? So you've made a long list of mistakes. What else is new? I mean, we've all been through it. But here's what I want you to do. Let the past now teach you. Let it teach you. Don't carry it around like a burden. It's too heavy to carry. As the days unfold and the months unfold, if you keep carrying the past losses, past failures, past mistakes, I'm telling you, it's too heavy. Just let it become a schoolmaster. Let it teach you and learn from the past. Because here's what's valuable from the past. Experience. Experience. We've all heard the phrase, experience can be one of the best teachers. Now here's number two, your attitude about the future. How you feel about the future is going to be vitally important. That's why I love to get around Mark. His concept of the future is so clear to him. I'm telling you, some of the things for the future is a lot more clear to Mark than it is to me. And I've been around a long time. But I'm telling you, this young man from the tough side of town in Los Angeles, California, that established this mission for his life after the death of his mother, for some miraculous reason, things just settled in for Mark. He developed this single vision, and everything that he's done and everything he's read, all the people that he's gathered around him, is for this one single mission to affect people's lives with better health through these products and affect people's financial future. I've never seen anyone in my life so single-minded that could see so far into the future. It's absolutely amazing. And he does all of those incredible things for me, getting me to see. Now let me quote you from ancient script. Here's what it says. If you cannot see, you perish. You die. We've all got to have a future to work for. We've all got to have the ability to see something beyond ourselves, something beyond just today, something beyond just this week. The future. Setting your goals. And a lot of people have asked me tips on how do you set goals. Let me just give you a simple little formula on setting goals. Vision of the future. Being able to see beyond today. Here's a little formula for setting goals. Number one, decide what you want. Get together with your wife and decide, what do we want? Get together with your husband and decide, what do we want? Get together with the family. Make some decisions. What do we want? Where do we want to go? What do we want to do? What do we want to have? What do we want to share? Then some of this has got to be personal. What do I want? What kind of skills do I want? What kind of income do I want? What kind of future do I see for myself? Not just for my family, but for me as well, because I'm going to have a major part in my family's future. What do I want? Get together and decide. Now here's number two. Write it down. Put it on paper. Sometimes you got to take things out of your head, not just operate out of your head. You got to take it out of your head and make a list. Make a list. Do the decision-making process and then just simply make a list. Write it down. Now here's number three. Keep the old lists. Keep the old lists of goals. One of the greatest signs of personal development is looking back on those old lists of goals. I look back at a list of goals I made 10 years ago, and I'm telling you, some things on there I'm a little embarrassed. Here's 10 years ago, here's what I thought was so important. Now I'm telling you, it's not that important anymore. I've grown, I've changed, I've matured. And I've got some of my goal lists that go back 20 years, 25 years. Some of those I won't even show anybody. Here's what I thought was so valuable. Now I understand so much better as my priorities have changed. Some of the things that used to be on the top of my list right now, I've learned they're not that important anymore. Other things have taken place on the top of the list. So, number one, decide what you want. Number two, write it down. Number three, keep the old lists. And here's number four, check off. When you do get something that's on your goal list, check it off. The first time I came to Spain many years ago, I happened to have my journal with me that had the list of goals in it. One of them was to someday go to Spain. And I had that journal with me, and when the wheels touched the runway in Madrid, I got out that list and I checked it off. Okay. So first of all, attitude is how you feel about the past. It's how you feel about the future. And here's the third one. It's how you feel about everyone. You got to have a good, mature attitude about everybody. Everyone in your family. Everyone in your organization. Everyone in the community. Everyone in the world. Everyone in your country. Got to have a good, healthy attitude about everybody. And here's why. You can't succeed by yourself. We all need each other to make our business successful. We need each other to make a successful life. You can't succeed all alone. One person doesn't make a company. One person doesn't make a corporation like Herbalife. One person doesn't make a country. One person doesn't make a symphony orchestra. One person doesn't make a community. One person doesn't make a powerful nation. Not one person alone. Doesn't make harmony. You can't have harmony with just one. Got to have more than one. So to have harmony and possibility and opportunity and future and the strength of the collective society, the collective organization, I'm telling you, it comes from all of us working together. So you got to have a unique sense of appreciation of everyone. The last one, the first one. You've got to learn to appreciate the youngest one. You got to learn to sense the value of the oldest one. And the one that gives you the most joy and the one that gives you the most trouble. You've just got to have a unique sense of appreciation that it takes all colors and all kinds and all sizes and people with different dreams at different places in their personal development. You've got to learn to embrace them all and appreciate them all because it takes them all. Here's a good phrase to jot down. It takes all of us to make each of us successful. So each of us must understand how valuable all of us are. Nobody in the rest of the 90s is going to be a match for all of us. All of our talents, all of our skills, all of our dedication, all blended together, various sizes, various ways and means. I'm telling you, the march is going to be on, the pace is going to be quickened. When we walk out of the 94 extravaganza, we will have an even bigger sense that nobody's going to be a match for all of us. We can go out there and deliver the products and deliver the goods and touch millions of people's lives, and I can't wait to be a part of it all. Now here's the next one that's vitally important. First, it's how you feel about the past. Second, how you feel about the future. Third, it's how you feel about everyone. And here's number 4. It's how you feel about yourself. I'm asking you to take today a renewed sense of self-confidence. Now, the first is simple. That you come to the logical conclusion that if Mark Hughes can do it, from where he started, 9th grade education, high school dropout. Mark never met his father until he was 20 years old. The judge decided who he was to live with when he was a little kid. His mother dies from a drug overdose when he's 18. He starts a little company, right, operating first of all from the trunk of his car, but step by step, from that small beginning, he conquered all of his challenges. It didn't matter the winds that blew for Mark because he started setting a sail early in his life that's guided him, and he strengthened that sail up until now, serving as an example for all of us. And I'm telling you, Mark's central theme of his whole story is, if the kid from the tough side of town can do it, anybody can do it. with his background and the strikes against him, if he can overcome all of that and build a company second to none, if he can grow, you can grow. If he can get his arms around $1 billion enterprise, so can you. If Mark can make his fortune starting where he did, so can you. If he can change, you can change. If he can pick it up, you can pick it up. If he can turn around, you can turn around. If he can go on an accelerated personal development path, so can you. Pick all that up. Pick it up from the president's team. Pick it up from each other. Pick it up from the farm boy from Idaho raised in obscurity. Pick it up from all of these that have come to associate here together and walk away from here with a whole new sense of yourself and the gifts that you've got to bring to the marketplace. Do not deny yourself a chance to grow, a chance to change, a chance to become better than you are, bigger than you are, a bigger heart than you had before, more insight than you had, and give yourself the chance to grow. If anyone can do it, we all can do it. Attitude. So number one is philosophy. Number two is attitude. And here's number three, activity. Now the disciplines. We must now learn the skills. If you want to be able to get your arms around a big organization that produces $1, $2, $3 million a year income, you got to develop the skills. You've got to put yourself through the early disciplines. But now here's what's exciting about the disciplines. One of my key phrases for the whole day: disciplines work miracles. Disciplines work miracles. And here's the first piece that works miracles. Number one, do what you can. Do not let neglect grab you by the throat. Don't let neglect stall you on your path toward prosperity and health, being able to become powerful, influential, rich beyond wildest imagination. Don't neglect what you can do. If you can read, read. If you can change, change. If you can grow, grow. If you can take one step, take one step. Do not neglect to do whatever you can do at the moment. Of course, you can't run a multi-billion-dollar business today. Mark couldn't either 10 years ago. Mark couldn't either 5 years ago. But I'm telling you, today he can do it, because step by step, year by year, he took on what he could do. He didn't neglect it. He did the meetings he could do. He made the calls he could make. He read the books he could read. He took the classes he could take. And step by step, he got himself ready. I'm telling you, do not neglect to do whatever you can do, because it'll work miracles. Of personal development first, productivity second. Now, do what you can. Here's number two, do the best you can. Hopefully you've picked that up, especially from the president's team. That's how they got here, with diamonds in their pins. They not only did what they could, they did the best they could. And they've done the best they've been able to do, and I'm telling you, that's why Herbalife has got this incredible reputation. They've picked up Mark's challenge that said, let us grow, let us start with easy steps first, let's do what we can first. If it's a foggy night and you can only see 100 feet, how can you see another 100 feet? Answer, walk the first 100 feet. Walk as far as you can see, and then you can see some more. And walk as far as you can see, and then you can see some more. So what you've picked up here, just do it as far as you can see it. And I promise you, if you'll execute as far as you can see it, you'll be able to see more. Do that, then you can see more. And finally, get in tune of doing the best you can. And you'll have the activity that'll develop the disciplines that will set this sail so that you can say, it doesn't matter how the wind blows. I'm prepared. The disciplines that work miracles, here's the real miracle that works so well in Herbalife. Investing life into life. One person's life invested in another. I'm telling you, you cannot have the potential for miracle with any simpler formula than that. Somebody who develops a testimonial and now invests that testimonial in someone else's attention, someone else's mind, gets them to think about it, gets them to respond to it. Now we've got the miracle called a new customer. Investing the opportunity, idea in someone, telling them the Herbalife opportunity, now we've got a new distributor. Disciplines create new life by investing one person's life into another person's life. That's why I came by today. Mark Hughes invited me to come along on this journey to let me do something so grand and so powerful. I would not have missed this opportunity to invest a piece of my life into this many lives here today. I'm telling you, it's going to work miracles. And I'm asking you at home, because our whole life is not only concerned with our business and our customers and our distributors and our organization, all of the things that we're proud of and the banners and the flags and all the rest of it. One of the most important is to become valuable by discipline to your family. No greater place can you invest life into life than to invest in your family. Don't give your distributors the best of your attention and your family the least of your attention. Don't be careful with your distributors and careless with your family. Be just as careful with a child as you are with a distributor, because sometimes we think about volume and we think about money and we think about income, so we're very careful. But sometimes the people around us who need this investment the most to create new life, sometimes we're a little careless about investing life into life when it seems like it's so close and it's so familiar. We don't take the time to study ways and means for the language and the skills to invest life into life concerning our family. Don't be short here. There's an insurance company in the United States that got a good phrase that they've coined to go along with their insurance company, and here's what it says: you're in good hands. What a reputation to build. Reputation of having good hands. And that's the reputation we want as Herbalife distributors, wherever we find ourselves at the moment. Let us develop good hands to take these products to the marketplace, take these stories to the marketplace with hands that care, with hands that reach out and touch other people, with hands that are skillful, hands that are not belligerent, hands that show no malice, hands that are not a threat to anyone, caring hands. Let's develop good hands. Let's put ourselves through the disciplines. Let's give ourselves the guidance by what we learn, feeling good about it all. Then let's develop these disciplines so that we become better instruments of investing our life into other people's life and watch these miracles unfold for ourselves and for our family. Now I've got one more to finish it up here today. We've talked about philosophy, we've talked about attitude, we've talked about disciplines. Now let's talk about lifestyle. Lifestyle. The ultimate challenge of life is to take your results and jot this word down: fashion. Fashion for yourself a good life. Fashion for yourself a good life, like weaving a tapestry. A good life does not happen by accident. My teacher, when I was 25 years old, gave me two phrases, and I want to give you those two phrases as I wrap it up here today. And these phrases helped to change my life. Here's the first one. If you wish to be wealthy, study wealth. If you wish to be wealthy, study wealth. He gave me a little simple formula to consider. A wealth formula. First 6 years of my life, I wound up broke. First 6 years of my economic life, I wound up broke. Second 6 years of my economic life, I wound up rich. He gave me a whole new economic philosophy. I studied it. I practiced it. I became wealthy. But here was the second phrase he gave me. If you wish to be happy, study and practice the art of happy living. Up until then, I had no concept that happiness was a study. My best hope for happiness at age 25 was just to go around with my fingers crossed, hoping something would make me happy. And he said, no, happiness is something you fashion. Happiness is an art. It's not an accident, it's an art. And so I'm asking you to study and practice the art of living a happy life. And start with your family. If you want a happy evening, you have to design it. It's not going to happen by accident. If you want a happy weekend, you've got to design it. You've got to fashion it. You've got to weave it like a tapestry with your own hands, your own ideas. Don't leave an evening to the winds. Don't leave a child's birthday to the winds. Don't leave a weekend that's important just to the winds. Let the winds blow. Fashion the day. Fashion the weekend. Fashion the evening. Engage in this kind of happy living called lifestyle. For your family. Another part of it is culture. You got to go to the plays. You got to see the movies. You got to go listen to the orchestra, the symphony. You got to let these things affect you. Enjoy that part of your life. Fashion it and enjoy it. Take an hour, take a couple of hours, take an evening, and go soak up the symphony, soak up the music. And when you do this with family, with culture, lifestyle, here's what happens. Number one, you can enjoy it. It's a spendable commodity. But here's the most exciting part of all. The feelings you get from here, the coin, the currency, the worth and the value you get from fashioning a happy life, fashioning a conversation with a child, fashioning a love experience. A good marriage is not a marriage that's left to the wind. It must be well woven. A friendship must be well constructed. A cultured life must be well woven, well constructed. A love affair must be well woven. I'm telling you, all of these values that come from lifestyle, and nobody can engage in the art of lifestyle better than Herbalife distributors, Mark Hughes being one of the best. And even from the simplest of lives. Better to live in a tent on the beach and be in love than to live in a mansion by yourself. But now here's the last part. This is the most exciting. Not only can a well-fashioned lifestyle experience be enjoyed, here's the powerful part. It can be invested. It can be invested. Because here's what really happens. You take lifestyle, all those values, all the coin, all the currency of lifestyle, and you invest it. This feeling here helps you to now, drives you to do the better study. Why? This whole cycle keeps coming around. Philosophy, attitude, disciplines create lifestyle. Lifestyle inspires you to go back, develop an even better philosophy, stronger attitude, more detailed disciplines. All of that helps you to produce lifestyle. And if you fashion this well, love affair, marriage, culture, evening, weekend, all of this good stuff now, that inspires you now to read, study and grow, develop your philosophy, strengthen your attitude, pick up the disciplines. This whole cycle, I'm telling you, there's nothing like it once you understand how to live this way. 2 weekends ago, we were at Mark's home, those who were invited. I don't know what he paid for it. I think at least $20 million for a house. A house. No, it's really not a house, it's a mansion. The second mansion built in Beverly Hills, a famous old mansion, constructed and owned by Douglas Fairbanks, famous movie actor of the past, overlooking Beverly Hills and Los Angeles, where Mark sits now, up on top of the world. And guess what all of that is for? Mark has fashioned well his lifestyle to, number one, enjoy. But guess what else he does with it? He invests it. As he soaks up the history of this mansion he lives in, as he contemplates his lifestyle for himself and Alexander, Suzanne, all of us, our future Herbalife distributors, I'm telling you, when he walks out of that home and goes to his office on the 13th floor, he brings with him all of these well-fashioned feelings and invests it in a stronger Herbalife philosophy, an attitude that'll stand the test of time, and disciplines that I watch as miracles beyond measure, helping Herbalife to unfold into a multi-billion-dollar business. I'm asking you to do the same thing. Fashion your lifestyle so well that you can invest it, and then watch the future unfold for you like it does for Mark Hughes. So, I think enough from me today. I want to thank you for giving me the most awesome opportunity anybody could ever ask for, a chance at this level. And you know, there's not millions of people that get to sit at this level. And as you walk away from here today, of course, one of these days you're going to be able to sit in Mark Hughes' home. You'll be invited to one of those awesome occasions at the top of the world, and you'll be able to see, as you fashioned your lifestyle and let it be something you enjoy and then something you invest, you're going to be able to see one of the greatest examples of all time. But someday, when you get the ultimate invitation, as some of these right down here in front of me well understand, to someday walk through the doors of that incredible mansion that Mark Hughes has designed for himself and his family and for all of us to enjoy that are invited there, you'll begin to see the ultimate of lifestyle and how it can be enjoyed plus invested in the future. And let people have a taste, let people have a sense of what they can do with their lives if they start from scratch, grandmother by grandmother, person by person, customer by customer, distributor by distributor, community by community, country by country. If you'll pick up that cause, pick up that excitement, and let all of that's happening in Herbalife, let it affect all of your life. Don't let it just affect your health. Let it not just affect your business, but let it affect your life. Let it affect your heart. Let it affect your soul. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm sitting here. I don't need the fortune. I've already got a fortune. I don't need the money. I take the money, but I don't need the money. But guess guess what I do need? A chance to associate with Mark Hughes and all of you and let your life contribute to mine, to give me that rare opportunity that only a few people out of the billions in the world that have a chance at this level that you and I have to enjoy each other, learn from each other, contribute to each other, so that we can live the most extraordinary lives that anyone has had the opportunity to live in the last 6,500 years. And for me to be a part of it at this level and let my life blend in with yours and see how much we can get from that in terms of miracle, work with Mark, make his dream come true, be a part of it. I'm just glad you let me come by and invest my life into yours. Thank you very much. God bless everybody.
There was not one light, Christmas light. There was not one Christmas tree. There was not one wreath on any door. There was not one strand of tinsel. No sign of Christmas in Harlem on the 20th of December. And yet a few blocks away on Fifth Avenue and Park Avenue in New York and Rockefeller Center, there's the big blazing Christmas tree, and the ice skaters are skating, and the chestnuts are roasting, and right, the shops are full of clothes, and the shoppers are shopping, and there's this feeling of wealth and affluence. And a few blocks away is Harlem. Incredible. Judy talked about that experience for a long time after that, the impact it made on her. Harlem, and the incredible contrast in people's lives, from the wealthy to the poor, from the advantaged to the disadvantaged. It really affected her. But see, you want to be affected by life. Let it touch you, let it reach you. When I lived in Northern California, 2 or 3 times a year, I would go to San Francisco, the Tenderloin district. Down at what's known as the bottom of the world. Just go spend a day and see what it's like on the other side of life. Walk the streets where the lonely walk and talk to them. Find out their stories. Go eat where they eat. Visit with them for a while. It's an incredible experience. Because I was raised fairly well, I've never had any tragedy in my life, so I really don't know what it's like. But it's good to have a view and a look. You don't have to go live in poverty, but you got to be aware of it. You got to know about it. You got to be sensitive to it. Man, I got to know there Frank. Frank runs a bar in the Tenderloin in San Francisco. What an incredible place. You wouldn't believe it. Frank sees more tragedy in a week than most people see in a lifetime. Incredible. I'm visiting with him there one day. He said, "Jim, see that lady sitting over there at the bar?" I said, "Yes." He said, "That's Cookie." He said, "How old do you think she is?" I said, "I don't know. She looks about 45. He said, "She's 25. I said, "Wow." Cookie used to be a go-go dancer. And she developed some kind of bone disease and had all these operations. And now she's got the bolts and the pins and so on trying to hold her together, and she can hardly walk. And he said, Cookie comes in here 3 or 4 times a week and sits right there. And she's also got a little boy, 5 years old. He's dying of leukemia. And said, Cookie comes here and drinks till she can't drink anymore, and usually I have to call a cab and have somebody come take her home. Cookie. The story really got to me. I used to go by after that every once in a while and put some money in an envelope and her name on it and leave it for her to come by and get. The story got me. But that's Frank, Cookie, the Tenderloin, the other side of life, where the difficulties are. We've all got to be sensitive to that. We've got to let it affect us. As you let all of life affect you, so it affects your conversation, so it affects your communication. So people have this incredible sense that there's a great deal about you and your sensitivity and your interest and your fascination with life that makes life uniquely worthwhile for you. And I'll tell you what, it'll show up in your conversation, it'll show up in your feelings, it'll show up in your ability to reach people. Sensitivity. Don't be afraid of it. Use it. Develop it. Now here's the fourth word, knowledge. Develop a working knowledge. I've added one more word there, working knowledge of life and people. A working knowledge means a systematic way of gathering up all the information that comes your way and try to put it into some workable form. That's why we suggest a journal. You've just got to have a daily journal to record the ideas and the impressions and the feelings and the things that come your way, so that you'll have this working knowledge, this depth of awareness. Now, if you'll work on those 4 words and be consciously aware that you're working on knowledge, sensitivity, fascination, and interest about life and people in a deliberate way, a daily way, a consistent way, so that when you get ready to talk, there'll be all this substance there waiting to back up whatever you have to say. Here's a good phrase, let what you say be the tip of the iceberg of all you know and all that you feel and all that you're aware of. Let what you say only be a small portion of all you know and feel. I'm sure we've all had experiences talking with some people, and sure enough, they said far more than they knew. Very quickly. All right. Now, let me give you 4 steps to good communication. Here are some of the components of communicating well that I think are important to keep in mind. First of all is have something good to say. And that's why we went into all these other words, developing this reservoir, this account. What that is to deliberately be gathering daily, consciously, better things to say. Have something good to say. Good communication takes conscious preparation. When you hear a story, you just say, oh, I'm sure I can use that in years to come. That's a great story. I got to remember that. I've got to keep that. I've got to store it. I've got to put it somewhere. Right? You're alert all day long in gathering up things to have something good to say. It is said that for every hour of public presentation, you need many days of conscious preparation. And the same is true of personal conversation. What you want to make sure is that from now on you don't treat conversations casually. Because casualness brings casualties. Not only on the freeway, but in conversation. Just make sure your conversations aren't casual. Now they don't all have to be deadly serious. But almost every conversation is important. Communicating with other people is important. Exchanging ideas is important. Getting our feelings across is important. And if you treat it casually, sure enough, you just won't be much better at it a year from now, 2 years from now than you are today. You've got to treat it important. And part of the importance of treating a conversation, communication, seriously is to have something good to say. Here's another good word, research. Make your whole life process a research in this development of the reservoir for good communication. Now, if you've got a speech to make, or you're going to have a family council, or you're going to get together with somebody, and you've got something important you're going to have to get across. Now, let me give you a good advice. Get ready for it. And sometimes getting ready is a matter of several days of taking some time throughout the day to get ready to get ready. However, if you're going to talk with somebody, we all need to develop a sort of a quick mindset of getting ready to talk to somebody. Putting it in gear, being conscious, being aware. That's called getting ready. But this whole process of getting ready to have something good to say is very important. Research. This is where your library comes in. We'll talk a little bit more about that under personal development. Library. your journals, taking notes, capturing feelings and ideas. That's how you have something good to say. You do it deliberately, consciously. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the welcome, and it's nice to come by and have a chance to visit with you. Claude and I do go back a few years, and it's nice to be invited back. I did 3 lectures here last year, and it says something to be invited back. Maybe it doesn't say everything, but it says something. Maybe it says, let's give him one more chance, see if he can pull it out this time. It's nice to see all of you. How many of you, this is the first time you've seen me? Can I see your hands? Okay, most of you. Some of you I recognize have been back a few times the last few years that I've been coming to Phoenix. But I appreciate being invited to come and spend some time with you. I just got back from Australia, my 9th lecture tour of Australia, and got to see the America's Cup in Perth. Unfortunately, it's in Perth. But in 1987, we're going to go back and get it, right? But life's been good to me, and after being single 10 years, last year at the Crystal Cathedral in Garden Grove, California, I got married and got somebody now to share the rest of my life with. So, what a fascinating journey for me. And now to have the opportunity to be invited to come by and share some of my thoughts with you and see if I can't invest some of my ideas in your better future. And then if I meet you a year from now, 10 years from now, you might say, the day you came by and talked to us was a good day for me. It gave me some ideas to try. And so that's what I'd like to do in the next few minutes, and the time we've got is to give you what I think are some major things that can help in putting your life together, some things at least to consider. I don't have all the answers on how to do well, but I've got some I'm using and I'm practicing, and it's working well for me, so let me just share with you my experience. And then you can decide if it's valid for you, give it a try. If it doesn't make sense, just throw it out, right? You don't have to buy everything any one person says. Here's the key: be a student, not a follower. Be a student, not a follower. Somebody says, I read this book, should I follow? And the answer is no. Read at least 2 books and make up your own mind. Right? Don't be a follower, be a student. Be independent. Take advice, but not orders. Only give yourself orders. Make sure what you finally do is the product of your own conclusion. That's what university's for, to debate all the ideas, not just to buy them all, debate them all, and then decide what's best for you, where to go from there. But university's a great place to hear an exchange of ideas on a wide variety of major life topics, and that's what it's all about, taking the time to go through it. Now, what I'd like to give you is what I think are the 5 major pieces to the life puzzle. 5 major pieces to the life puzzle. If we can study each of the pieces and then put it all together, the chances of it running well are just a lot better. Mr. Schoaf gave me a simple formula when I first met him, and let me give it to you. He said there's usually about a half dozen things makes 80% of the difference. I thought that was a good formula. I've applied that to a lot of things. There's usually about a half dozen things makes 80% of the difference. There's about a half dozen wealth things, about a half dozen health things that can give you the 80% solution to the problem. Then Mr. Schoaf said, be a student of those half dozen basic things. Pretty good advice. Success is not doing extraordinary things. Success is doing ordinary things extraordinarily well. So if you just learn to do it well, key things well, learn to speak well. Poor people can talk and rich people can talk. Looks like rich people talk better. It's just learning a skill with a high degree of precision. Learning to speak is called survival. Learning to speak well is called success. So we can speak well enough to survive, or we can speak the extra well enough to succeed. So let me give you what I think are fundamental pieces to life, and we'll take it from there. Here's the first one: philosophy. Pretty well-known word on the university campus, philosophy. Philosophy, in very simple terms, is simply what you know. And what you know greatly affects how your life works out. We might also add, what you don't know greatly affects how your life works out. The idea you miss could be the missing number in trying to put the numbers in the lock. So, what you don't know will hurt you, to correct an old cliche. And to correct another one, ignorance is not bliss. Right? It's important to know. It's important to get the information. Now, we do something very important with what we know. We weigh it. That's another good word, we weigh. In our leadership series, we teach aspiring entrepreneurs, weigh everything before you do it, before you buy it, before you try it. Make sure you weigh it. Everything you get ready to do, you got to decide whether it's a major or a minor, and you don't want to give minor things major time. You don't want to give something insignificant significant amounts of your energy. So we simply use the phrase, weigh before you pay. Sophisticated people learn to weigh everything. And what we all need is a good set of mental scales to weigh everything. What if you got information and your mental scales were off and insignificant things to you were significant? Wouldn't that be a major handicap the rest of your life? When you weighed something, important things weighed unimportant, we would call that a great handicap. So it's very important to weigh everything properly, and that's the reason for sermons and songs and lyrics and lectures and seminars and conversations and professors and teachers. It's one of the reasons why we converse with each other, and we debate and we think about and we ponder and we perceive and we weigh and we try to find out where the values are. Because you don't want to proceed and give big chunks of your life to something that's insignificant. Okay? So we get information, we weigh it, then we come to conclusions. These are just some key words, conclusions about values. Big question in forming your life, where are the values? What is important? What should weigh heavy on my mind and I should give it significant time and significant energy and significant money? Okay. So all of this stuff, this is our thinking process. Shoaff said to me, poor thinking habits keeps most people poor. Not poor working habits. Most people work hard, but they don't think hard. They don't use their mind to really try to perceive where the values are so that they don't waste any time. It's easy to spend big chunks of your life on insignificant things, unless you can weigh it better. Our mind. So all of this stuff is called major. It's one of the major pieces of the life puzzle. What you think about, knowledge, how you weigh it, the conclusions you come to, the values you've perceived, thinking. If you really want to help somebody change their life, you have to start changing their mind, change their philosophy, change how they think. Somebody says, well, just motivation, that'll do. And the answer is no, motivation won't do it. If a guy's an idiot and you motivate him, you got a motivated idiot. Right? Say, no, that's not what it takes. Now, it's very easy to make errors in judgment. Errors in judgment. I'm now teaching people, even after they're out of school, university, college, they should read at least 1 or 2 books a week. It's easy when you get out of school, right, and get a job to just sort of let that all slide and not keep up the learning process. But if you don't keep up the learning process, a lot of values become fuzzy if you don't keep trying to perceive what's important, what's not important, and then start spending major effort on minor things. So we have to keep learning. What if a guy spent his book money on donuts? Right? We would call him greatly deprived mentally. In 10 years, the guy's bought 2 tons of donuts and only 2 books. Right? Mostly with pictures. Right? And he wonders why his life isn't working well. Reason. After he got out of school, he didn't keep up the flow of ideas that can help to refine your business and help to refine your decisions and help you come to better conclusions. You've got to keep up the learning curve, even after you're out of school, to make sure that you're not making errors in judgment. The reason why most people wind up average at age 40 instead of rich is simply an error in judgment about what to do with your money. What would you suggest a 15-year-old start as a plan to do with their money so that by 40 they're rich instead of average? got to have a good plan, right? If you start making errors early with your money, those errors can make your life mediocre instead of rich. You wind up with pennies instead of fortune. And you wind up with crumbs instead of a feast, simply because early you made errors on what to do with your money. The guy says, well, it's only $10. So what does it matter what I do with it? And the answer is, that's when it really matters, is when you don't have much. The guy says, oh, if I had a fortune, I'd really take good care of it, but I've only got a paycheck, so I don't know where it goes. We call those great errors in judgment. It's so important to make sure you've got a good plan when the amounts are small. But it's easy to make errors. It's easy not to know. It's easy to miscalculate. And if you miscalculate, some things keep adding and adding and adding. I got a good phrase for you. Life is accumulative. Good phrase to know. Life is accumulative. Our errors either accumulate into what we don't get, or our wise decisions accumulate into what we do get. Now, the key is to correct the errors as early as possible. Fortunately, Mr. Schoaf caught me at age 25, started asking me major questions. At age 25, he said, Mr. Rohn, how long have you been working? And I said, I've been working 6 years. I started working when I was 19. Right, full-time job. He said, well, 6 years. How much money have you saved and invested in the last 6 years? I said, not any. He said, who sold you on that plan? Wow, 6 years is enough time now to check and see if you've got a good financial philosophy. And the time to catch the errors is early. So Mr. Schoaf started asking me those tough questions at age 25. How about your money? How about your resources? How about your investments? And you say, well, I've got plenty of time to worry about that. I'd be concerned about that later. And the answer is probably not. Now's the time to fix it. Wherever you hear the good information, that's the time to start fixing it. So we're teaching kids now a good wealth philosophy. Starting at age 15 will make you wealthy by age 40, 45 at the latest if you're a little slow. Start doing wise things with your resources. When would you suggest people should do wise things with their resources? Answer, as soon as they get the better information. Now, you can't do what you don't know, but the key is to keep learning so that good ideas keep occurring to you. Now you can do more wise things, okay? But philosophy is where it all begins, what you know. Now, to know wise things, you simply have to study, as you're doing. Keep up the reading, keep up the conversations, keep up the listening to lectures, keep going through the information, keep stashing it away, taking the notes, right? There's no better way to adjust your philosophy than to have a continual flow of ideas. But that's the first piece of the life puzzle, philosophy. Now, here's number 2. Philosophy determines attitude. Attitude is simply how you feel. First, what you know sets the sail of your life. Now, how you feel starts taking you there. Attitude. Now, there's all kinds of ways to feel, right? You can feel good or you can feel bad. Here's one attitude. If this is all they pay, I'm not coming early and I'm not staying late on the job. That's an attitude, right? If this is all they pay, I don't come early and I don't stay late. Now, do you suppose that attitude, if you carried it through the rest of your life, do you suppose that attitude would greatly affect your life as the years unfold? The answer is overwhelmingly, of course. Here's another attitude. No matter what they pay, I always come early and I always stay late to invest in my own future. Isn't that fascinating? Attitude is by choice. You can either choose to come early or you can choose to come late. You can either choose to leave early or you can choose to stay late. Attitude's a matter of choice. Now, to make wise choice, we need educated attitudes. Emotions must go to school to learn where the values are. Okay? Good phrase. Emotions must go to school. When kids are young, right? A 3-year-old, falls on the floor and kicks his feet and screams. We say, well, that's okay when you're 3, but it isn't okay when you're 30. As a little kid, right, you can retaliate and punch somebody out, but when you're 23, we say, no, you got to learn now to take that emotion and send it to school and find out where the values are. It's okay to feel strong, but you've got to learn to restrain yourself in a society if you want life to go well for you. So attitudes now become a matter of educated choice. Educated choice. But how we feel is going to greatly determine how our life works out. Now, it's how you feel about a variety of things. Let me give you that list. Number one, it's how you feel about the past. Now, when you're young, you haven't got that much past to feel about, but I'm sure you've had some ups and downs. You've had some wins and losses, right? You wouldn't have arrived here if you hadn't have done fairly well, and I'm sure everybody has also arrived here with some already pretty tough things you've had to face and decisions you've had to make. Who knows what a variety of stories there are here. I'm sure if we knew some of the stories, we'd, shut mine down and listen to yours. There's probably some fascinating stories here already, some things you've been through. So part of our attitude is based on how we feel about the past. Some people are still carrying the burdens of the past. They're affected by some difficulties, some losses, whatever, and they're carrying it around like a burden. Instead of using the past as a school, they're using it as a threat to their life. So part of it is solving the attitude about the past, how you feel about it. Number two, it's how you feel about the future. Facing the future, very important, key part of our life. Now, there's two ways to face the future. Here they are. One, anticipation. That's one way to face the future, anticipation. Here's the other way, apprehension. Now, most people face the future with apprehension, primarily because they bought somebody else's view. They don't have their own future well designed. So in the absence of having your own future well designed, you have a tendency to be persuaded to buy somebody else's future. Here's what's going to happen, here's what's going to happen. Boy, it's easy to let your days be clouded by all of that. So some days, somewhere along the line, you've got to start settling for sure how you feel about the future. And how you feel about it greatly determines what you do. If you don't feel good about the future by having goals set, you take what we call uncertain steps. It's difficult to be confident about the day if you don't have your future well designed. So here's one of the keys to do about your future. Set goals, write them down, design the future. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? What do you want to be? What do you want to see? What do you want to have? What do you want to share? Even if it all changes 12 months from now, the key is to start making a list now. The cities you want to visit, the people you'd like to meet, your health goals, your investment goals, all that stuff. Start writing it, putting it in a journal somewhere. And let it all change as time unfolds. Something that you think is very important right now, 2 years from now, you'll say, that was kind of foolish. How come I thought that was so important, right? Because you'll grow beyond that. But right now it's important to get as clear a picture as you can of the future. Set your dreams, set your goals. Because it's important. How the day goes is greatly determined by your confidence about the future. Now here's another attitude. It's how you feel about each other. It's how you feel about society and the community and the country. It's very important. It's not that difficult to be a cynic. And cynicism greatly influences how your life works out. But it's also important to understand that if you want to do well, it takes all of us to help each of us. Good phrase. It takes all of us to help each of us do well. You can't succeed by yourself. It's hard to find a rich hermit. But you can't succeed by yourself. You need a market. You need a society. We need each other's ideas. We need each other's collective ideas. Collective participation in the marketplace, society. Okay? So how we feel about each other, very important. Now here's the big one. It's how you feel about yourself. How you feel about yourself. Self-esteem, understanding your own value. Boy, if new discovery starts to unfold for you, that you've got the brains, you've got the talent, all you need is instruction, all you need is some coaching, all you need is some help. All you need is some advice, some experience. If you're headed down the wrong road, hopefully somebody's already been down that road where the bridge is out. And they come back saying, don't go this way anymore, the bridge is out. So we take somebody else's advice and we say, wow, I'm glad you came along, I'm heading down this road. So learning from other people's experiences, picking up all the ideas so that we can feel good about ourselves. You've got the talent, you've got the skill. That's what university's for, school is for, is to help guide all this available potential. And there isn't anybody here that hasn't got the potential to become wealthy and powerful and sophisticated and influential and live uniquely. That's all within all of your reach. Some people live unfortunate lives of tragedy and despair, but that's not here. You've become those few percentage points that have the unusual gift of association and awareness and exposure to the best that the country has to offer. And here you are at a well-known university with all the chances and all of the opportunities within your reach, and with your brains and with your potential and your power and your drive and your incentives, no telling what miracles you can go do and what unique things you can accomplish. You'll look back on these days saying, those were good days that exposed me to ideas and philosophies and people and gave me chances and opportunities to become somebody unique. But everybody here's got the potential, but you've got to feel that. You've got to think well about yourself. Now, self-esteem primarily comes from engaging in the disciplines that lead to value. Self-esteem comes from engaging in the disciplines that lead to value. We don't lack potential, but to bring value from potential, we need the disciplines. Now, one of the major things that makes us not feel good about ourselves is not engaging in the disciplines. If you keep letting yourself off the hook, or just ho-humming it and letting it all slide, then you don't feel good about yourself. Best is the ant philosophy. Right? To feel good about yourself, do your best. Gather all you can during the summer. We call that the ant philosophy. Ants don't settle for half. They go for all. All you possibly can. Do the best you can. It's the greatest lift of self-esteem is doing the best you can. Okay? So attitude plays such an important part in the 5 pieces of the life puzzle. Now, what's next? Number 3. First is philosophy. Second is attitude. Philosophy and attitude determines activity. Activity is what you do. Key phrase, success is a doing. You actually now have to do it. It seems as though God has designed that the major part of the value of our life is left to our own mental genius. You've got to decide what you want to become. Then you simply have to go do it, engaging in the disciplines. Now, the activity part is so important. How hard should you work when you get ready to labor, when you get ready to try to be successful in the marketplace? How many days should you spend? How hard should you work? Well, let me give you an Old Testament phrase to consider. It says, 6 days activity, 1 day rest. Now that's called a philosophy on activity. Right? What should be the ratio of rest to activity? Old Testament suggests 6:1. Now I know that goes back a long ways. Some people said, no, 6:1's old-fashioned. 5:2 is better. Well, you've got to take a look at 5:2 and see if it's okay. You don't just want to buy somebody's philosophy without seeing if it leads to fortune, and if it leads to unique things, wonderful, it's probably good. But you have to check out if 5:2 is okay. Would 4:3 be better? I don't know. You got to check everything. I do know this, good phrase, don't rest too long. And the reason you can't rest too long is because we live in a push-shove world. Key phrase, it's a push-shove world. We live in a world of conflict, and the conflict, at the higher levels, it's called the conflict between good and evil. That's one way to describe it. It's the conflict between health and sickness. Health is simply conquering the territory and defending it against the encroachment of illness. Guess where illness always seems to be? Testing the outer edges of your health plan. It's push-shove world. So you can't relax too much and you can't rest too long. If you rest too long, the weeds take the garden. And if you don't think so, we call you naive. I got a good point for you. Make rest a necessity, not an objective. The objective of life is not to rest. The objective of life is to accomplish, to growth, full accomplishment, test the outer limits of your abilities. That's what life is all about. See what all you can do. That's what life is all about. See what you can do with the seasons and the soil and the seed. See what you can do with your brains. See what you can do with your talent and your gifts and your skills. That's what life's all about. See what you can do. Now, we need rest, but you must make rest a necessity, not an objective. If you make it an objective, you start falling into what we call the average syndrome, right? People who live mediocre lives are always looking forward to getting off. Successful people are always looking forward to getting on. Successful people don't want off. They want on. They want to get on with the job. They rest only enough to gather strength. So consider that in your argument, in your debate on how hard should you work. Let me give you another Bible philosophy. My parents made sure I was a pretty good scholar by the time I was 18. And I'm an amateur on the Bible. But here's another good philosophy. Whatever your hands currently find to do, do it with all your might. Whatever you're doing, do it with all your might. We call that philosophy on activity. How hard should you work? As hard as you can in the time allotted to labor. In leadership management lectures we teach, when you work, work. When you play, play. Don't play at work. And don't work at play. Right? Make best use of your time. When you're working, pour it on. And when you're playing, have a good time. But don't play at work. Okay? So, activity, very important piece in this whole life puzzle in working. So, you've got to test how hard you can work. Part of it is physical, your own physical limitation. Some people can take 14 hours, no problem. Some people 10 stretches pretty much their physical limitations. So everybody has to sort of decide how hard you can work, how much time you can put in. When you come to university, right, you got to sort of find out how much workload you can handle, how many classes can you go through, how much can you unravel, how many study hours do you need, how much effort have you got, when are you going to run out of gas, right, and you need to replenish the supply. So we all have to study our own activity habits. But let me give you what I think is the best philosophy. It is simply do the best you can. In activity, we call it doing your best. That's all we ask. Simply, your best. If you want to put together a championship team, one simple requirement for all those who participate, just do your best. If everybody does their best, whatever that brings us to, number one, number two, wherever we arrive when the final count is made is okay if we all know when it's over we did our best. A man asked me one time, he said, I'm making about $50,000 a year, isn't that enough? What would you tell somebody? A businessman said to me. He said, my kids aren't starving, and he said, I got my bills paid, and he said, we're doing pretty good, and I'm making about $50,000 a year. Isn't that enough? He asked me. What do you suppose I told him? I said, yes, it's enough if it's the best you can do. We don't call an amount enough. We call your best enough. I said, if you're capable of making $500,000 a year and you make $50,000 a year, we call you loser. And we don't call you loser because of the difference between 50,000 and $500,000. We call you loser because you're not doing your best. If you do your best and you make $10,000 a year, that's enough. If you do your best and you make $1 million a year, that's enough. Enough is not the difference between 10,000 and 1 million. Enough is simply doing the best you can. So that's the key to the good life. When the day is finished, if you say, did I do my best? And if I'm not doing my best, why not Have I got some errors in my philosophy that says, hey, half effort's okay, just slide by, ho-hum it, cross your fingers, and everything will work out, hopefully. Say, no, I don't want to take those kind of chances. I don't want to drift. Okay? So activity. Just put a big question mark on activity and say, here's a major piece of life to keep checking. Make sure I'm doing my best. That's all I require, my best. A group of psychiatrists asked me to come and lecture for them in Los Angeles one time, which I thought was interesting, since I only went to 1 year of college. And then in the middle of my lecture, I had the audacity to say, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what I think most messes with the mind. They said, what do you think most messes with the mind? I said, I think what most messes with the mind is simply doing less than you can. It sets up all kinds of psychic problems, doing less than you can. Guess when you really feel good about yourself? When you've done the best you can. You don't even have to win the full prize if you do the best you can. We call that the ultimate winning, doing the best you can. Wow, there's nothing like the soaring self-confidence that comes from putting out what we call full effort. In whatever you do, it's called full effort. Okay. So, activity. Now, activity leads to what? Number 4. Philosophy, activity, attitude leads to number 4. Results. And that's what life is all about. Putting the first 3 together. Good philosophy, attitude, high activity to get the ultimate called results. I got a good phrase for you. Results is the name of the game. Productivity. Now, the challenge of life is a very simple phrase. Let me give it to you. I think you'll find it interesting to at least ponder. The challenge of life is to make measurable progress in reasonable time. Measurable progress in reasonable time. First, we don't want to be unreasonable with time. If you and I agree to do something, 5 minutes later I'm asking you, how are you doing? You say, I haven't left the building yet. You can't ask in 5 minutes. 5 minutes is too soon. That's unreasonable. Now, if I don't ask you for 5 years, we call that too late. You can't wait 5 years, and you can't go 5 minutes, right? We all have to learn what is reasonable time to expect somebody to make progress, to grow, to change, to develop. So all of us have to learn, especially if you're going to become leaders, entrepreneurs, if you're going to have management responsibilities and work with people, you got to understand what is reasonable time. We don't want to be unreasonable with time. But here's what else we expect. Measurable progress in reasonable time. How many years should the child spend in 4th grade? Approximately. About 1. You say, well, if they're nice kids, would you give them 3 or 4? You say, no, you can't spend 4 years in 4th grade. It's unacceptable. We put on the family pressure. We put on peer pressure, right? We put on all kinds of pressure. You can't spend 4 years in 4th grade. Now, wouldn't that be interesting if we applied the same kind of social pressure all of our lives? What would be acceptable to society for wise investments to have been made by age 30 so that you can really properly take care of yourself and your family? Somehow we've missed those standards, right? Shouldn't it be popular to be wealthy by age 40? And shouldn't we look at somebody who by age 45 is not at least financially independent saying, where have you been? Tibet or Bangladesh you probably have spent. You mean you've been here all this time? Right? Shouldn't we make it a bit unacceptable not to be well off in what we call reasonable time? But what if a guy spent his potential fortune on non-essentials from age 15 to age 45? Shouldn't we call that unacceptable? Shouldn't teenagers ask their parents, how come we're not rich? We live in a rich country. This is America. Aren't those good questions? How about the wisdom of a good plan versus a poor plan? What if a man was a farmer and he ate his seed corn? Instead of planting it, he ate it. Wouldn't we make arrangements to go get his children? And say, the kids aren't safe. The man's insane. He eats his seed corn. He doesn't plant it. Wow. I just offer that as kind of an interesting question. If we make such pressure demands for fourth grade, why shouldn't we make those same pressure demands for the rest of life? Interesting question, right? Good debatable question. Now, part of it is society eases back on us as far as ongoing demand of results. But here's what I'd ask you to do. Make the demands on yourself. I'm asking you not to let yourself off the hook. Society will let you get by with far less than you want to be. When you get out of university, how many books will the community demand that you read every month? Approximately. About none. So if you're going to do the extra reading, guess what? You've got to develop that philosophy and put that pressure on yourself. But what I'm asking you to do is take a good look at results. Now, another reason why we look at results at age 25, results at age 30 on a wide variety of things, health and wealth and culture and sophistication and lifestyle and uniqueness. We keep checking all those results. Here's why. To see if there's any errors in activity. Guess how easy it is to make errors in activity? It's easy. We teach in our leadership series, don't mistake movement for achievement. Boy, sometimes it's easy to be faked out by being busy. The guy's busy 10 hours a day, but he's going in figure eights. The guy's not making progress. He's stalled, but he's busy. And he thinks being busy is going to do it. Say, no, you got to be busy doing the right things. So maybe you need activity fixed. Maybe you need attitude fixed. Who knows? The guy who says, since they don't pay well, I come late and leave early. We say, John, that's going to affect you all your life. And you've probably got the results to show it. Or maybe we need a correction of philosophy. That's why we check results. Now, here's the last piece in the life puzzle. It's called lifestyle. Lifestyle is simply how you choose to live. We call lifestyle the genius of living well. Now, here's what's exciting about lifestyle. As a subject of one of the major pieces of the life puzzle, all of us can choose, especially in this country, all of us can choose how we wish to live. Guess what you can get from your money? Joy or animosity. However you wish to live. A father takes a $10 bill and wads it up and throws it at his son and says, if you need the darn stuff that bad, take it. We call it money without style. The father's got the money, but he doesn't have the style. He studied economics, but he didn't study happiness. So let me give you the phrase. Happiness is an art, not an accident. Some people have figured out things economically, but they haven't figured out lifestyle to live well. Culture is a study. It's not an amount. Somebody says, if you have an amount of money, you'll be cultured. And the answer is no. Cultured is a study. Culture is a refinement of the mind. To be cultured, you must study culture and practice culture. Money doesn't solve the culture challenge. Money doesn't solve the happiness challenge. To be happy, you got to study and practice happiness. And Mr. Shove taught me all the simple ways to get joy from substance. A sophisticated gentleman knows that a rose on time is more valuable than a $1,000 gift too late. It's not the amount that counts, it's the genius that counts. It's the ideas that count. So here's what I'm challenging you to do. How to be happy with what you've got while you pursue what you want. And I'll give you time to make a note of that phrase because I think it's so important to wrap it up. How to be happy with what you've got while you pursue what you want. So I would challenge you in the last piece of the life puzzle, find ways to live uniquely. Now, if you look at your life on all these 5 pieces, this is why I'm asking you to just go back through and review these notes. How am I doing on philosophy? Are there some things I don't know? Am I making some errors in judgment that's going to bring me to no good end, right? 3 years from now, 5 years from now. Key phrase, 10 years from now you will arrive. The question is where? Good question, where? And the follow-up is, now's the time to fix the next 10 years. Now's the time to fix the next 10 years. And hopefully, with the discussion of these 5 subjects, we've given you some viewpoints, at least from my experience. And hopefully I've done a little coaching here today, and you can take these subjects and debate them and talk about them and think about them, and they'll help you with life in the future. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate you inviting me to come by. Hopefully everybody can find a place to sit down this morning. We're going to be spending a couple of days together, and it's nice to see all of you here. I'm sure many of you have come from close by and far away. How many from San Diego? Stand up, San Diego, wherever you are. Let's see San Diego. Hey, San Diego. Fantastic. Nice to see you. Do we have anybody here from Northern California? Up north? Okay. We do the leadership seminar up north, but sometimes they come from up there, down here. Let's see, who's next? Santa Barbara, right. Ventura, Oxnard, Santa Barbara. Where are you? Stand up. Right down here. Nice to have you. Okay, who's next? Phoenix. 2 for... All right. How about Los Angeles? Good old Los Angeles. Tony, are you good? Okay, what's next? Orange County. Hey. Anybody else from some exotic place? Artesia. Okay. It's a pleasure to have everybody here, and we want to welcome you to the Leadership Seminar. We're going to have a good time these 2 days. By the way, we're going to take frequent breaks for some of you that have to smoke, whatever. We'll give you a chance to smoke, and then we'll have a chance for us also to stretch a little bit, relax a little bit. We'll take frequent breaks throughout the day. We're going to have lunch probably about 1 o'clock, something like that, so we can put ourselves back together here and sustain ourselves through the day. Then tomorrow we're also starting our class at 8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock Sunday morning, and we'll go till about 5 o'clock today. We'll also go till about 5 o'clock tomorrow. Does everybody have note paper? Did you get your journal after the seminar? You didn't get you a journal? Okay. We're going to talk about journals today and all of the other good things under time management. Let me give you a list of the subjects we're going to cover. First of all, we're going to cover communication. That'll be our first subject today. But I want to welcome everybody here for the 2-day leadership seminar. It's nice to have you. Most of you have probably been to the evening seminar, so you're already well acquainted, fairly well acquainted, I should say, with my story and where I came from and how all of this got started. About 16, 17 years ago, I gave my first public seminar. And fortunately, all of you are not in on my first seminar. That first one was not that good. But over the last 16, 17 years, I've been doing my best to try to practice and see if I can't get better at sharing my ideas and expressing my feelings about the things at least that helped me to turn my life around. About 4 or 5 years ago, we had some businesses, corporations in California here that invited us to come in and talk about some of the things we've learned in doing business around the world in various countries, human behavior and setting goals and game plans and communication. And we decided to do it. And then after that one got started, we did another one, and it started growing, and we finally decided to make it a product of our company. And so for the last 4 years, we've been doing this 2-day leadership seminar. And I enjoy it. It's a chance to get acquainted. It's a chance to meet people on a little more personal basis. When there's 1,000 people in the evening seminar, it's hard to get acquainted. Most everybody by 11 o'clock is ready to head for home, and they got the babysitters and everything, and so it's hard to get acquainted. But at least these 2 days we'll have a chance to chat, make sure I get a chance to meet you before the 2-day session is over, and talk a little more personally. A couple of things I hope that you'll find here in these 2 days. One is sincerity. We really sincerely want to give you a great deal of information that might be helpful for you. And sometimes it's a little difficult to judge sincerity at first glance, especially in a big seminar. Somebody walks on stage, conducts a seminar, and leaves, and you don't have that close an inspection as to sincerity. But at least these 2 days, you'll have a chance to sort of look us over a little more closely. And I hope that's one thing you find here, sincerity. I'd like for these 2 days to be a start of some new answers for you. 2 things we all need in order to do well. Here they are. Number 1, ideas. And ideas are not really that difficult to come by. A new idea is just as close as the next book you open. It's just as close as striding into the library, the bookstore, or attending the next class, or meeting the next person that might have some experience beyond yours, and out of conversation come some good ideas. So ideas are not that difficult to come by, but we do need ideas to change our lives. Mr. Shove taught me that there wasn't any problem I couldn't solve without a good idea. I used to think money was one of my problems, and he said, no, money's not a problem. Now, up until then, I always thought it was. He said, the only problem is the lack of an idea on how to create money, how to create wealth, how to give service, how to earn money. So it's not the lack of money that's the problem, it's the lack of an idea. So ideas can change your life. And hopefully by the time we finish these 2 days, we'll have a long list of ideas for you to take home and at least ponder and edit them and see what you can get from them. Use some of them. Try them out. But here's what else you need for success. It's called inspiration. And that's the tricky part, inspiration. The people who seem to stay totally turned on, all excited about life, they have no problem getting up and generating that zest for the day, emotional vitality. They're excited about living, excited about working, they're excited about accomplishing. That's unique. And I guess that's what all of us wish for, that kind of inspiration. But that's a good question. Why are some people incredibly turned on about life, and other people find it hard to get going? I don't know. Part of that's a mystery to me. But we do need inspiration, something that drives us. Of course, I guess the basic inspiration. One of my wealthy friends, we asked him one time what drove him to become wealthy, and he said, malnutrition. So I guess that's what you start with, right? Just absolute bare bones necessity will inspire you somewhat to get out there and get the job done. But then if you could find something that would really turn you on, something that really got you going, that's what life is really all about. If you can find something that gives you that incredible high energy zest for living. If I was to wish something for you specially, I think that's what I would wish for you. Because if you have that high emotional energy, finding the answers are not all that difficult. And who knows but what this weekend might be the beginning of some new zest and energy on your part to go for your dreams. Here's what else I hope we can create this weekend, some emotional turbulence. It's a good idea every once in a while to just stir our mental pot. Just get the ideas flowing, get the thinking flowing, get to looking and asking questions and doing some wondering. And perhaps that'll happen this weekend. Then primarily, this seminar was designed for this purpose, and I've got a phrase for you to make a part of your notes. We all need guidelines for translating response into results. Guidelines for translating response into results. It's one thing to get excited and to respond and say, I want to do well, I'm going to change my life. Now the big question is, how do you do it? And hopefully, these 2 days will generate some thinking on your part on how you can make plans for translating excitement into results. Probably these 2 days, one good question to ask is, why are you here? It might just be a question you'll ponder just for yourself. We're not going to ask you to disclose that to everybody that's here this weekend. But that's a good question to ask yourself. Why are you here? And probably there's a whole variety of reasons why everybody picked these 2 days to come and sit in on some lessons and classes on doing better. Maybe some of you just came here these 2 days to get away, and that's not a bad thing. We used to do this seminar up at the ranch at Clear Lake. We've got 1,600 acres up there and a beautiful lodge, but we can only take care of about 50, 55 people, so we had to move out of the ranch. But it was a good place to get away. We had the horses and the swimming pools and the tennis courts and jacuzzis and a pool table and ping pong and all kinds of stuff. Motorcycles to ride, and Jeeps to hit the Jeep trails. And it was kind of a fun weekend to get away. And I think a lot of people just spent their money and came to the weekend seminar just to get away, right? Just to leave everything for a couple of days. And maybe you're just getting away this weekend, I don't know. But if you are, that's okay. For some of you, maybe we've caught you at springtime and you've got something new going and just a little more fine-tuning and you'll have it flying. You'll be off and running, and your new fortune or your second fortune or whatever might already be in view, and all you need is just a bit more inspiration and a few more ideas, and away you go. So you've come here full of high anticipation and hope that maybe just one or two more turns and you'll have it going your way. Maybe some of you have come here and it's been sort of drifting along. Maybe it's summertime and you're a little weary with the task of keeping out the bugs and the weeds and whatever else might be attacking your program. That could be. Maybe some of you, we've caught you at wintertime. Maybe some of you are in transition. I've been through a few of those, where I'm letting go of one and looking for the next one, and wondering just exactly what I'm going to do. But wherever we have caught you at this particular time of your life, whether it's wintertime for you or springtime, or maybe it's harvest time, maybe you're raking it in and things are going well, and over the last few years you put it together and now you're cashing it in. And maybe this weekend is a celebration for you, I don't know. But whether it's a celebration or whether it's a beginning or whether it's transition or whether it's a serious weekend, for some of you this may be a darn important weekend. And I certainly want to treat it that way. Some of you may just very well have to have some unique answers, and you're pondering some things that are very important. You're at one of those major forks in the road, and whatever direction you decide to take this weekend may be one of the most important decisions you make. I understand some of those weekends. And if it's that kind of weekend for you, I want to treat it very seriously and make sure that sincerely we cover everything we can to give you the best answers, at least that we're going to have to come up with this weekend, so you'll be off to a better start come Monday. Anyway, wherever we have found you, we want to do you good these 2 days. Here's how to get the most out of the 2-day seminar, and then we'll get into our first subject, communication. First of all, I think we ought to realize where we already are. It seems like better things come to us when, first of all, we're thankful for what we have. And I would say, for the most part, you know, we're all doing fairly well, at least compared to the rest of the world. One of the weekend seminars up at the ranch, just before it started, I walked out into this parking area where we have a place up there to park all the automobiles. There were Ferraris and Continentals and Eldorados and Corvettes. I think there was one Rolls. I couldn't believe the parking lot with all these fancy cars. And I walked in to conduct the seminar. I think there was only about 35, 40 people to spend the weekend. My opening remarks were, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the world would find it rather strange that we have come up here to spend 2 days to figure out how to do better. Wow. And could very well probably be said today, right? If we were to take a survey out on the parking area, and we walk in here and, you know, have breakfast in style, and we're all dressed pretty good and looking pretty good. The rest of the world, the 4.5 other billion people in the world that are probably struggling a lot harder than we are, would find it strange that we're trying to figure out how to do better. But we do have the chance to do well. We have the chance not only to do well for ourselves, but we have the chance to be an influence and to develop leadership for the people we come in contact with. So we do have a chance to do better. And I think when you have the chance, you ought to take it. So, first of all, realize where we are. Second, be thankful for what we already have. Who was it said, I complained about not having any shoes until I met someone who had no feet. So, we should be thankful for what we already have. Then I think to get the best out of the 2 days is be eager to learn. No matter how much you already know, how wealthy you are, and we're not here to compare bank accounts. Really, no matter how much wealth of information you've already gotten, how successful you are, there's always a chance you could probably learn something else or appreciate someone else's point of view. Sure enough, somebody says, did you ever look at it from over here? And you step over there and take a look at it. And sure enough, they've got a unique view of something that maybe you haven't considered it from that viewpoint before. And that's always interesting. So be eager to learn. Then I would ask you to gather up all that we're going to share with you these 2 days and argue with it later. Not that I don't mind a good debate. I like a good debate. Our problem is this weekend we just don't have time to just open this up and let everybody have a chance to talk and exchange ideas like we might do in an open workshop. Although I do like that forum. One of the ways to come up with good ideas is debate. It's one of the ways we've decided, the Founding Fathers decided was a good way to run the country, is have two-party system and let the representatives from both parties go to Congress and debate. Not bad. Somebody says, I've got a great idea that'll cure the problems of the nation. Everybody else says, wonderful, put it on the table, let's take a look at it. Right? And they start asking questions. And after a few questions, the person may very well say, I withdraw my idea, right? I just hadn't thought of those questions before, right? So it's good, debate. I like debate. In fact, I like it so well, I'm willing to take either side of the question. It doesn't really matter. But we're just going to have to go very rapidly because we've got an awful lot to share in just 2 days. We want to send you home with a whole wagon load of stuff to ponder and to edit and to go through. And Then when the 2 days are finished, you know, as some of you talk among yourselves, because some of you have come here representing families or an office or a company or whatever, and you're going to have a chance to talk with each other about the ideas we're going to share here these 2 days. Then you go through it and edit it and decide what you think about it, and if it makes sense, use it, try it, refine it, edit it, go through it, you know. I don't mind that at all. You don't have to buy everything any one person says. Just take in the information, digest it thoroughly, think about it sincerely, go through it meticulously, and then do whatever you wish to with it. You know, be independent. As we said in the evening seminar, don't be a follower. Be a student. Okay. Then these 2 days, one more point. Try your best to be a good listener. And sometimes it's not that easy to listen. There's all kinds of voices, right, trying to get our attention. One of the good things about going up to the ranch for this seminar was at least you had the sense of getting away from your business and getting away from the traffic. In fact, it was really a way. Most everybody got lost trying to find it, so it was a way, right? Nobody's going to drop in, and so it's off, up in the mountains, gone. And sometimes in a hotel setting, it's just not that easy to dismiss all the voices that are going on in your mind about family and business and what's happening and what's going to happen and what about Monday and all of that. But do your best to zero in and just set aside the burdens of the day and whatever's happening in your life, if you possibly can, and really zero in, become a good listener these 2 days, and we'll move right along and see if we can't load up your notebooks with plenty to ponder by the time we finish. Okay, let's now get into our first subject called communication. If there's one skill to develop as well as any other, this is probably one of the major ones, communication. And by the way, I've got a theme for this seminar for these 2 days. The evening seminar, the theme was, the major key to your better future is you. I've changed it just a little to read, the magic key to your better future is you. There's magic in a smile. There's magic in a handshake. There's magic in human contact. There's magic in believing. In fact, that's a good book if you haven't got it. Add it to your library. The Magic of Believing by Bristol. Good book. Anyway, hopefully these 2 days we'll talk a little bit more and maybe discover some more of the magic of human contact, human ability, human potential. And communication is one of those major skills to develop. See if you can't find the magic within you that can reach other people. How to affect other people with words. Major challenge. To get your ideas across, to get people to understand what you're trying to say, get them to understand how you feel. And at first, words are a bit clumsy when it comes to trying to express an emotion or an idea or a feeling. But if you'll practice it, and especially if you know the components of good communication, it'll really start to help. I heard the story about the preacher in the back country down in the southern part of the United States was taking over this little country church for the first time, and he was up preaching his first sermon. And he said, congregation, first of all, this church has got to crawl. And in order for this church to crawl, everybody's got to show up and do their Christian duty. And if everybody will show up and do their Christian duty, this church can begin to crawl. And the congregation understood what the preacher said, and they all responded, let it crawl, preacher, let it crawl. He said, next, this church has got to get up and walk. In order for this church to walk, everybody has got to tell their Christian story and try to win somebody else. And if everybody will tell their story, try to win someone else, this church can begin to walk. And the congregation understood what the preacher said, and they all responded, "Let it walk, preacher, let it walk." He said, next, this church has got to run. And in order for this church to run, everybody has got to divide up, serve on the committees, and do the work of the church. And if everybody will divide up, serve on the committees, do the work of the church, this church can begin to run. And they all understood what the preacher said, and they responded, "Let it run, preacher, let it run." He said, finally, this church has got to fly. And in order for this church to fly, everybody has got to reach down deep and give some of their cash. And if everybody will reach deep and give a portion of their cash, this church can begin to fly. And they all understood what the preacher said, and they responded, "Let it walk, preacher, let it walk." Okay, how to make it clear. First of all, we communicate for two primary reasons, and here they are. Number one, we communicate just to get along. You can't even function in the barest minimums without some kind of communication. If you want the bread, you have to learn to ask for it. The barest of communication. So that's number one. Here's number two. We communicate to accomplish some purpose. A specific purpose. Now, communication starts from somewhere, and for you, communication starts with you. Good phrase to remember. Your world begins with you. This is not to be self-centered, but your world is around you, your own consciousness and your own awareness. And so for things to work well, first of all, it's got to work well with you. Part of my training in getting me turned around, headed in the right direction, when I first met Mr. Schoaf, the man who helped to formulate the ideas that helped to change my business and social and personal life, was for me to understand that the biggest changes that was going to have to be made in my future were going to have to be made personal. I kept hoping the weather would change, and the government would change, and prices would change, and my neighbors would change, and the people would change, and my friends would change, and that the economy would change, and that the country's direction would change. I kept waiting for change all around. And then he's the one who taught me. What changes your world is not wishing for change. What changes your world is changing. You've got to change. And sure enough, As a Man Thinketh, a book by James Allen, there's a little phrase in there that says, "Humans are rather strange. We curse the effect and nourish the cause." We want it to change, but we don't want to change. Interesting. The guy puts sand in his shoes and he can hardly walk. And you say, "Well, how can you walk with that sand in your shoes?" The guy says, "I can hardly walk." You say, "Well, why do you do that?" I said, "I don't know. I've just been doing it for years." Incredible. The guy puts tacks in his bed and he can hardly sleep. You say, "Well, how can you sleep with all those tacks in your bed?" The guy says, "I can hardly sleep." You say, "Well, why would you do that?" He said, "I don't know. It's been in the family for years. I mean, we just do things like that." Interesting why we would wish for it to change, hoping it will change, but resisting change. Now, once you understand that all of it starts with you, now you can start making some incredible progress. And good communication with you, for you, that happens to you, the great majority of it starts with you. Now, here's a good phrase to remember. You cannot speak that which you do not know. First of all, you've got to have it before you can speak it, before you can share it. So good communication starts with an awareness that, first of all, to get a good communication going with anybody, it's got to start with some substance on your part. Now, how to consciously grow and build the substance from where communication comes from, that is the key. It's like, first of all, making deposits. You can't withdraw anything till you put something in. We all need to be consciously aware every day of gathering up the ideas, the inspiration, the feelings that we're going to use for future communication. Future meaning maybe in the next 5 minutes, but maybe the next 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years. Consciously aware. It is not that difficult for the years to pass and to not be conscious of what's happening in the way of demands or what's going to come in the way of opportunity for you, and just drift along and not be much further ahead a year from now than you are right now, simply because you just let the days pass. But if you have a conscious awareness of what it takes to effectively affect other people, to get your ideas across, to get decisions, to express your feelings and your opinions, once you do that deliberately and consciously and daily and consistently, now that's what starts your own personal development. Let me give you 4 key words to be aware of that will help you in putting together a conscious awareness program of developing a source of communication, making these deposits. See, when you talk, you want a verbal check that'll cash. When you speak, you want to speak from something that's there, an awareness that's there, a feeling that's there. And to create this foundation or this reservoir or this deposit or this account from which you can talk, let me give you 4 words that will help you to do that. Here's the first one. Develop an interest. The first word is interest. Develop an interest in 2 primary things, life and people. If you're interested in life, see, right away, daily, weekly, monthly, you're going to be gathering up information and impressions and awareness, more so than someone who is not that interested. Most people want to make it, but they don't have that interest, that keen interest in what's going on around them. So the 2 things to be interested in is life and people. Make a study of those. Make sure you're entering something in your journal constantly about life and about people, business life and social life, what's happening around you. It's called gathering so that you can use it for future conversations. Now you do this deliberately by using these 4 words and thinking about them. What I like to always do is develop a mental tick list, things to remember as you proceed through the day. Now at first when you develop a little mental tick list of things to remember, sometimes it's a little awkward. Right? It's like learning to play the piano. My teacher said, here's the right-hand scale. So I got those, no problem. Then my teacher says, now we're going to run the left-hand scales. I got those, no problem. Then I remember the day when she said, we're going to play both hands together. I thought, now that'll be tricky. Right? How could you do them both together? And I remember looking at one, looking at the other, but finally, right, I got to where I could play both hands together. Then I remember the day she said, now, we're going to read the music, play both hands. I thought, wow, how would you do that, right? And I'm looking at the music, looking at my hands, right? But finally I got that going. Then I remember the day she said, now, we're going to watch the audience, play the music, read the music, play both hands. I thought, now, how could you possibly do that? Right? But sure enough, I finally got to where I could watch the audience, read the music, and play both hands. Right? After a while. At first it was a little awkward, but after a while I finally got those, right, 4 things in line. So, here's what I want to give you. It's a little mental tick list to remember. And at first it may seem a little awkward to try to remember these 4 things in gathering information for future conversations, communication. But just try, and then finally it'll come naturally. So the first word is interest. Be interested enough to find ideas to put in your journal. Be interested enough to look around. Keep your eyes open. What's going on? Be alert. Don't miss anything. Okay, here's the second word for good communication. Developing this reservoir. And that is fascination. Fascination goes a little bit beyond interest. Fascination means you take a second look. Fascination means you're just not interested in just surface information. You want to know what's behind it. What does it really mean? So if you really want to develop this reservoir of information for future conversations, you've got to be fascinated with life, fascinated with stories, fascinated with human behavior. Why do people act like they act? Why do they do what they do? Now also be interested and fascinated with your own life. How come I act like I act? Why do I always do this? Why do I feel this way? See, that kind of fascination will start helping you to gather up the information for good communication. Fascinated. Here's the third word, and this is a good one. Sensitivity. Develop a sensitivity to life and people. Let what's happening during the day touch you. Let it affect you. Develop a sensitivity to both tragedy and success, both the highs and the lows of life. A sensitivity to people's feelings, a sensitivity to the complexity of life as well as the simplicity of life. How people are different and yet so much the same. A sensitivity to people's beliefs, the way they look at things. Here's a good phrase, let life touch you. Don't let it kill you, but let it touch you. Be sensitive. When Judy and I were married, I'll never forget, we got back from Europe. One time we were staying at the Waldorf Astoria in New York. It was about Christmas time, I don't know, the 20th of December, something like that. And we decided to rent a car and drive out to Long Island. Judy had never been to Long Island. Judy was raised in the Midwest, farm country too. And on the way out to Long Island, Judy had never been to Harlem. So we left the hotel, and not very far away from the Waldorf Astoria is Harlem. I will never forget the look on Judy's face as we drove through Harlem. Incredible. It was the 20th of December, but in Harlem there was not one sign of Christmas. There was not one light, Christmas light, there was not one Christmas tree, there was not one wreath on any door, there was not one strand of tinsel. No sign of Christmas in Harlem on the 20th of December. And yet a few blocks away on Fifth Avenue and Park Avenue in New York and Rockefeller Center, there's the big blazing Christmas tree, and the ice skaters are skating, and the chestnuts are roasting, and right, the shops are full of clothes, and the shoppers are shopping, and there's this feeling of wealth and affluence, and a few blocks away is Harlem. Incredible. Judy talked about that experience for a long time after that, the impact it made on her. Harlem, and the incredible contrast in people's lives, from the wealthy to the poor, from the advantaged to the disadvantaged. It really affected her. But see, you want to be affected by life. Let it touch you, let it reach you. When I lived in Northern California, 2 or 3 times a year, I would go to San Francisco, the Tenderloin district. Down at what's known as the bottom of the world. Just go spend a day and see what it's like on the other side of life. Walk the streets where the lonely walk and talk to them. Find out their stories. Go eat where they eat. Visit with them for a while. It's an incredible experience. Because I was raised fairly well, I've never had any tragedy in my life, so I really don't know what it's like. But it's good to have a view and a look. You don't have to go live in poverty, but you got to be aware of it. You got to know about it. You got to be sensitive to it. Man, I got to know there Frank. Frank runs a bar in the Tenderloin. in San Francisco. What an incredible place. You wouldn't believe it. Frank sees more tragedy in a week than most people see in a lifetime. Incredible. I'm visiting with him there one day. He said, Jim, see that lady sitting over there at the bar? I said, yes. He said, that's Cookie. He said, how old do you think she is? I said, I don't know. She looks about 45. He said, she's 25. I said, wow. Cookie used to be a go-go dancer. And she developed some kind of bone disease and had all these operations. And now she's got the bolts and the pins and so on trying to hold her together, and she can hardly walk. And he said, Cookie comes in here 3 or 4 times a week and sits right there. And she's also got a little boy, 5 years old. He's dying of leukemia. And said, Cookie comes here and drinks till she can't drink anymore, and usually I have to call a cab and have somebody come take her home. Cookie. The story really got to me. I used to go by after that every once in a while and put some money in an envelope and her name on it and leave it for her to come by and get. The story got me. But that's Frank, Cookie, the tenderloin, the other side of life, where the difficulties are. We've all got to be sensitive to that. We've got to let it affect us. As you let all of life affect you, so it affects your conversation, so it affects your communication. So people have this incredible sense that there's a great deal about you and your sensitivity and your interest and your fascination with life that makes life uniquely worthwhile for you. And I'll tell you what, it'll show up in your conversation, it'll show up in your feelings, it'll show up in your ability to reach people. Sensitivity. Don't be afraid of it. Use it. Develop it. Now here's the 4th word, knowledge. Develop a working knowledge. I've added one more word there, working knowledge of life and people. A working knowledge means a systematic way of gathering up all the information that comes your way and try to put it into some workable form. That's why we suggest a journal. You've just got to have a daily journal to record the ideas and the impressions and the feelings and the things that come your way, so that you'll have this working knowledge, this depth of awareness. Now, if you'll work on those 4 words and be consciously aware that you're working on knowledge, sensitivity, fascination, and interest about life and people in a deliberate way, a daily way, a consistent way, so that when you get ready to talk, there'll be all this substance there waiting to back up whatever you have to say. Here's a good phrase, let what you say be the tip of the iceberg of all you know and all that you feel and all that you're aware of. Let what you say only be a small portion of all you know and feel. I'm sure we've all had experiences talking with some people, and sure enough, they said far more than they knew. Very quickly. All right. Now, let me give you 4 steps to good communication. Here are some of the components of communicating well that I think are important to keep in mind. First of all is have something good to say. And that's why we went into all these other words, developing this reservoir, this account. What that is to deliberately be gathering daily, consciously, better things to say. Have something good to say. Good communication takes conscious preparation. When you hear a story, you just say, oh, I'm sure I can use that in years to come. That's a great story. I got to remember that. I've got to keep that. I've got to store it. I've got to put it somewhere. Right? You're alert all day long in gathering up things to have something good to say. It is said that for every hour of public presentation. You need many days of conscious preparation. And the same is true of personal conversation. What you want to make sure is that from now on you don't treat conversations casually. Because casualness brings casualties. Not only on the freeway, but in conversation. Just make sure your conversations aren't casual. Now, they don't all have to be deadly serious, but almost every conversation is important. Communicating with other people is important. Exchanging ideas is important. Getting our feelings across is important. And if you treat it casually, sure enough, you just won't be much better at it a year from now, 2 years from now than you are today. You've got to treat it important. And part of the importance of treating a conversation, communication, seriously is to have something good to say. Here's another good word, research. Make your whole life process a research in this development of the reservoir for good communication. Now, if you've got a speech to make, or you're going to have a family council, or you're going to get together with somebody, and you've got something important you're going to have to get across. Now, let me give you a good advice. Get ready for it. And sometimes getting ready is a matter of several days of taking some time throughout the day to get ready. However, if you're going to talk with somebody, we all need to develop a sort of a quick mindset of getting ready to talk to somebody. Putting it in gear, being conscious, being aware. That's called getting ready. But this whole process of getting ready to have something good to say is very important. Research. This is where your library comes in. We'll talk a little bit more about that under personal development. Library. Your journals. Taking notes. Capturing feelings and ideas. That's how you have something good to say. You do it deliberately, consciously. One time I came up with this, the 4 ifs that make life worthwhile. I think I got this when I was in the Carmel Library, Carmel, California, one of my favorite places to study and do a bit of research. And I remember that day when I put this together, the 4 ifs that make life worthwhile. Speaking of preparation, here's what I said. The 4 ifs are, number 1, if you learn. That makes life worthwhile. You've got to learn. You've got to learn what it's all about. You've got to learn what's going on. You learn by trying. You learn by error. You learn by doing it right. You learn by doing it wrong. You learn from other people's experiences. There's all kinds of ways to learn. Never cease your quest for learning. Never stop learning. It makes life worthwhile if you learn. Then I said, the second if that makes life worthwhile is if you try. You've got to do something with what you've learned. See if you can raise a garden. See if you can start a business. See how quickly you can get promoted. See if you can move up in the next income bracket. See how much you can give away and still have plenty left. See how much you can do. Try it. Just try. We're always telling the kids, right? Try it. Try it. Kid says, well, I'm not sure. Say, well, how are we going to know? You got to try. If I put these 2 poles up, put a bar across here 2 feet high, say to the kids, who can jump 2 feet? Someone says, well, I don't know. Say, well, how are we going to know? You just got to back up and take a run at it. Now, what if you knock the bar down? Does that mean you can't jump 2 feet? No. So then what do we say? Try it again. That's what Schoff said to me. Keep trying. He said there's more than one way up the mountain. Sneak up the back if you have to. Keep trying. Keep trying. So that's the second if that makes life worthwhile. If you try it over, try it again, try it another way, but keep trying. The third if that makes life worthwhile is if you stay. Developing staying power, that's one of the big challenges of life. Some people plant in the spring and leave in the summer. They don't stay. Or the guy builds a foundation, right? Got a nice foundation. Then he goes off and builds another foundation. And then he leaves that one, goes off, builds another foundation. He's got these foundations scattered all across the country. I've done my share of that. Not staying to finish it and put it together and put the roof on, put the last brick in place, light the fireplace, have a party, celebrate, finishing something. Stay. You got to stay. We asked one of my good friends, Jim Cardwell, in Phoenix one time. I said, Jim, what are you good at? He said, starting over. So that's one of my better things, is starting over. He's a character. Asked him if he was good at any particular sport, and he said, yes, skating on thin ice. Okay. Third if that makes life worthwhile is if you stay. Here's the fourth one. Fourth if that makes life worthwhile is if you care. The incredible capacity for humans to care. But if you care at all, you'll get some results. If you care enough, you'll get incredible results. Now, that wasn't too complicated a speech, right? Just 4 simple ifs that make life worthwhile. But it does take some time, take some research, consciously, get your notepad out, get your journal, read the books. But now then, even though you don't have a speech to give, just get ready for tomorrow's conversations today. Get ready for next month this month. Get ready for next year this year. Always be a day ahead and a step ahead and a year ahead in your research and your development, in researching your own feelings and life and what's going on, so that no matter what conversation comes up, what chance to communicate comes up, whether it's a business communication or a personal communication, whether it's social, whatever it is, you'll be more ready for it a few months from now than perhaps you are now, just because you're doing it deliberately and consciously. So that's number 1, have something good to say. First step to good communication. Here's the second step. Say it well. Part of communication is saying it well. And there are some key points on saying it well. Having a good conversation that gets your point across, but also gets the job done. Saying it well is a matter of repetition, conscious repetition. Some people say it over and over and over, but they don't get any better at it. But conscious participation, repetition, will help you to say it better. See, my first seminars, they were not that good. I'll admit that. But guess what? I did it again with the thought in mind of getting better. I did it again with the thought in mind of getting better. Okay? I practiced it some more. I did it some more. I went over it again. I went over it again. And sure enough, if you do it over and over and over and over consciously with the thought of getting better, guess what? Anybody can get better. People often wonder why I can do the evening seminar, 3.5 hours, most of you have been there, and I don't use any notes. Interesting. Once in a while someone asks me, how can you do 3.5 hours and you don't use any notes? And it's very simple. Anybody could do it. Guess why I'm able to do it? I've done it a few thousand times. See, if you do something a few thousand times consciously, sure enough, you will get better and better and better. So whatever you're doing now in the way of communication, the question to ask is, how long do you want it to take to get good at it? You say, well, I want to get good right away. Then you got to do it over and over and over and over. Repetition helps you to get better. So the second step to good communication is saying it well. Now, there's some other points on saying it well. Here they are. 1, say it with sincerity. And I don't know any substitute for sincerity. Almost everybody wants the feeling from someone else that you are being sincere, that you're not playing games with me, that you're really disclosing to me your true feelings, your true awareness, what's going on in your life and your heart and your soul and your mind. Sincerity, there's no substitute for that. Once in a while, someone asks me, when the seminar's finished, they say, look, Mr. Rohn, everybody's gone now, but tell me the truth now. That story you tell about meeting Mr. Schoaf when you were 25 years old, and he hired you, you went to work for him, spent 5 years with him, he taught you the principles, how to turn your life around. He said, now that's just a story, right? That didn't really happen. Isn't that just a story to make all this sound good? Isn't that interesting that somebody would ask me if that was just a story or not, or if it really happened? To be sincere, it's got to be true. You just can't come up with sincerity telling an erroneous story. Now, you might make it sound sincere, but sure enough, someday it'll come back to haunt you. Saying it well is saying it sincerely. Saying it well is saying it accurately. You don't want a lack of credibility to creep into your communication. So you just got to be sincere. Tell the truth. The truth is so powerful, you don't need to dress it up with fiction. Another part of saying it well is saying it with brevity. Don't linger too long on any one point, because I got a good disclosure for you. The human attention span is short. You can't linger too long on any one thing. You've got to move along. So brevity. I used to tell long stories. And I stretched them out so long, people forgot the beginning by the time I got to the end. And now the end doesn't make much sense, right? Because you can't hook them both up. I just drug them out too long. People get weary. You just got to practice being brief. Short. Attention span is short. The best practice on this is to practice with kids, because their attention span is really short, right? And they don't mind telling you, right? You start talking to the kids, right? And kids say, how long is this going to take, right? I mean, right away they get the feeling you're going to take 30 seconds. And you should only take 10, right? I mean, they get bored right away. So short. Make your stories short. Be brief in your illustrations. If you're going to say, here's something that happened to me one time. Don't give people the feeling now that you're about to launch into a 20-minute story. Just make sure you get the feeling across that you're going to be brief. It isn't going to take long. You're going to get the story across. And I guess part of that is our high-powered, speeded-up way of living, especially in this country. But it is true. If you want to be effective in communication, you've got to be brief. On any one point, you can't linger long. And I think I've lingered long enough on that point. Next, saying it well is saying it with style. Now, part of style is your personal style. And this involves a whole lot of things. It can involve gestures. It can involve facial expressions. You talk with your eyes. You know, you speak with your facial expressions as well as with your words. Some people talk more with their hands. That's part of your style. Gestures, all of that. Now here's the key on this, is to develop your own style. However, be a student of style. First, have something good to say. Second is to say it well. Consciously say it well. Practice saying it well. Get to where the words come more clearly, more freely. Things you used to stumble over when you talked a year ago, you just correct that. You just correct it so that now it flows better. Shorten the stories, used to be long, now they're shorter. You just do all that consciously. so that you get better and better at it, saying it well. Okay, here's the third step to good communication. And this is so important. Read the effect you're having. When you communicate, see, that's just major. Study your audience, whoever your audience may be. If it's one of your children, you just study what's happening to them while you're talking. Right? Look in their eyes, look in their face. Analyze what's going on between you and whoever you're talking to, another person. Whether it's a business conversation or a social conversation, you've got to be keenly aware of what's happening to whoever you're communicating with. Now, a real challenge is communicating with an audience. We had about 1,200 people the other night in Orange County, right? And I've got to make sure that everybody from down here, down in front, way in the back, how to gather up 1,000 people's attention, right, for the 3.5-hour period. Now, that's a real challenge. I didn't used to be that good at it. In fact, when I first started lecturing, I was hardly aware of my audience. I was so absorbed in my notes and my material, guess what? They could have all got up and left, and I would have never known it. I wouldn't have missed them. I'd have just kept right on talking, right? Because I was so absorbed in the material, I was so absorbed in trying to say it right and do it right, that I was not aware of what was going on with my audience. But you've got to read the effect you're having for a really effective communication. Now, if it's just an informal communication situation, you can just ask the question, do you read me? Right? Does it make sense? Did I say it well? And you get this feedback right. So you can actually start checking how you're doing with somebody if it's informal. You can just ask. Okay? Now, what you've also got to learn to do is read some of the subtle things that are going on with whoever you're talking to. Because especially humans, or especially adults, you know, when we get a little older, we have these tricky ways of looking like we're interested when we're really not. And if you want to be a good communicator, you just got to pick up some of those signals. Now, part of it you can pick up by what we call body language. Some people just sort of quickly disclose their feelings about whether or not you're effective or it's coming across, and they just sort of relay to you by their, what we call body language. It's kind of a new study. I haven't studied that much about it, but there is a book called How to Read a Person Like a Book. How to Read a Person Like a Book by Nuremberg. You just might make a little study on that. Now, don't get too involved in it, because sometimes you can so watch somebody in the way they blink their eyes, and you know, you're looking at their ears and looking at their hair, and now you get too carried away and trying to figure out, you know, all about them. But you can get some indication. But here's what'll play you good no matter what. It's called just pure common sense. You just look at somebody, you can kind of tell. If somebody just folds their arms and they tuck their head down like this, sure enough, you've probably got some more selling to do. I mean, you've got to pour it on, or maybe you should change the subject, or maybe you should quit, right? You just kind of analyze, you know, what's going on here, right? Some things are just fairly obvious. You know, if a guy's leaning toward the door like this, it's probably a sign, right? I mean, you say, oh, I got it, right? It's clear. I've got a good word for the common sense approach, and it goes like this. Let the obvious be your best teacher. Whatever you do, don't ignore the obvious. You know, sometimes we say, oh, it couldn't be. Yes, it probably is. But adults especially, sometimes this is a bit tricky. People smile, nod their head like this, and they got you shut off, and you just don't know. Okay. Because in good communication, you cannot mistake courtesy for interest. Sometimes people will be courteous, but that doesn't mean they're interested. Now, if you mistake their courtesy for their interest, now, see, you've lost the hold on good communication. Also, you can also develop a sense of picking up signals. I think the women probably have it over on the men when it comes to this sort of sixth sense of being able to tell, no matter what the situation looks like. Women have this uncanny gift. I guess men can develop it, but the women already have it. You know, the antenna is out. I mean, they pick up signals nobody else can pick up. I mean, the men don't have a chance. I think part of it is because until the industrialized society came, women were primarily the protectors. The man was the provider, right? He was gone. He was out there getting the game or whatever, and the woman was the protector. So I think the woman has devised these incredible sensitivities to danger and what's going on, what's happening. They're uncanny. Even the Bible says there's sheep and there's the shepherd, and then there's the wolves. That's what it says. Life is kind of like that, shepherd and sheep and wolves. It says also some wolves are so clever, they've learned to dress up like sheep and talk like sheep, I guess. That's what it says. Some are wolves in what? Sheep's clothes. Now, see, you got to be clever. Huh. The man says, well, looks like a sheep, talks like a sheep. Woman says, ain't no sheep. I mean, take my word for it. But that's that long developed instinct, I guess, right? In the middle of the night, she says, wake up, something isn't right out there. He says, right? I mean, he's gone, right? She says, no, something, right? She has this uncanny sense. So that's part of, being able to read is picking up, Mr. Schoaf called it signals. He says we all throw off signals, vibrations. I don't understand all I know about that. But have you heard the expression, a dog can tell whether or not you're afraid of him? I guess that's true. We throw off a certain kind of signal, and animals, right, they just pick it up, they know. And you can't fake them out, right? You can say, I'm not afraid of you. Dog says, who are you kidding, right? I mean, come on. Okay, being able to read. That's so important, reading your audience. How you're doing. Should you speed up? Should you slow down? Should you change the subject? Should you be a little stronger? Just be more aware of whoever you're talking to. Right? Look a little more intently at somebody. Try to pick up what's happening between you and the audience or the person or the child or the business partner. You can't believe how it will affect your ability to communicate if you'll practice this part of picking up what's happening between you and someone else. Now here's number 4. Then we're going to take our first break. The fourth step to good communication is intensity. Strong feelings. Here's what changes the whole effectiveness of good communication. Strong feelings. In affecting other people with words, here's a key breakdown to keep in mind. And it goes like this. To affect other people with words, it's 20% what you know, and it's 80% how you feel. Feelings and emotions changes the whole outcome of communication. Intensity. Words loaded with emotion have the best effect. Words might be like a little straight pin, right? When a guy buys a shirt, right? It's got all these little pins in it, right? Where they pinned all together. So you start pulling out all these straight pins. What if I took one of those straight pins and I threw it at you, this little straight pin, and it reached you, hit you in the face or hit you in the arm, hand somewhere, right? You'd feel it if I threw that little straight pin at you. What if I took that straight pin and wired it to the end of an iron bar about that long, right? And I let you have it with that. See, I could drive that pin right through your heart, right? Now, the pin is the words, and the iron bar is the emotions, the feelings, the awareness, the uniqueness of all of that mysterious stuff that humans are made of. If you will learn to put more of you into what you say, put more feelings, more awareness, more uniqueness, strength of character, conviction, strong feelings, whatever that is, just be more aware of putting more of you into whatever you say. That's that iron bar that drives what you say to the heart, to the mind, and gets the job done. Words loaded with emotion. Now, you must also learn to measure your emotions. Okay? You don't want a major outburst for a minor point. Learn to measure it. Okay? Some conversations or some points may need, right, just a mild blend of emotional feelings. And then another point may need a strong one. But you got to learn to measure that, okay? Not too much for something minor. You don't want to shoot a cannon at a rabbit. Right? It's effective, but you got no more rabbit. So learn to measure your emotions. Now, here's something important. Where does emotion come from? Where do our feelings come from? Here's where they come from. The emotions that can really help in all of your future conversations, communication. It's the blend of all of your experiences and how they have affected you. The blend of all of your experiences and how they have affected you. That creates now your emotional content, creates your emotional vitality and worth. So that's part of the getting ready experience on the emotional side. Be aware of your feelings. Be aware of your emotions. And as that experience grows, now when you get ready to talk, you've got the blend of knowledge and the blend of feelings to put into your conversation. And that's what creates the power. Now I have one more point and we'll take our break. It says, don't forget to say it. Part of communication is simply being aware that more often than not, things need to be said. It's pretty easy to take for granted, especially the people that are close around us, that they already know how we feel. But you got to keep expressing how you feel. Here's a good phrase. Actions are no substitute for words. Now, we've used the other phrase, right? That words are no substitute for action, and that's true. Just talk, 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 and not acting. See, that's not good. But here's what else is not good. All of the action and no talk. Make sure that the words accompany the action. Don't fail to say it. Probably one of the greatest difficulties in married life is this breakdown in communication, not clearing the air often enough, not keeping this open dialogue going constantly. One thing I found out, take nothing for granted. Say, well, surely they understand. Well, just explain it one more time. Just say it one more time. Don't take a chance that whether they know it or not, Bring up the subject again. Make sure it's clear. It's too easy to let it slide and not make it clear. Especially the people around you. Say, how often do you have to tell the people that you love them? How often? Answer, often. Often. We all need reassurance. We all need it to be clear and pointed so that we know. There are some things you just don't let go. And there are some actions that will only say certain things, they won't say at all. You can give somebody flowers, but flowers won't do all the talking. Flowers say, you remembered. That's probably what flowers say. But flowers don't say, you do incredible things to me. Nobody affects me like you do. Now see, flowers will talk, but they won't say that. That's the card you've got to put along with the flowers. Let the flowers say whatever they can say, but then don't fail to put the other words with it, because the words are so important. Judy gave me this watch back when I had a birthday in 1972, I believe it was. And it was a neat watch, Le Coultre. If all goes wrong, I can cash the watch in and live for a while, right? I mean, Judy was always doing things like that. Fabulous watch, neat gift for my birthday. But see, better than the watch was what she wrote on the back. I appreciated the watch, but the words were better than the watch. On the back, she had inscribed, "My love for all time. Your Judy, September 1972. See, the watch was neat, but the words. She could have put the words on a Mickey Mouse watch. Pardon me, Walt. I didn't mean to downgrade your mouse. But see, the words were what was really important. So I'm saying, let actions speak, but make sure the actions don't substitute for the words. Make sure you say it. And if you'll make sure you'll say it, you'll get better at it, you'll get the practice, you'll learn to put more feelings in it, you'll learn to say it well, say it better. And this whole process of communication for you, if you don't treat any of it casually, will start to grow. And you will be even startled in the next few weeks, the next few months, at what happens as a result of your future conversations if you become more aware of these things that we have just talked about. Sensitivity, fascination, interest, working knowledge, having something good to say, saying it well, reading the effect you're having, and the intensity of strong feelings. Okay, our next subject under communication is how to make a presentation. And whether it's a presentation to a child, or a presentation to a business client, or a sales presentation, or whatever kind of presentation, we're all making presentations all day long, every day, business, social, personal, whatever. I have 4 parts to the presentation for you to consider. Here's the first one, identification. One of the most important parts of the presentation process is identification. Identification is, for a new person that you haven't met before, it's getting acquainted, it's breaking the ice. It's building a bridge between you and someone else, establishing contact, getting somebody's attention. So it's a very important part of the presentation process. Sometimes those first few seconds, sometimes that first minute is just so important to establishing rapport, establishing contact. Somebody once said, you never have a second chance to make a first impression. So sometimes how those opening seconds go is very important. But that's identification. Getting acquainted. Some people find this easy. Some people find it more difficult. What we're doing is, pointing it out so that you can start working on it deliberately instead of haphazardly, or instead of just letting it go, wondering why things aren't going well. We just pick it as a part of the presentation so you can go to work on it. Identification. In identifying with someone, one of the best ways is to pick something you have in common to get the conversation started with. Somebody mentioned during the break they attended this leadership seminar up at the ranch. You were up there 3 or 4 years ago. And everybody got acquainted up there real easy. And the reason is because when you met somebody new, you would say, "Hi, how are you? Did you get as lost as I did trying to find this place?" And everybody says, "Yeah, I got lost too." And that immediately starts this, little more friendly process of getting acquainted, simply because you had a recent experience that you could talk about. So identification is trying to find something you have in common with someone else. You want something that makes you real, something that makes you a person that someone would desire to talk to. In the identification process, we use this little mental phrase. We want somebody to say, "Me too." Say, "Well, here's what happened to me." Somebody says, "Well, me too." I got lost. They say, "Well, me too." Here's how I felt. Someone says, "I understand how that feels." Me too. Here's a reaction you don't want. The reaction called, "So what?" Now, usually one of the problems in people's trying to identify is they try to impress versus express. Mr. Schoaf gave me a little counsel on this. Don't try to impress, he said. Rather, learn to express. Express will get you more me toos. Impressing will get you more so whats. See, so what puts up the barrier instead of building a bridge. It blocks this flow of communication. Usually when we introduce somebody, the introduction's usually full of so whats. One of the biggest challenges I have in doing seminars is to overcome my introduction. Usually an introduction, you have to give your list of credits. But when somebody gets through with he's president of this and vice president of this, and he's got several companies, corporations, does business around the world, those are pretty well so whats. And I guess we consider it sort of standard, the so whats. So one of the first things I do when I come up on the platform, and I get the polite applause, and I understand it's polite applause. It's just part of the routine, right, that we go through. If you take that serious, you're in trouble, right? But, you get the polite applause. So I walk up, after all these credits, right? And I can tell that people are, saying, who is this guy? And is he really all he's cracked up to be, right? You can just feel all this going on in the audience. So I usually try to just, break that down just as quickly as I can by saying something like, "I appreciate the warm welcome. Did you hear what the cow said to the farmer on a cold winter morning?" Right? "Thanks for the warm hand." Right? And it goes over about like it did here, right? I mean, it just sort of, hangs out there. And that's to kind of let people know that, we're not interested in the chairman title or the president's title. We're here to just, talk person to person. And part of that is just an attempt to identify, to let everybody know you're not up there to talk down at them. You're not there to try to impress them with your success or anything else. We're there to really share ideas. But that's always a challenge. And every person and every audience is a brand new challenge. Every time you talk with somebody, it's a brand new challenge to identify. Now here's what you must do with someone who you already know. Re-identify. You don't get this identification process once when you get to know somebody and then it's forever over. You must constantly re-identify. No matter how long you've known somebody, they still want to know what are you feeling and what's going on with you and what are you thinking and right? Everybody wants to know that, even if we've been around somebody for a long time. When you meet somebody, that's why we use those expressions. If we've known somebody for years, if we see them again, we say, how are you and how are you doing? That's to get this thing going, this identification process going between us and someone else. Now, in the identification process, make sure, if you tell little stories about yourself in identifying, make sure that they're accurate stories. Part of my identification I sprinkle throughout the whole evening seminar. My little story about meeting the little Girl Scout, selling me Girl Scout cookies, right? That's just a little story to try to keep identifying with my audience, to keep them on my side, right? That's identification story, right? She gives me this unique presentation, asked me if I want to buy, and I wanted to, but I didn't have $2. Now see, I can almost hear everybody out in the audience say, oh, I know what that's like. I've been caught without any money. I know how embarrassing that is. See, that's an identification story. Somebody says, I know how that feels. And I say, to this day I can remember the pain. Somebody says, I've had some of that pain too. I know what that's like. All of that is identification, identification. So you have to re-identify. If you're talking with somebody over any length of time, you just re-identify little stories, things that's happened to you. So go back over your life and pick out the things that will identify with people. Now you've got the challenge of also identifying with a variety of people from different backgrounds and different businesses than your own. And you just learn to do that, different age groups. Part of it is just being more aware of what's going on in the world so that you can just intelligently talk about some things with people from almost any walk of life. Okay? Jesus, the master teacher, was probably one of the great identifiers of all time. He had this incredible knack of talking to somebody with language that they understood what he was saying. One day he said to those around him, today I'm going to teach you how to fish. Guess who he was talking to? A bunch of fishermen. He said, gentlemen, today we're going to have some lessons on how to fish. Only I don't want to teach you how to fish for fish, because you already know how to do that. What I want to do is to teach you how to fish for people. Now see, he couldn't have chosen a better identification. He didn't say, I'm going to teach you how to recruit. I mean, what do they know from recruiting? No. He said, I'm going to teach you how to fish. Now, when you're talking to fishermen, that's clever, right? You don't say recruit when you're talking to fishermen. You say fish. See, that's incredible. You just learn when you talk fishermen, talk a little fish talk, right? If you talk to lawyers, just talk a little lawyer talk. I mean, you just learn how, right? Go sit in the courtroom and, learn a little lawyer talk if you're going to talk to lawyers. Or get in trouble and go to court, right? And sit on the witness stand and whatever. Just so that you can learn to identify. See, I've been through it, I know it, and analyze who you're talking to and see if you can't pick out certain ways to identify. Now, of course, there's some stories that are common to us all. And sometimes it doesn't take much of a story to identify. Here's a good one. How to identify with kids. Let me give you some keys. First, read all their books. One of the best ways to identify with kids is read all their books. If you've got a 12-year-old, you just read all their books so that you know them forwards and backwards. So you can use those books as a means of identification and stories. Say, remember that story, when? Kid says, did you read that book? Say, I read them all. I know all those stories. And remember when? And you can use 1,000 illustrations from those books that you've read to get a point across, to get something across. It's a means of identification. Read their books. Then when you get ready to talk, you got something in common. They've read the book, you've read the book. And it's loaded probably with illustrations and points and ideas and human life stories of disappointment and success and failure, all of that. The way to identify is Find out what someone else is interested in. Find out who they are, how old they are, what they do, what's going on, and see if in your reservoir of experience and awareness you can't find something that will identify and cause this person to say, me too, I understand that, and you've got them coming your way. Then also a way to identify with kids is to remember when you were a kid. See, I don't have any problem talking to 12-year-olds because I remember every day about being 12. I remember all those experiences in detail. The highs, the lows, the exciting times, the desperate times. When I thought the world was coming to an end, and when I was riding on top. I remember all those feelings at 12. Did you ever get chosen last? That ever happen to you? They're choosing up sides, right? So I'll take you, I'll take you, I'll take you, I'll take you, and you're standing there like this. See, all you got to do is go back over, search around in your life. You can find 1,000 ways to identify with all kinds of people from your own life experiences. Okay? You don't have to go anywhere else except to your own life to come up with all kinds of ways to identify with anybody. But here's what you got to do. You got to do it consciously. Consciously, deliberately. What can I pick? What can I think of that will help this conversation, that will get my idea across? Who am I talking to? Oh, yes, here's what I'll use. Right? Your mind just, like a computer, starts picking up all these things. This is why it's so important to keep a journal. And when you think of a life experience and say, oh, I could use that life experience in a variety of ways. You put that life experience in your journal, you go over it, you think about it. Then when you get ready to talk, it's instant recall. You'll remember it. And you can't believe what you can do with people from all walks of life, business, social, personal. If you will learn the identification process, do it deliberately. Pick out things that you have in common, feelings you have in common with everybody. Okay? Identification. And then pick up stories from all kinds of life situations that are similar to yours. Somebody had a feeling of disappointment. You say, I know what that's like, but I'm going to use that story to illustrate disappointment. Just be aware. The movies you attend and the books you read and the stories you hear. Be a gatherer of life's experiences so that you can use them all for points of reference and points of identification. When a teenager watches the movie Gone with the Wind, they see one kind of movie. When you're in your 20s and 30s and you see Gone with the Wind, you see a different kind of movie, right? When you get along into your 40s, 50s, sure enough, it's a different kind of movie because now you're reading between the lines. Now you're sensing what the real tragedy was, what the complications of life were. It's altogether different at 40 than it is at 14. Same movie, only now you're seeing it. You're picking up all the different parts of the story and the feelings of the story. It's getting to you. But that's part of the identification process. Just be more aware of what you see and what you read and what's happening to you so that you say, oh, there's something I could use, there's something I could use. I'll use that. The next time I talk to people like this, I'll tell them this, I'll tell them this, I'll use this story. That's part of the identification process, building this bridge.